everyone fled in panic. Su Zimo hung around the back and was able to prevent the attacks of the blood centipedes. In reality, the moment the blood centipede king appeared, Night Spirit's eyes shone with a murderous killing intent, and it even harbored thoughts of turning around to fight the blood centipede king. However, Su Zimo did not wish to get entangled with those poisonous creatures at this place and gestured for Night Spirit to just protect Xiaoning. Most importantly, it was because Su Zimo was wary about someone else. Jiangyu. In theory, Su Zimo should not be suspicious of the commander that was designated by the Emperor of Great Zhou. However, through their interactions, Su Zimo was certain that there was something wrong with this person. Su Zimo ran on the ground. Under the gravel not far ahead, 2 big bags surfaced and another swarm of blood centipedes were about to emerge. Night Spirit was a step faster and with a single leap, stomped down with its massive feet. 5 claws extended silently and grabbed with force. Poof! The blood centipedes coiled together, and the red-black balls that had just emerged were crushed by Night Spirit instantly. Even though the poisonous blood splattered all over Night Spirit, it was indifferent and merely shook everything off before continuing to sprint ahead. Night Spirit could not be hurt by the horrifying poisonous blood either. Behind the group was a sea of red and black, as though endless waves were surging as countless blood centipedes moved. After suffering the injury, the blood centipede king no longer dared to wave its feelers casually. However, it found itself having to retreat due to Su Zimo's arrows each time it wanted to charge forth. The hunt continued for a long time before the group found a green shade of grass ahead. Within that desolate desert, green represented life and everyone was invigorated. When they flew above the grass, the red and black sea chasing them came to a gradual stop. Blood centipedes lived in the desert and would not leave it that easily. Standing at the edge of the desert, the blood centipede king raised its massive body and shuffled its 1,000 feet, roaring in the direction of Su Zimo's group. His bloodshot eyes looked indignant. When they saw that, everyone slowed down and eventually put away their flying swords to descend on the ground. Gasping for breath, all of them were rattled. The escape had taken a huge toll on everyone's spirit energy and they were almost drained. They would not have lasted for much longer if they had to continue flying. Xianxia counted the crowd and she sighed gently as her eyes dimmed. In less than a day, the 50 people that entered the ancient battlefield were down to less than 20. The cultivators of the elixir and weapon rankings had lower cultivation realms and most of them did not make it. Apart from 5 great Zhou guards, Jiangyu included, Su Zimo, Su Xiaoning and the 3 from Ethereal Peak. A miserable few were left and everyone was in low spirits, looking wretched. To think that the ancient battlefield would be this cruel. Initially, most of them harbored hopes of a fruitful expedition. In fact, they even dreamed about obtaining the Meridian Unlocking Elixir, Connate Spirit Weapons, or the inheritance of some fallen sex. But now, some of them were completely frightened by what they had just experienced. Apart from Jiangyu, even the few remaining great Zhou guards revealed traces of uneasiness and fear in their eyes. Should we find a place to stay, and just cultivate there for an entire year without heading out anymore? A female cultivator asked timidly. In less than a day, more than half the cultivators were killed. If they were to continue roaming about in the remaining year, could they even get out alive? That's right. Si Yutong coughed gently. The spirit qi in the ancient battlefield is so rich. It won't be a wasted trip even if we were to just cultivate for a year here. With that said, he looked at Su Zimo who was calm and indifferent, laughing dryly. If someone wants to die and wishes to continue heading out, go on ahead. However, don't expect us to follow you. The path of cultivation was something that defied the heavens to begin with. Every step was filled with thorns and it was only natural that one would encounter countless dangers along the way. If one were to be fearful of advancing after meeting with some setbacks, their accomplishments in the future would be limited as well. Su Zimo ignored Si Yutong and swept his glance across the crowd, coming to an understanding. Of those that were remaining, even though everyone from Ethereal Peak, Shi Jian, Jun Hao and the others were shocked, none of them had fears in their eyes. Their gazes were still resolute. Jiangyu said in a deep voice, We don't have many people left, so no one should act on their own and divide our strength. We'll follow the original plan of heading to that cave to stay the night. Commander Jiang, should we rest for a while first to recover our strength and spirit energy? Someone suggested. No. Jiang Yu rejected the suggestion without hesitation. Time is tight. We have to hurry and get there before night falls. He beckoned and determined the direction before walking in front to lead everyone. Ji Yaoxue slowed down and came to Su Zimo's side, asking concernedly with a worried expression, Zimo, are you all right? No matter what, she had witnessed the poisonous blood of the blood centipede spraying on Su Zimo. She was still worried that the poisonous blood might do damage to him. I'm fine. Su Zimo shook his head and whispered, There's something wrong with Jiang Yu. You have to be careful of him. Ji Yaoxue paused for a moment and raised her brow, looking perplexed. Even though we suffered heavy casualties, it was an accident and we can't blame it on Jiang Yu entirely. Furthermore, he was at the ancient battlefield 10 years ago and made it back alive. Father also designated him as the commander. I don't think there should be a problem. The problem is precisely because he has been to the ancient battlefield before. Su Zimo replied, Given his experience, there's no way he couldn't tell that there was something wrong with those corpses. However, he allowed the others to pick up the storage bags. Furthermore, pausing for a moment, he continued, After discovering those corpses, he did not continue moving forward. Ji Yaoxue was extremely smart and instantly realized that something was amiss as well. Su Zimo said in a low voice, In fact, I'm suspecting that he was deliberately letting them die so as to weaken the strength of the team. But what motive does he have for doing that? What does he stand to gain from that? Ji Yaoxue could not understand. Su Zimo shook his head. I don't know either. How about we join forces to suppress and interrogate him right now? Right after she said that, Ji Yaoxue shook her head to her own suggestion and frowned. No, everyone's tired and worn out right now. Furthermore, Jiang Yu has the highest cultivation realm, and we won't be able to restrain him even with our combined strength. Suddenly, Ji Yaoxue realized a horrifying fact. If there was truly something wrong with Jiang Yu, no one would be his match given his strength as a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. If you're agreeable, I'll strike to take him down. Right then, Su Zimo's voice rang out, his tone casual and indifferent. However, for some reason, his words made Ji Yaoxue's initially uneasy heart calm down instantly. Even though Ji Yaoxue did not believe that Su Zimo could take down a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, his words gave her an inexplicable sense of assurance. It was the same feeling she felt back then in Songlang mountain range. Suddenly, Ji Yaoxue thought of something and her cheeks flushed, revealing a flawless beauty. Just as her imagination was running wild, Su Zimo's voice rang again. Someone's coming. Ah? Ji Yaoxue snapped back to her senses and followed Su Zimo's gaze. However, she saw no one. In her bewilderment, Su Zimo's eyes narrowed and flickered as he suddenly declared, Everyone, please stop. There's a group of cultivators headed for this direction in an imposing manner. They don't seem to be friendly. Everyone, be careful. The moment he said that, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Their group of 50 cultivators had suffered a massive loss and were down to less than 20 who were exhausted. If anyone had ill intentions, there was a high chance they might not survive. Jiang Yu walked right at the front and his back was facing Su Zimo. A cold and murderous intent flashed through his eyes. There's nobody? Many cultivators looked around and upwards nervously. However, they saw nothing but emptiness. All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering sounded in the air ahead. At first, it was barely audible, but it grew louder as time went on. Before long, shadows appeared on the horizon and sped over at an extremely fast speed. Commander Jiang, what should we do? Are they targeting us? A fearful cultivator asked in a low voice. Jiang Yu did not reply and only smiled coldly. There were over 50 cultivators on the other side, and they arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The few great Zhou guards yelled with changed expressions, "The Great Shang Dynasty!" Upon hearing those words, Everyone's hearts sank. Jun Hao frowned, seemingly surprised. Ji Yaoshua's expression turned extremely terrible as well. The Tianhuang North region consisted of 4 great dynasties: Great Xia, Great Shang, Great Zhou, and Great Yu. There were always wars at the borders, and the dynasties coexisted like fire and water. Under such circumstances, it was almost equivalent to the death penalty for them to encounter cultivators from the Great Shang dynasty. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Jiang Yu, and his heart stirred as he vaguely understood something. The appearance of the Great Shang dynasty's cultivators was too coincidental and perfect. This was their weakest moment. Furthermore, the cultivators of the Great Shang dynasty had located them with such precision in less than a day. It was as though someone was guiding them. None of it made sense. However, everything could be explained if Jiang Yu was someone from the Great Shang dynasty. He had intentionally led everyone to the corpses previously because he wanted to make use of the blood centipedes to weaken their group. After escaping, Jiang Yu refused to let everyone rest and continued sprinting until their spirit energies were nearly depleted. At their weakest moment, the Great Shang dynasty appeared. Everything was so logical and perfect. I am Duan Mingda of the Great Shang dynasty. I heard that the 3rd princess of Great Zhou is here, so I've come specially to invite you over as a guest. Even though she was referred to as a guest, they were actually kidnapping Ji Yaoshua forcefully. The person who spoke wore a brocade robe and looked at Ji Yaoshua smugly. Following that, Duan Mingda swept his gaze across the others and let out a cruel smile, saying coldly, "As for the others, they shall be killed without mercy. Prepare for battle." Ji Yaoshua took a deep breath and made a snap decision. I would rather die in battle than be taken captive. Cultivators of the Great Shang dynasty, you have belittled me. At that moment, the tenderness on Ji Yaoshua's face was gone, replaced with a steely and murderous look. She glanced sideways and whispered, "Zimo, take everyone with you and escape as far as possible. You don't have to care about me." Su Zimo raised his brows gently and did not reply. Afraid that he wasn't judging the situation properly, Ji Yaoshua continued, "I'm the one they want, so I have to die along with them. However, it's different for you guys. You can survive. Zimo, promise me that you must live on and tell father about what happened today." Fufu. Right then, a cold laugh sounded. Ji Yaoshua took a couple of steps forward and turned around. He looked at Ji Yaoshua and Su Zimo mockingly and shook his head. "It's too late, 3rd princess. None of you shall escape today. Jiang Yu, you're indeed the traitor." Ji Yaoshua's expression turned cold. Everyone else from the Great Zhou dynasty were rooted on the spot, yet to understand what was happening. "Commander Jiang, why are you—" Even the Great Zhou guards could not believe what was happening and asked subconsciously. Duan Mingda chuckled softly. "Fellow Taoist Jiang, you have done well for us to be able to take down everyone from the Great Zhou dynasty and even capture a princess." "That's right." Another Great Shang cultivator laughed and nodded. "Your Majesty will surely reward fellow Taoist Jiang immensely for your great contribution. Your future will be bright." "It's over, it's over." Si Yutong's face was ashen as though he had lost his parents as he mumbled repeatedly. The others looked extremely terrible as well. Initially, Jiang Yu was their only support as a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. But now, their 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was in the same camp as those from the Great Shang dynasty. Jiang Yu's next sentence made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. "Ji Yaoshua, you had better give up. Apart from me, Brother Mingda is also at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. It'll be difficult for you guys to escape even if you have wings." Everyone was shocked. 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. After Jiang Yu went over to the other side, Ji Chengtian and the other 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were the ones with the highest cultivation realms remaining. Their combined strength could not match a single 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, everyone was exhausted and their combat powers were reduced. Ji Yaoshua asked slowly, "Jiang Yu, my Ji family has treated you well. Why are you repaying our kindness with ingratitude?" Jiang Yu replied, "Indeed, the Ji family hasn't let me down. However, I would have died in the ancient battlefield 10 years ago if not for those of the Great Shang dynasty. So, you've already sold your life to the Great Shang dynasty 10 years ago? So, that's a reason for you to forget about who your benefactors were? To forget who were the ones who brought you onto the path of cultivation and imparted techniques to you. So, that's a reason for you to forget about the Ji family's kindness to you? Xianxia questioned loudly with a sharp gaze, unable to quell the raging flames in her heart. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yu replied expressionlessly and coldly, I don't want to die. So, you guys will have to die. Fu! Xianxia laughed. Jiang Yu continued, Xianxia, if you surrender obediently, I can guarantee that you won't suffer. But, you had better not do anything foolish. There's no need to talk further. Let's fight. Let's see what kind of an ending an ungrateful wolf like you will meet in the Great Shang dynasty. Xianxia commented icily. Everyone from the Great Shang dynasty, listen up. If this man can betray the Great Zhou dynasty, he can do the same to the Great Shang dynasty. When they heard that, the expressions from the people of the Great Shang dynasty changed. Duan Mingda's gaze flickered for a brief moment as well. Su Zimo praised internally. Xianxia's statement was not weaker than any physical weapons. It was a killing remark that struck right at Jiang Yu's vital spot. Jiang Yu's expression changed as he said hurriedly, This woman is clearly trying to sow discord between us. Fellow Taoists from the Great Shang dynasty, let's not fall into her trap. Indeed, anyone could tell that Xianxia was trying to sow discord. However, the amazing thing about her remark was that even if those from the Great Shang dynasty did not fall for the trap, it would be difficult for Jiang Yu to gain their trust in the future. In fact, he might even be suspected, doubted, and killed later on. Duan Mingda pondered for a moment before smiling. There's no need to worry, fellow Taoist Jiang Yu. You've done a great deed, so why would we suspect you? That's right. The most important thing right now is to kill off this group of Great Zhou cultivators first. Another cultivator replied. Suddenly, Duan Mingda's expression changed as he glanced sideways at the distant horizon. There were people coming over. A group of about 60 cultivators was speeding over with a ferocious killing intent. In the blink of an eye they had arrived. It was the Great Xia dynasty. The crowd gasped. Su Zimo swept his gaze and could not help but frown when he noticed the shock and fear in the eyes of Duan Mingda and the others. By the looks of it, this wasn't communicated between the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties. However, the Great Xia cultivators arrived right after the Great Shang cultivators. Su Zimo did not believe that such a coincidence could happen in this world. There must be something amiss. With the arrival of the Great Xia cultivators, it was now a three-way fight and the situation instantly became a little strange. Right now, the strength of Great Zhou was the weakest while Great Xia and Great Shang were on par. However, Great Xia and Great Shang were in a confrontational state, both wary of the other, afraid that the other side would stand to gain from their losses. Moreover, the arrival of the Great Xia dynasty was indeed rather strange. If Jiang Yu was the spy and led the Great Shang cultivators here, who was the one who brought the Great Xia cultivators over? Could it truly be a coincidence? Xianxia's eyes flickered as she suddenly declared, Fellow Taoists of the Great Xia dynasty, I'm the princess of Great Zhou. May I know who's the commander for your expedition? From the Great Xia camp, their leader was a man clad in steel armor. His expression was cold as he asked in a deep voice, I am Gua Yi. What do you seek, princess of Great Zhou? Fellow Taoist Gua, I represent Great Zhou to seek an alliance with Great Xia, so that we can wipe out the Great Shang cultivators. Xianxia said, Furthermore, we want nothing from the storage bags and items that are left. The only thing we want is to kill that traitor of Great Zhou. The moment she said that, Duan Mingda and the other Great Shang cultivators were startled. Even though there were less than 20 cultivators on the side of Great Zhou, they would definitely be a threat if they were to join forces with Great Xia. The situation was starting to disadvantage the Great Shang dynasty. Duan Mingda chuckled and eased the tension in the air before declaring loudly, Fellow Taoist Gua Yi, the remaining cultivators of Great Zhou are already at the end of their flight and there's nothing to fear. Xiaoshua's aim is for us to have an internecine outcome. Fellow Taoists of Great Xia, please do not fall for it. Guai of Great Xia remained silent. He swept his gaze over Su Zimo and the others thoughtfully. A moment later, he suddenly remarked, "How about we join forces to kill the great Zhou cultivators first? As for the spoils of war, our two dynasties can split it evenly." Of course, when they heard that, Duan Mingda and the others agreed readily with bright eyes. Ji Yaoxue and the others felt their hearts sink. The great Shang dynasty alone was enough to wipe them out, let alone combined with the great Xia dynasty. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Guiyi's decision was staggered. It was as though he had only said that after he received an order. The coincidental appearance of the great Xia dynasty coupled with Guiyi's reaction confirmed Su Zimo's guess that there was a spy within the remaining great Zhou cultivators as well. Furthermore, the status of that spy in the great Xia dynasty was even higher than Guiyi's. Earlier, that spy had used a special technique to transmit information, causing Guiyi to come up with the decision of working together with the great Shang dynasty. Subtly, Su Zimo surveyed the remaining great Zhou cultivators. His gaze paused briefly on one of them before looking away. Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect. When they heard that Great Xia and Great Shang were joining hands, the great Zhou cultivators were sad, indignant, frustrated, and despaired. However, Jun Hao was the only one who was calm. He was so calm, as though he was not worried about his safety at all. Guai and Duan Mingda's group were still discussing how to share the spoils of war, when Su Zimo looked up at the sky and walked over leisurely. "Zimo, brother!" Ji Yaoxue and the rest were shocked, shouting instinctively. Su Zimo seemed oblivious and arrived not far from Guai and Duan Mingda's group before asking indifferently, "It's getting late. Are you guys done discussing?" This is the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou, a 3-meridian foundation establishment cultivator. He's in possession of 18 supreme-grade flying swords and a perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher. Zhang Yu said in a deep voice. The cultivators of Great Xia and Great Shang fell into an uproar. They looked at Su Zimo with burning eyes, as though they wanted to skin him alive. "Perfect spirit weapon? Are you serious?" Duan Mingda narrowed his gaze and glared at Zhang Yu, enunciating every word. "Absolutely." Zhang Yu nodded. He refined that blood quencher personally in front of everyone during the Great Zhou dynasty's sect competition. Duan Mingda turned to Guai and said with a fake smile, "Brother Gua, how should we split that perfect spirit weapon?" A perfect spirit weapon was enough for golden cores to wage a bloody battle. Be it Great Xia or Great Shang, no one would give it up so easily. Guai raised his brow slightly and asked, "What do you suggest, Brother Duan?" "I do have a suggestion." Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. "Oh? What?" Duan Mingda and Guai turned around and looked at Su Zimo calmly. They did not hide the mockery and sarcasm in their eyes. To the both of them, Su Zimo was like a fish on a chopping board right now. Anyone who wants blood quencher. Suddenly, Su Zimo paused and stomped his feet heavily on the ground. With a loud boom, the ground shook. He charged forward with a flash as a deafening sound echoed from his body. Thunder rumbled. His blood sounded like a tsunami mixed with the sound of tigers and leopards, and was extremely terrifying. "Exchange!" In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already closed in. He roared and said the first word. At the same time, a massive blood-colored saber appeared in his hands. Buzz! 5 spirit patterns shone on the saber in a bedazzling manner like a blazing blood sun. It emanated with a blood stench and a torrential killing intent. The cultivators of Great Xia and Great Shang were taken aback. Duan Mingda and the others who were facing Su Zimo felt an apocalyptic might surging over that they could not defend against. With Su Zimo swung his arms and Blood Quencher drew a perfect arc in the air, shining forth with a horrifying bloody glow. Right now it was too late to dodge. Duan Mingda did not have time to think as he whipped out a protection talisman and crushed it on the spot. Before he could do anything else, Blood Quencher had already descended from above. Lives! Those who wanted Blood Quencher had to exchange for it with their lives. With Su Zimo's last word, Duan Mingda's body was split into two by Blood Quencher and blood splattered everything. Even the protection talisman could not save his life. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was killed with a single cleave. None of the cultivators of the 3 dynasties thought that Su Zimo would dare strike, let alone expect his strike. Furthermore, they were too close to one another, and Duan Mingda was completely unguarded since he knew nothing about Su Zimo. Even as a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, he was cleaved into two by Su Zimo and died on the spot. The crowd exploded. Kill! Kill him! The great Shang cultivators were enraged as they roared with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Yu had witnessed Su Zimo in action before. The moment Duan Mingda died, he summoned a flying sword and leaped into the air to distance himself from Su Zimo. However, the other cultivators did not know better and remained standing on the spot, summoning their flying swords that glowed with spirit lights and conjured hand seals. They were prepared to strike at the same time to kill Su Zimo. Bang! After killing Duan Mingda, Su Zimo did not pause at all and charged right into the crowd. The cultivator at the front had just summoned his flying sword when his vision blacked out and he was sent flying. Exploding in midair, the person turned into a mist of blood. Pest! All the cultivators gasped when they saw that. A simple collision caused a cultivator to explode. The terrifying power of his burst could compare to an ancient ferocious beast. After devouring the divine dragon, Su Zimo attained greater mastery of the organ's refinement section. Every single punch and kick possessed a strength of 5,000 kilograms. The body of an ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand his might in a clash. While he sent that person flying, Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher and slashed horizontally. Poof! A flash of blood appeared and a huge head flew up. Blood splattered from the broken neck, forming a terrifying sight. Blood Quencher was blood-colored to begin with. After touching blood, the shade on its blade grew brighter and more blindingly red. Everyone, watch out. That person is extremely strong in melee combat. Don't let him get close to you. Zhang Yu rode on his flying sword and shouted from midair. The remaining great Shang cultivators were fear-stricken and wished that they could curse out loud. What's the point of saying it only now? Their commander for the expedition, Duan Mingda, who was at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, was already dead. As for Su Zimo, he was rampaging through the crowd and many cultivators were chopped down by Blood Quencher before they could even soar into the air. Even without Blood Quencher, those people would most likely die if Su Zimo closed in on them. Now that he had that perfect graded Blood Quencher in his hands, he was just like a tiger who had grown wings. Even if Su Zimo did not use all his strength, ordinary 4 and 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators would not be able to withstand the might of a single slash from that heavy saber. Instant thunder! Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly, "Instant thunder!" Snap! A deafening sound rumbled from the skies as a thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended instantly. It struck the crowd, turning it into a sparkling sea of lightning. Many cultivators conjured spirit arts instantly to defend against it. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zimo entered the crowd once more and flickered left and right. Everywhere his saber was pointed, broken limbs would fly as no one could defend against him. The great Shang cultivators at the outer circle summoned 2 flying swords, scurrying into the air on one while pointing the other at Su Zimo. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, spirit lights danced the air as beams of light streaked through the air as though there were 1,000 rays. Lowering his body, Su Zimo sprawled on the ground and slithered through the grass like a snake at an extremely fast speed. The grass swayed, leaving a trail as Su Zimo's figure was barely discernible. He had dodged more than half of the flying swords. Behind him, mud flew all over as the flying swords left their marks. The remaining dozen or so flying swords were hot on his tail. Suddenly, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he rose and channeled his bloodline, causing the sound of tsunami surging to echo from his body. Crackle! As his bloodline churned, his bones shifted endlessly while his tendons twitched and sounded in unison. Instantly, Su Zimo's body swelled up. Break! He hollered, gripping Blood Quencher tightly as his muscles expanded and knotted together, bursting through his sleeves in an instant. Two thick arms exerted strength, raising Blood Quencher and cleaving down heavily against the dozen or so incoming flying swords. Cling, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Right in front of everyone, the dozen or so superior-grade flying swords were snapped into two by a single slash of Blood Quencher as they scattered to the ground without luster. Ah! Gasps could be heard from the Great Xiang and Great Xia factions. It was way too savage. This was a complete suppression in terms of brute strength, and there was no way to resist at all. Su Zimo's moves were too swift and decisive. In a mere 10 breaths, more than 10 Great Xiang cultivators had been killed by Blood Quencher, a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator included. Everyone from Great Xia stood rooted to the spot, a hint of fear appearing in the depths of their eyes. As for Ji Yaoxue and everyone else, they felt their morales rise instantly. Waving her arm, Ji Yaoxue said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this is a life and death battle. Kill the enemies with me and take down the traitor. Kill, kill, kill." Everyone from Ethereal Peak, the 4 great Zhou guards and Shijian were all feeling invigorated and pumped as they roared and charged forward. Night Spirit's gaze was cold as it surveyed its surroundings. It did not make a move and stayed by Su Xiaoning's side the entire time. 7-star plum, purple slash, duality smoke gathering sword. Countless spirit arts collided in midair as the Great Zhou and Great Xia dynasties finally clashed. Little Fatty rode on his flying sword with a gigantic axe in his hand, working with Shijian of Southern Mountains sect in sync. The 4 great Zhou guards stayed close to Ji Yaoshua's side and did not dare to leave her alone, merely dealing with the enemies with their flying swords. Explode! Lung Ro shouted softly as her sleeves shook and more than 10 talismans appeared. Thrown into the crowd, they exploded instantly, turning into a gigantic sea of flames that engulfed a few cultivators. Although she was only at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment, Lung Ro's attainment in talismans was truly brilliant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten the number 1 spot of the talisman ranking. Even Su Zimo would not be willing to take on someone like her, who could throw out a large number of talismans with every attack. Ah! The few Great Xiang cultivators did not die on the spot. However, they were severely injured as their skins tore in a bloodied mess while they shrieked endlessly in the sea of flames. Shoo! Shoo! Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak released ethereal wings and his flying sword that was at the void level. Unpredictable streams of seemingly imperceptible ripples crossed the sea of flames, killing the shrieking Great Xiang cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The Great Zhou faction now had the upper hand and were ferocious. In truth, there was another strong faction on the battlefield that had yet to interfere. Right from the beginning, most of the Great Xia cultivators had been eyeing the situation from the sidelines coldly. Guiyi's gaze was fixed on a cultivator of Great Zhou the entire time. Suddenly, in the chaotic battlefield, Jun Hao of Azure Frost sect glanced askance at the direction of the Great Xia faction and made a few continuous hand gestures. The gestures were extremely subtle, and Guiyi was the only one who noticed them. Understanding what it meant, Guiyi raised his arm and shouted, "Go forth and eliminate the remaining survivors of the Great Zhou dynasty." Buzz! Su Zimo was charging through the crowd when he heard a sword slash. His mind throbbed vaguely with a sharp pain as a warning flashed in his heart. The attack was extremely fast and sharp. It could definitely pose a threat to him. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had struck. Clang! Without time to look back, Su Zimo slashed in reverse and blocked the incoming flying sword. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing screeched as sparks flew. That attack was extremely strong and Su Zimo shuddered, killing intent surging into his eyes. There was only a single person who could attack him from that angle, the traitor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Yu. Sidestepping, Su Zimo dodged a couple more flying swords and spun around swiftly. He glared at Zhang Yu, who was not far away in midair, and said with a cold voice, "You have a death wish. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we keep our distance, that person is of no threat." Zhang Yu declared loudly, I'll hold him back while you guys join forces to kill him. Someone like you? Su Zimo laughed coldly and ignored the flying swords and spirit arts coming at his back. Stomping on the ground heavily, he leaped into the air like a rainbow. In midair, Su Zimo conjured hand seals and suddenly, a gigantic pair of wings spread out behind him. They surged with spirit light and were lifelike. That was one of Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills: ethereal wings. With ethereal wings, Su Zimo could soar through the skies like golden cores without the need for external objects. His combat skill in the air was now the same as on the ground. Swoosh! Both wings flapped, and in a flash, Su Zimo brushed by a great Shang cultivator. A bloody scar emerged from that person's neck as blood sprayed out while he fell from his flying sword. Already dead. Zhang Yu's eyelid twitched. Even though he was a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, a full 3 cultivation realms above Su Zimo, his speed with sword kinesis flight could not match Su Zimo, who was in possession of ethereal wings. In other words, Zhang Yu could only fight Su Zimo head-on to see who would have the upper hand. Water Moon Wheel. Zhang Yu conjured hand seals and channeled his spirit energy fervently, forming a round, blue full moon that rippled in front of him. It shone with a chilling killing intent and charged forward. Break! Su Zimo's bloodline rumbled as the power of thunder gathered in his palm, turning into a thunder spear that shimmered with lightning as he threw it towards the full moon. Boom! The 2 spirit arts collided into a huge bang. The lightning spirit energy surged, producing a dizzying oval sphere of energy that illuminated half the sky. They were even. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo's body had not paused for the slightest bit, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 feet away from Zhang Yu. Go! Seeing that his spirit art was useless, Zhang Yu controlled his flying sword and pointed forward hurriedly. The sword quivered, turning into a beam of light that shot towards Su Zimo's face. At the same time, Zhang Yu rode on his flying sword and retreated furiously. His attack was not meant to injure Su Zimo. It was for Su Zimo to deal with it head-on. That way, Su Zimo's speed would naturally decrease and the both of them would be able to maintain a safety distance. No matter how strong Su Zimo was in melee combat, he would never be able to touch Zhang Yu. To begin with, the speed of a flying sword shot by a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely fast. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo was charging towards Zhang Yu, that sword reached him almost instantly. If it was anyone else, it would have been almost impossible for them to dodge that sword. They would either be dead or severely injured. However, Su Zimo had his spirit perception and sensed it almost immediately after Zhang Yu struck. Furthermore, he noticed Zhang Yu's movements and determined the latter's intention instantly. Faced with the incoming flying sword, Su Zimo did not dodge nor use Blood Quencher. Instead, he extended his jade-white palm. His arm was like an elephant's trunk, strong yet flexible, while his palm was like a cow's tongue, meeting the flying sword softly. A coil and a tremble. Clang! A jarring sound echoed from the sword. As though it was struck by some immense external force, it was almost destroyed. The spirit light on the sword dimmed and it was cast aside by Su Zimo. When he saw that, Zhang Yu's expression changed starkly as his pupils contracted. He had long known that Su Zimo's melee combat strength was frightening and he had a strong physique. However, he did not expect it to be this strong. Su Zimo could actually come forth unharmed while defending against a superior-grade flying sword with his bare hands? That was probably something that only a spirit demon at peak Foundation establishment or a pure-blooded ferocious beast could achieve. How could a 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator be in possession of such a strong physique? The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Su Zimo reached out and tossed the flying sword aside with a coil and a tremble. His wings flapped as the wind howled, but he did not slow down at all and was already 10 feet away from Zhang Yu. At this distance, Zhang Yu was already a dead man in Su Zimo's eyes. If he was against the mighty fiend heir of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu, who was similarly skilled in melee combat with an unparalleled physique, Su Zimo would not have the confidence to kill the latter. However, this cultivator of the Great Zhou dynasty was dead for sure. Ah! Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat. When he saw that he could no longer escape, he hurriedly withdrew a defensive gear from his storage bag and strapped it on his arm. It was a pair of steel bracers. Injecting spirit energy into them, the bracers shone with 3 spirit lights. They were superior-grade spirit weapons. Su Zimo's gaze flashed like lightning as he strode forward. Blood quencher that was in his hands sounded loudly and quivered. Take my slash. Swinging his arm without any stance, Blood quencher drew a perfect air in the air and descended from above with a horrifying might. Flashing down with immense strength, blood drained from Zhang Yu's face as he propped up both arms instinctively. The bracers shone brightly above his head. Clang! There was a deafening sound. Zhang Yu's body shuddered and his feet wobbled, nearly falling from the flying sword. His arms could not withstand the blow and shook while blood oozed from the side of his lips. Good again! Su Zimo laughed and chopped down with blood quencher again. Clang! Zhang Yu's arms were nearly split apart and the sharpness of blood quencher was almost at his head. The blood stench emitted from the blade was suffocating. The spirit light of his bracers flickered. After 2 consecutive slashes from blood quencher, that superior-grade spirit weapon was almost done for. Die! Su Zimo spat out coldly. As soon as he said that, blood quencher descended once more heavily against Zhang Yu's arms. Crack! 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 A series of cracks could be heard from within the bracers. Right after, Zhang Yu's eyes dimmed as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his arms collapsing. Blood quencher descended and a cold blade sliced through Zhang Yu's head, causing a bloody scar. Shing! Zhang Yu's body split into 2 as he fell alongside the flying sword beneath him, blood and organs splattering everywhere. Another 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had died to blood quencher. Swoosh! 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 Flying swords streaked through the air one after another like shooting stars, shuttling through the crowd as the sounds of spirit arts colliding sounded. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The main reason why the Great Zhou faction could gain a momentary respite and upper hand in the clash against Great Shang was because Su Zimo had charged forth and slain Duan Mingda while attracting the attention of most of the Great Shang cultivators. In reality, Ji Yaoxue and the rest were thoroughly exhausted after escaping from the blood centipedes and the long journey thereafter. With the addition of the Great Xia dynasty, Ji Yaoxue and the others were in a precarious situation. The 6th Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of the Great Xia dynasty, Guai, had his sights fixed on Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak right away. After all, Ji Chengtian was a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator who was well-versed in the 3 secret skills of Ethereal Peak. He was quite a tricky target given his agility and swordsmanship. The moment Guai attacked, spirit arts and flying swords were thrown out at the same time, unleashing a flurry of attacks as he wanted to kill Ji Chengtian as quickly as possible. Swash! A beam of light streaked across the air, piercing towards Ji Chengtian who was in midair. Guai was a skilled swordsman and possessed strong spirit energy. As such, the speed of his flying sword was extremely fast and not inferior compared to Ji Chengtian who had cultivated ethereal sword. Ji Chengtian's expression changed. If he was in his peak condition, he could attempt to dodge the attack using ethereal wings. However, by the time he sensed the sharpness of the sword chi, it was already too late to dodge. He could only wave his robes and summon flying swords to defend against the incoming attack. Clang! 2 flying swords revealed themselves as they exchanged sharp blows, gliding against the other's blade while letting out a jarring sound and a stream of sparks. Ji Chengtian's flying sword was a supreme-grade flying sword that Su Zimo had gifted him. However, he was weaker than Guai in terms of cultivation realm. Coupled with the fact that he was in an exhausted state, it was only natural that he was disadvantaged against Guai. At the same time, Guai's flying sword was a little strange. Unlike ordinary flying swords, it was 3-pronged. The 3-pronged sword had 2 holes that could hold down flying swords, sabers and the likes. Right now, Ji Chengtian's flying sword was locked down by Guai's 3-pronged sword and quivered immensely, unable to break free. Hee. Guai scoffed coldly as 6 spirit meridians appeared vaguely discernible beneath his shirt and spirit energy gushed rapidly like a river. With a clang, Ji Chengtian's supreme-grade flying sword was repelled by Guo Yi's three-pronged sword and fell to the ground not far away. The three-pronged sword continued stabbing with the momentum. In a hurry, Ji Chengtian flapped his ethereal wings hastily to sidestep the attack, but he was a step too slow. With a loud thud, a deep wound appeared on his shoulder, revealing his bones as blood flowed out like a fountain. His ethereal wings were pierced by the sword as well, shattering on the spot. Bang! Landing heavily on the ground, Ji Chengtian clenched his teeth and groaned, breaking out in cold sweat from the pain. "Senior brother Ji!" Little Fatty and the others yelled. "Shoo!" The three-pronged sword attacked and stabbed straight at Ji Chengtian's head. "Ah!" With a furious howl, Little Fatty shook off the cultivators around him and swung his gigantic axe fiercely at the three-pronged sword. Clang! The three-pronged sword shone brightly and its blade quivered, repelling the gigantic axe instantly. Little Fatty was only at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment, a full 3 cultivation realms beneath Guo Yi, so he was naturally not a match for Guo Yi in terms of strength. If not for the fact that he had trained his physique regularly, the gigantic axe would have flown out of his hands. Even so, Little Fatty's palm was still torn and bled from the vibration. Swash! A few talismans landed in front of Ji Chengtian and suddenly shattered, forming layers of barrier. It was Lung Ro who had tossed out a couple of protection talismans. Crack! 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 The three-pronged sword pierced a few barriers consecutively before stopping. Ji Chengtian also seized the opportunity to leave the spot and was out of immediate danger. "I don't have many talismans left," Lung Ro whispered. Almost all of the remaining Great Zhou cultivators, apart from Su Xiaoning, were injured. Surrounded in the midst of the Great Xia faction, they were almost at their limits. Suddenly, 3 reverberating bangs rang out from the air not far away. Many cultivators looked towards the voice instinctively and saw yet another 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, Zhang Yu, falling from midair after being slashed by Su Zimo. Pest! All the cultivators were shocked. Duan Mingda's death could have been attributed to his carelessness of underestimating the enemy. However, Zhang Yu's death was full proof of Su Zimo's strength. It was definitely not a simple coincidence for a 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator to kill 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in a row. In midair, Su Zimo could sense the change in the situation as he turned around slowly, sweeping over the battlefield with a cold gaze. "Great Xia Dynasty, you guys truly have a death wish." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already flapped his wings while dragging the bloodied blood quencher, charging towards the Great Xia cultivators. The crowd exploded in an instant and a commotion broke out. Su Zimo slew 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in a row, and his aura right now was torrential, with an intense blood lust and killing intent that was almost materialized emanating from his body. Who would dare go against someone like that? No one even dared to meet his eyes. Bang! A Great Xia cultivator stood in midair on his flying sword and was unable to dodge in time. It took a single collision against Su Zimo for him to die on the spot without even being able to make a sound. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived before Guo Yi. Swoosh! Blood quencher descended from above, and the massive blade seemed as though it wanted to rip the void apart. Its monumental aura was unstoppable. Guo Yi looked terrible as he waved both hands to hurriedly maneuver his 3-pronged sword over as a defense. Clang! The saber and sword collided, and the whole of the 3-pronged sword held down blood quencher. Guo Yi's eyes lit up as he channeled spirit energy fervently. All 6 spirit meridians of his shone with a boundless spirit light, and his dantian was throbbing in pain. As long as I can repel this blood quencher, Su Zimo will not be a threat at all. To Guo Yi, the perfect spirit weapon was the reason for Su Zimo's terrifying combat strength. "Hands off!" Guo Yi bellowed. "Hands off!" Su Zimo sneered, and his bloodline rumbled. Channeling spirit energy, the 5 spirit patterns on his saber shone with a divine and bloody light, resembling a blood sun that shone with endless rays. Clang! Clang! Against the suppression of blood quencher, the 3-pronged sword spirit light flickered. It looked like it could crumble at any moment. "Shatter!" Su Zimo roared, and with a twist of his arm, The saber trembled. Crack! Crack! The three-pronged sword creaked as cracks appeared on the blade, and it shattered on the spot. Guai was scared out of his wits and retreated hastily, his gaze landing on a great Zhou cultivator nearby. When Jun Hao saw that, his pupils constricted as well. Their plan had failed. Su Zimo was way more terrifying than he had expected. They were bound to suffer a massive loss if that man did not die. Even if they managed to escape, their forces would be severely crippled, and they would not be able to fight for treasures against other factions in the ancient battlefield. While Su Zimo was strong, Jun Hao was convinced that all humans had weaknesses. As long as he could locate Su Zimo's lifeline, he could deal a fatal blow to the latter. Narrowing his gaze, he caught sight of Su Xiaoning at the side and his eyes shimmered. Hidden in the crowd, Jun Hao gestured towards the direction of the Great Xia faction before pointing at Su Xiaoning beside him. 10 armored cultivators from the Great Xia faction understood his intentions and exchanged glances before nodding in secret. The 10 of them separated and mixed into the crowd. 5 of them wore light armor and controlled their flying swords while releasing spirit arts to attract the attention of everyone else. The other 5 cultivators wore heavy armor and were fully geared from head to toe. The armor alone weighed around 500 kilograms. It was obvious that those 5 on the ground were body-tempered cultivators. They wielded daggers and split up in different directions, approaching Su Xiaoning stealthily. In midair, Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher and tore into the crowd, ripping a bloodied path by chopping up all cultivators who stood before him. Even 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators could not withstand a single slash from Su Zimo. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo's eyes were fixed on Guai. That was the only 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator on the battlefield. As long as he was dead, the others would naturally collapse. Su Zimo noticed that some Great Xia cultivators were behaving oddly. However, he merely glanced at them indifferently while continuing to hunt down Guai with a raised saber. At the same time, Guai could sense Su Zimo's killing intent. He knew clearly well that he was definitely not a match for Su Zimo in a one-on-one fight. However, he had a way to secure victory. His only chance was a girl from the Great Zhou faction who was only at mid-stage Foundation establishment. If that girl met with danger, Su Zimo would naturally be distracted and reveal openings. At that time, it would be easy to take advantage of his weakness and kill him on the spot. If they could capture that girl alive, the situation would be even simpler. At that thought, Guai took a deep breath and composed himself. A look of conviction flashed in his eyes. It depended on who was faster. If Su Zimo killed him faster, there was nothing he could complain about. However, if that mid-stage Foundation establishment girl were to land in their hands first, Su Zimo would be doomed and the Great Zhou dynasty was bound to fall as well. To Guai, the girl was already a bird in a cage. Most of the Great Zhou cultivators around here had already been lured away, leaving a mere black wolf-like demon beast that was of no threat. Come on! Guai was confident and no longer retreated. He retrieved a protection talisman from his storage bag and crushed it on the spot. At the same time, he summoned a glistening glass mirror and held it above his head. Swoosh! Blood Quencher came at him in a clean cut. Guai's expression was resolute as streams of rich spirit energy rippled out of his fingertips, entering the glass mirror. The glass mirror expanded rapidly in a shade of dazzling gold like the sky, covering Guai's head. Clang! A distant sound echoed when Blood Quencher struck the glass mirror, resembling the bell of an old temple. Guai managed to block that slash momentarily with the glass mirror. However, his body shook violently and the power of the protection talisman dispersed in the aftershock. It was at that moment that Guai truly realized just how terrifying the power of Su Zimo's slash was. Before he could catch his breath, a second slash descended. A bloody glow crashed down, as though it wanted to split the sky above him. Guai was horrified as he glanced askance. Suddenly, his eyes went wild with joy when he caught sight of a scene on the other side of the battlefield. They made their move. The 5 Great Xia cultivators had already made their move. Ha ha ha! Su Zimo, take a look. Your sister is about to die. Guai was laughing in a maniacal manner and his features were almost contorted. Right after, his laughter stopped and his heart sank. Su Zimo's blood quencher did not stop at all. His eyes were calm, and there was no trace of panic or worry in them at all. In fact, Su Zimo did not even turn to look. How could that be? What went wrong? Guai looked to the other side of the battlefield instinctively. The next moment, his eyes were widened in shock, as though he had just witnessed the scariest thing in the world. His mouth opened up, but he could not say a single word. It was as if someone had grabbed his throat. The 5 heavy-armored Great Xia cultivators formed an encirclement around Su Xiaoning and were less than 10 feet away. All 5 of their gazes were subconsciously fixed on the demon beast beside her. It was covered with a cold, indestructible scale armor from head to toe, and its tail was like a steel whip, carrying a sharp spike that shone with a chilling aura at its tip. Ever since the start of the battle, the demon beast had been by the girl's side and had never made a move. Right now, it was sprawled on the ground motionlessly. Even after a long time, its eyes seemed like they were closed, as though it was lazily asleep. The 5 of them glanced at the demon beast. Junhao gave a subtle nod. "Attack!" One of them shouted softly, and the 5 of them split up in different directions. Charging forward at the same time, they arrived before Su Xiaoning within a couple of steps. Junhao, who was watching at the side, pretended to be shocked and exclaimed, "Watch out!" In truth, it was too late even if the cultivators nearest to Su Xiaoning jumped in to assist her. A smug look flashed through Junhao's eyes. All of a sudden, Night Spirit, who was initially sprawled beside Su Xiaoning, opened its eyes, letting out 2 cold rays of light. Instantly, the temperature of the battlefield seemed to have dipped. It rose and with a single leap, extended a pair of front paws to welcome 2 incoming cultivators. Sharp claws extended stealthily from the gap between its fingers and shone with a cutting glint and a cold aura. A ferocious aura that was asphyxiating burst forth. Night Spirit was way too fast. The 2 of them merely felt their visions blur before one of them died on the spot with blood gushing out of his ripped throat. There were 5 holes in the steel helmet of the other person. Night Spirit had ripped through it and the person collapsed limply on the ground with brain juice flowing out. A black shadow streaked through the void. It was like a snake in the night, coiling around the throat of a cultivator before ripping forcefully. Crack, crack, crack. The person's throat was snapped on the spot. Immediately after, the black shadow continued darting around. Poof! One of the cultivators seemed to have been pierced by a steel whip as a cold light shone from his back. It was Night Spirit's tail. Heavy and steel armors were akin to paper against Night Spirit's claws and could not withstand a single blow. Snap! At the same time, Night Spirit opened its mouth and lunged forward, biting at the throat of the 5th cultivator. Tilting its head slightly, the person's head was snapped and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Everything had happened too quickly. It took less than a breath of time since Night Spirit took action. Furthermore, everything seemed to have been done at the same time. Even Su Zimo could not accomplish something like that. Every single part of Night Spirit's body was built to kill. In the blink of an eye, 5 Great Xia cultivators were dead on the spot. All of them had widened eyes that were filled with confusion. Even at the last moment, they did not know what they had just encountered. The strong stench of blood filled the air, making one sick. Night Spirit's attacks caused the entire battlefield to pause for a moment. Junhao did not blink at all as his pupils constricted, focusing his sights on the 5 Great Xia cultivators who were filled with blood from head to toe. He was seemingly shocked silly. All of a sudden, turning around slowly, Night Spirit's cold gaze landed on Junhao. Instantly, Junhao's breathing halted. For a brief moment, he felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Night Spirit walked slowly and arrived before Junhao. Junhao's mind was blank right now as his limbs went cold. He could not move at all. Night Spirit's body was much taller than Junhao's and it was looking down at him from above. There was a cold intent in its eyes while its chilling tail swayed like a ghost at the back. Against Night Spirit, Junhao felt extremely pathetic, like an ant that could be stepped on at any moment. Horrified, cold sweat began rolling down his cheeks. His arms were trembling uncontrollably. Gripping his fists tightly, Junhao clenched his teeth to suppress the fear in his heart. To his shock, that only caused his arms to tremble even more violently. "Night Spirit, hurry back!" Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded. Pausing for a moment, Night Spirit looked at Junhao indifferently. There was a hint of warning and a tinge of disdain within its eyes. It then turned around and slowly returned to the girl's side. The departure of that terrifying demon beast had Junhao feeling as though he had just brushed by the gates of hell. His clothes were drenched with sweat and he was weak all over, almost collapsing to the ground. He looked at Night Spirit with lingering fear. The violent demon beast that had let out its menacing claws earlier on was now sprawled obediently beside the girl, even letting her pet him with her jade-white hands. The girl's crisp voice sounded, "Thank you so much, Night Spirit. However, you can't go around scaring others. You have to be obedient." Night Spirit let out a deep growl as a form of acknowledgement. Right after, the girl turned towards Junhao and smiled apologetically. "Senior Brother Jun, sorry. That's the way Night Spirit is. Please don't take it to heart." It's fine," Junhao replied instinctively. Earlier on, he had truly sensed the killing intent from that demon beast called Night Spirit. If the girl hadn't called it back, he might be dead right now. The girl chuckled and continued, "Thank you for your warning just now, Senior Brother Jun. It's only right, ha. Ha ha." Junhao laughed dryly. Even though he had no mirror, he could sense how stiff his smile was. He felt a sense of relief. He merely gave that fake warning earlier on because he did not want to expose his identity prematurely. By the looks of it, he seemed to have gained Su Xiaoning's trust instead with his actions. Of course, even so, Junhao no longer dared harbor designs on Su Xiaoning. The demon beast at her side was way too terrifying. In fact, Junhao suspected that the reason why the demon beast was so hostile towards him was because it had sensed something. Darned beast, he cursed internally. On the battlefield, Blood Quencher crushed down with a scarlet glow as the sky that was formed from the glass mirror shattered, forming a huge crack. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the crack multiplied into its surroundings, covering the entire sky densely. The glass mirror was shattered. Gui fell from the sky and coughed with blood. He was looking at Night Spirit with widened eyes, filled with fright. The fact that Night Spirit had killed 5 great Xia cultivators also implied that he had lost his lifeline. Immediately after, Su Zimo cut down casually onto Guiyi's head. At this point, all 3 Sixth Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had died. The cultivators of the Great Xia and Great Shang factions were instantly defeated as they let out shouts and fled in all directions. With his ethereal wings, Su Zimo streaked through the skies and a scarlet glow shone repeatedly. Finally, he relented after killing more people continuously. The cultivators of the 2 dynasties fled in various directions, and it was impossible if he wanted to eliminate them all. Furthermore, it would waste time if he were to continue hunting them. They were in the ancient battlefield after all, and it was already getting late. Su Zimo was worried about other stuff. Finally, the battle royale between the 3 dynasties ended with the defeat of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties. Even though the Great Zhou dynasty was victorious, it was a tragic victory. Initially, Xianxia had 4 Great Zhou guards protecting here, but the battle cost 2 of them. Right now, there were 11 people remaining: Su Zimo and his sister, Ji Qingtian, Lung Ro and Little Fatty of Ethereal Peak, Xianxia and 2 Great Zhou guards, Junhao of Azure Frost Sect, Shi Jian of Southern Mountain Sect, and Si Yutong of Iridescent Clouds Palace. Of course, there was also Night Spirit. Out of the 11 of them, apart from Su Zimo, Su Xiaoning, Xianxia and Junhao, the other 7 were covered in blood and had injuries. Su Zimo said in a low voice, "Everyone, pack up and leave this place as soon as possible." "That's easy for you to say. How can we move?" Si Yutong grumbled. "We're all injured now, suffering from pain everywhere and thoroughly exhausted. There's no way we can use sword kinesis flight." Su Zimo swept his gaze at him. Recalling the methods of this man before him, Si Yutong could not help but shudder and shut up. Xianxia asked softly, "Zimo, should we rest here first?" No, Su Zimo shook his head. So many people died in this battle and the stench of blood is spreading. Many ancient living beings will definitely be attracted here, so we must not linger. After surviving a year in Songlang mountain range, Su Zimo was clear of the rules there. However, the ancient battlefield was 10 times crueler than Songlang mountain range. When they heard that, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they could not help but look fearful upon recalling the moment they came across the blood centipedes. Su Zimo continued, "It's already close to evening now. If we don't look for a place to settle down before night, there's a high chance we'll find ourselves surrounded by ancient living beings. What should we do then?" As the skies darkened, the cultivators were also starting to feel uneasy and nervous. None of them had any ideas. Before entering the ancient battlefield, they were warned repeatedly by many seniors that birds, beasts, and terrifying living beings roamed the ancient battlefield at night. This was not a place where they should wander at night or they would definitely be met with death. Pondering in silence for a moment, Su Zimo started moving to collect the storage bags of the other two dynasties. He would open every single storage bag for a look. Humph, someone was in a hurry to leave, but he's already busy collecting the spoils of war now. Si Yutong could not help but remark softly. Little Fatty said coldly, "Si Yutong, don't forget, if my bro didn't attack, you would have long been dead." Xianxia nodded as well. "It's only right that those storage bags belong to Zimo." She paused for a moment and continued, "However, I've got a feeling that he's looking for something." Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he retrieved an exquisite spirit vessel from one of the storage bags. Injecting spirit energy into it, the spirit vessel expanded instantly and hovered in front of everyone. "Let's go. We'll board the spirit vessel and leave this place." Su Zimo waved. When they saw the spirit vessel, everyone was enlightened and exchanged glances. It was as though a rock had been lifted off their shoulders as they looked at Su Zimo with gratitude. At the borders of the ancient battlefield, a spirit light streaked through the air at an extremely fast speed. If one focused their gaze, they would be able to make out faintly a spirit vessel carrying 10 cultivators and a demon beast. At the bow of the vessel, a green-robed cultivator stood steering its direction. The green-robed cultivator was Su Zimo. On the spirit vessel, the injured cultivators had already bandaged their wounds simply and changed into new sets of robes. Only they still looked pale, fatigued, and weak. Everyone looked at the green-robed cultivator at front, filled with emotions and deep thoughts. It could be said that they would have all been dead for this ancient battlefield expedition if not for him. Right now, they did not even have the strength to ride on their flying swords. However, even after slaying 3 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the battle, Su Zimo had the energy to control the spirit vessel, carrying everyone with it. His physique was truly something that shocked everyone. There was a hint of fear in the depths of Jun Hao's eyes. Before long, the spirit vessel stopped at the foot of a mountain. Leaping down, Su Zimo found a cave at the foot of the mountain based on the map. It was spacious inside and they could settle down temporarily. Once everyone entered the cave, Su Zimo guarded the entrance to lay down formations. Even though everyone had stopped the bleeding from their injuries, the stench of blood would still spread. The living beings of the ancient era were extremely sensitive to such a smell and would definitely find their way here. Therefore, Su Zimo had to lay down some simple array formations at the entrance of the cave to isolate the sounds and auras within before adding concealment formations. It was only then that they could be considered safe. These were all support formations and were relatively simple. Before night arrived, Su Zimo was already done with them. Xianxia came over and said, "Zimo, let's take turns standing guard tonight." "That's right, bro. Take a rest tonight and we'll take turns standing guard." "Don't worry." Little Fatty patted his chest and declared confidently. Throughout the entire process, everyone did not help much. They felt embarrassed and wanted to try their best to share Su Zimo's burden. "There's no need." Su Zimo waved his hand. "Rest well and regain your strength as soon as possible. Night Spirit will guard over here." At the mention of Night Spirit, a look of fear flickered through everyone's eyes. Even though it merely attacked for a brief moment during the battle in the day, it was way too shocking. If the feeling that Su Zimo gave off to everyone was one of unpredictability, the feeling that Night Spirit gave off was one of fear. Nighttime. On this day, everyone had been through too much and were worn out physically and mentally. Now that they were finally relaxed, most of them fell asleep. Night Spirit rose and walked out of the cave stealthily. It melted into the darkness and vanished. Su Zimo was not worried about Night Spirit. Its strength right now was equivalent to the peak of Foundation establishment. Furthermore, they were at the borders of the ancient battlefield right now, and there was nothing that could threaten it. Sitting quietly in the cave, Su Zimo tidied the day's gains. There were a total of 60 storage bags. Even though there were no supreme-grade spirit weapons within them, there were many superior-grade spirit weapons and plenty of elixirs. He chose a couple of perfect-grade elixirs and put them away for his own use while placing the rest together. After tidying everything, Su Zimo took out a few maps and matched them. A fragrance wafted over as Xianxia came over and sat down beside him. "What's wrong? You can't get to sleep?" Su Zimo turned his head slightly and asked in a soft voice. In the darkness, Xianxia pursed her lips and whispered, "Zimo, thank you for today. It's fine." He smiled. Xianxia relaxed at the sight of Su Zimo's smile and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "You came at the right time. Do you know of any clues to the ancient ruins?" he asked. Cultivating in the ancient battlefield was only one aspect. More importantly, it was obtaining the Meridian Unlocking Elixir along with other treasures and inheritances. All of those items only existed within the ruins of the ancient battlefield. No, Xianxia shook her head. Most of the ruins around the borders of the ancient battlefield have been looted entirely, and there are few that are undiscovered. Take a look at this. Su Zimo opened up the few maps in his hands and placed it before Xianxia, pointing to a red dot. This location has been indicated on these few maps. I suspect that this is an ancient ruin that was discovered by the Great Xiang and Great Xia dynasties. Indeed, Xianxia held up the few maps and matched them before nodding. Even though she was moved, there was a look of worry in her eyes. "We're currently short-handed. This ruin will definitely attract many factions and cultivators, leading to a cruel battle." "It's all right." Su Zimo smiled gently. "There are no powerful sects and top-tier cultivators at the borders of the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, we've already destroyed a large part of the Great Xiang and Great Xia dynasty's strength. They won't be a threat." "When should we set off?" Xianxia asked. 10 days from now." Su Zimo replied in a deep voice. "Heal your injuries in the 10 days and stabilize your cultivation realm. Once everyone has recovered, we'll set off." The two of them chatted a little more before Xianxia went back to rest upon Su Zimo's persuasion. Shifting his gaze, he looked towards Jun Hao in the crowd. He had a vague feeling that there was something amiss about Jun Hao. However, he could not kill the latter just because he looked strange without concrete evidence. However, Su Zimo was certain that there was a Great Xia dynasty spy of high status among the people remaining. Retracting his gaze, he smiled gently. No matter who the spy was, that person would not dare to behave recklessly from today on. Those tricks were nothing but a joke in the face of absolute strength. Late at night, a dark shadow entered from outside the cave stealthily without alerting anyone. Sensing something, Su Zimo opened his eyes and glanced at Night Spirit. He could sense a blood stench emanating from Night Spirit's body, and it was somewhat familiar. It was the Blood Centipede King's aura. In that 6 hours, Night Spirit had returned to that desert and killed the Blood Centipede King. Su Zimo chuckled. He was the only one who could guess what Night Spirit was thinking. In the day, Night Spirit had to protect Su Xiaoning and could not venture too far. It was most likely fed up that it could only run from those blood centipedes. Now that Su Zimo was guarding this place at night, Night Spirit went over and killed that Blood Centipede King straight. Rising, Su Zimo nodded to Night Spirit. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Now that Night Spirit had returned and was guarding the cave, Su Zimo left the place. Due to the soundproof formation, it was quiet within the cave. The moment he left the cave, Su Zimo heard the roars of beasts and the cries of birds. The world shook. The trees swayed and the grass rustled. It was as though there was some terrifying existence nearby that was absolutely frightening. It was a completely different world inside and outside the cave. Despite being in such an environment, Su Zimo did not show the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he looked slightly excited and his blood was rumbling. At night, the world belonged to the ancient demon beasts. However, it also belonged to Su Zimo. After all, from a certain perspective, Su Zimo was a demon. After many years of cultivation, Su Zimo had already made it a habit to only cultivate the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness at night. He had already attained greater mastery of the organs refinement section and had been cultivating the orifice clearing section for some time now. The orifices referred to the 7 on a person's head. For the majority of races, their heads were the most mysterious, important, and sensitive part of their bodies. Most beings would die instantly if their heads suffered immense damage. Legend has it that the Purple Residence, Heavenly Palace, and Immortal Stage acupoints were located on the head. Even the essence spirit of the Immortal Tao and the Yin spirit of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness were located in the depths of the head. However, that was a point Su Zimo had not reached given his current cultivation realm. In the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the cultivation of the head came after cultivation of the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 organs. It was also a clear indication of the importance of the head. The 7 orifices of the head referred to the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness had to be cultivated one after another without any mistake in the order. If the 5 organs were not in harmony, the 7 orifices could not open up. One could only clear their orifices after refining their organs. By refining their organs, one could produce the essence chi of their organs, the so-called demonic chi. Once the 5 organs resonated with the 7 orifices, demonic chi would naturally pass through the orifices as well. Between the 5 organs and 7 orifices, the liver corresponded to the eyes, the kidney to the ears, the lungs to the nose, the spleen to the mouth, and the heart to the tongue. In other words, the essence chi of the 5 organs would clear through their corresponding orifices. The nurturing of demonic chi to flow through the orifices would allow one to attain lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. At that point, they would be able to reach the realm of universal sight and hearing. Prior to this, the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow would correspond to the 5 organs and form a minor heavenly cycle within the body. After clearing the 7 orifices, the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, 5 organs and 7 orifices will tricorrespond and form a major heavenly cycle within the body. At that point, greater mastery of the orifice clearing section will be achieved. By cultivating to that point, it would also mean that one would be able to form a demon inner core. Orifice clearing did not merely mean that one would be able to strengthen their vision, hearing, and the 5 senses. More than that, it was for the 7 orifices to connect through to the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, as well as the 5 organs, raising the strength of one's physique. Furthermore, after one attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, a major heavenly cycle would be formed in their body. That way, Su Zimo's body would be more coordinated and harmonious. He would be agile as a swallow while carrying the weight of a bear. His movements and stability would coexist, melding toughness and gentleness. Meek as a virgin, he could burst like a rabbit. Every single movement of his 4 limbs would gather his entire body's power into a single spot, causing his strength to rise immensely. At the end of the orifice clearing section, you left a sentence. At this point of your cultivation, you would have perfected your technique and cultivated universal sight and hearing. With the help of the spirit perception, you will be able to avoid danger without seeing or smelling it. Be it whether you're moving, sitting, or lying down, your heart will be able to sense, and you will be able to defeat your enemies within 10 feet with your bare hands. Each time he saw the statement you left behind, Su Zimo felt his blood boil. In other words, that sentence meant that he was invincible within 10 feet. Furthermore, Su Zimo believed that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness truly did possess such a capability. Although he had not attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, If he were to release his blood chi without hiding his demonic cultivation, there were truly not many cultivators who could go against him in an all-out battle within 10 feet. Su Zimo arrived at the slope above the cave and swallowed a perfect-grade blood-flesh elixir. Assuming a lotus position, he closed his eyes and rich demonic chi gushed out from his breathing and exhalation, gathering around his body. Before entering the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had already cleared 4 of the 7 orifices: his ears, tongue, and nose. Right now, he was cultivating on clearing his mouth. For demon beasts like the heaven spirit lizard and the essence-devouring frog, their tongues were their greatest killing weapons. They could kill their enemies in a single breath, and their strength would naturally increase immensely after clearing their tongue orifice. However, Su Zimo was a human after all, and the increase to his combat strength after clearing his ears, nose, and tongue orifices was not that obvious. But the mouth orifice was different. Su Zimo had cultivated a sound secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. Even though it was an incomplete version, Su Zimo's breathing was long and his lungs were strong. Once he cleared his mouth and nose orifices, the might of Thunderclap Kill was bound to increase further. That was a true killing technique, and it was also a trump card for Su Zimo. On the slope, demonic chi surged into the sky, emanating a terrifying aura. If anyone were to see this, they would be shocked to see a vaguely visible human sitting in the midst of that thick demonic chi. At the borders of the ancient battlefield, there were almost no ancient living beings or demon beasts that could injure Night Spirit. Naturally, that also meant that only a rare few of them could hurt Su Zimo. Most demon beasts chose to avoid the mountain when they sensed that formidable demonic chi. A night passed and not a single demon beast showed up around the cave. When morning arrived, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air, and the rumbling demonic chi re-entered his body through his nose and mouth. He opened his eyes and rose. When he stretched, his tendons and bones echoed at the same time with a series of crisp cracks. It was extremely bright. By the time Su Zimo returned to the cave, Xianxia and the others were already awake. I told everyone else about our decision. We'll head out 10 days from now. Xianxia came forward and said, "All right." Su Zimo nodded. The cultivators grabbed some food casually and hurried to make good use of time to cultivate. It was the same for Su Zimo as well. The moment he entered the ancient battlefield yesterday, he felt his 4th meridian surfacing vaguely. Coupled with that massive battle, it would probably take a few more days at most for him to unlock his 4th spirit meridian completely. During this period of time, Si Yutong took a walk outside and upon returning, said with a serious tone, "This cave is really well hidden. Even after last night, there are no signs of birds or beasts nearby." Most people did not have any reaction when they heard that. However, some of them looked at Su Zimo thoughtfully. For the next few days, Su Zimo continued to head out at night and cultivated his mouth orifice. In the day, he would be in the cave, absorbing spirit chi to unlock his 4th spirit meridian. On the 7th day, a loud bang echoed from Su Zimo's body. Boom! Beneath his green robes, the 4th spirit meridian shone brightly and was crystal clear. Within it, spirit energy gushed, producing the sound of a tsunami wave. He was now a 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivator on the 7th day. On the 8th day, Su Xiaoning reached late-stage foundation establishment. On the 9th day, Lung Ro and Little Fatty unlocked their 4th spirit meridian as well. The few of them had the lowest cultivation realm. After entering the ancient battlefield, they benefited the most from the immensely rich spirit chi and were the first ones to break through. On the 10th day, someone else broke through. Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak unlocked his 6th spirit meridian. Starting from the 4th spirit meridian, it was increasingly difficult to unlock further meridians. In fact, many cultivators were stuck at 3-meridian foundation establishment for their entire lives without being able to advance. There were a few reasons why Ji Chengtian was the first among the 5-meridian foundation establishment cultivators to break through. In part, it was because he had accumulated enough resources and built up a strong foundation. Next, it was thanks to the secret skill of Ethereal Peak, Ethereal Foundation Establishment. Most importantly, he had a close brush with death in that battle 10 days ago. That triggered the potential of life from deep within his body. allowing him to have his current breakthrough. After 10 days, Su Zimo's group strength had increased. As such, everyone's confidence in the expedition towards the ancient ruins increased as well. Seeing that everyone was ready, Su Zimo waved and dispersed the array formation of the cave, declaring in a deep voice, "Let's go!" Su Zimo and the rest sped towards the ancient ruins marked on the map. During this period of time, they were attacked by birds, beasts, and ancient living beings as well. Thankfully, they managed to survive and reached the vicinity of the ancient ruins after 3 days. Many cultivators were gathered at the foot of a steep mountain. They were all dressed differently, and it was clear that they were from different sects and factions. The seal of this cave abode is getting weaker. We'll probably be able to remove the seal before night falls. That's right. It won't be in vain that we've waited here for so long. Some of the groups contained dozens of people, but there were also small groups of less than 3. A single glance revealed that there were hundreds of people, either whispering in hushed tones or conversing loudly. Apart from Su Zimo's group, there were also other cultivators gathering towards this place, and the crowd was increasing. Through the other cultivators, Su Zimo's group got to know that there was a concealment formation surrounding this ancient ruin previously. The cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield previously did not manage to discover this place, and that's why it was preserved. As time passed by, the concealment formation could no longer hold out and dissipated, revealing signs of the ruin. As such, the number of cultivators that discovered it increased. However, there was still a sort of seal surrounding the ruin that no one was able to dispel. Hence, they could only wait for it to dissipate on its own. By the looks of it, this should be a cave abode left behind by a golden core. I wonder what treasures are inside. Hopefully, there's a meridian unlocking elixir. Of course, it'll be even better if there are supreme-grade spirit weapons. Perhaps there's even a perfect spirit weapon. Yes, looking at the seal outside this cave abode, this golden core wasn't someone weak in the ancient era. There's a possibility that he may have left behind a perfect spirit weapon. There were different types of ruins in the ancient battlefield. Some of them were cave abodes left behind by ancient cultivators such as the one before them. There were also ruins of sects that would contain a myriad of secret skills and elixir recipes, some of which may have already been extinct. The first goal of all cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield was the meridian unlocking elixir. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, the meridian unlocking elixir was a treasure that had long been lost in Tianhuang mainland. Each time a meridian unlocking elixir showed itself, it would lead to a bloody battle. Su Zimo brought Xianxia and the others to the foot of the mountain, where they settled down at an empty space, waiting for the seal to dissipate. He gazed at the cave abode at the top of the mountain in deep thoughts. Little Fatty analyzed, "I don't think there's anything good in a cave abode left behind by a golden core. There's a higher chance of finding a meridian unlocking elixir in the ruins of a sect." "That's not for sure." Su Zimo shook his head. "Anyone who can dominate the ancient battlefield and leave behind an inheritance cave abode is far from simple. Furthermore, the fact that the seal of this cave abode did not dissipate for so long is proof that there must be great treasures within." As time passed by, the aura of the seal outside the cave abode weakened and the number of cultivators increased. Although everyone was fine now, the tension at the foot of the mountain was getting increasingly heavy. The reason why there was no conflict was because the treasures were not seen yet. It was almost certain that blood would be spilled the moment a rare treasure showed itself. Suddenly, a commotion broke out from the crowd as they dispersed while a group of cultivators with cold expressions wearing dark metal armor strode through. "It's the Great Yu dynasty. We have to be careful later." Xianxia looked at the dozens of cultivators nearby and whispered, "Their leader should be the prince of the Great Yu dynasty." Right as Xianxia said that, the Great Yu prince turned around, seemingly sensing something. When he saw Su Zimo and the rest, there was a flash of mockery in his eyes. "That's all the people you have left? Seems like the Great Zhou dynasty has suffered quite a heavy loss in just over 10 days. The Great Yu prince chuckled. "I'll give you guys a suggestion. Stay away from this mess and you might be able to return to Great Zhou alive. Otherwise, Fufu, don't worry about it. Ji Yaoshua's tone was calm. The great Yu Prince's eyes lit up when he caught sight of Ji Yaoshua's appearance. A strange glint flashed in his eyes as he laughed evilly. "How may I address you, beauty?" Right after, he looked around and caught sight of Leng Ro and Su Xiaoning, causing the evil glint in his eyes to intensify. "Not bad, not bad." The great Yu Prince laughed as he rubbed his hands together. "You guys come in all shapes and sizes and each has your own merits. I like it, Fufu." "Insolent." Junhao bolted upright and shouted with a sullen expression. "This is the princess of Great Zhou. How dare you speak such filthy words?" Su Zimo frowned. Although Junhao seemed like he was chiding the Great Yu dynasty, he was exposing Ji Yaoshua's identity at the same time. It was hard to tell if his action was justified. No wonder. The Great Yu Prince burst into laughter and stared at Ji Yaoshua's flawless face with darkened eyes. His gaze seemed illusory as he said, "That's an aura that only a princess can possess." For some reason, Ji Yaoshua felt her head spin when she met with the Great Yu Prince's gaze. She felt drowsy and was losing her consciousness. All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of Ji Yaoshua, blocking her from the Great Yu Prince's gaze. Ji Yaoshua shrugged her head and took a deep breath, regaining clarity in her eyes. There was a hint of regret in the depths of the Great Yu Prince's eyes. Su Zimo said indifferently, "Just a word of advice. Don't seek trouble for yourself." The Great Yu Prince frowned as he looked at the scholarly green-robed cultivator standing between the both of them. Narrowing his gaze, he commanded coldly, "Get lost." Focusing his gaze, the aura around Su Zimo changed all of a sudden. It was as if a strong stench of blood was being exuded from Su Zimo, causing one's heart to palpitate. To the Great Yu Prince, the frail scholar in his eyes had suddenly turned into a mighty fiend celestial that had emerged from hell, trampling over mountains of corpses and bloodied oceans with a repressive aura. His heart almost popped out of his throat from the shock of meeting Su Zimo's gaze. Clang! Clang! The guards beside the Great Yu Prince stood forward instinctively, unsheathing the sharp blades around their waist as they glared at Su Zimo nervously and cautiously. Suddenly, the mountain that they were standing on quaked and an ancient aura dissipated, revealing a cave abode on the middle of the mountain. The eyes of many cultivators lit up. The seal had dissipated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many cultivators summoned their flying swords and soared into the skies. There were more than 1,000 of them as they sped towards the cave abode in a dense pack. Those who entered the cave abode first naturally had the advantage to obtain the treasures before the others. Su Zimo retracted his gaze and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He turned to Ji Yaoshua and everyone else, waving his hand. "Let's go." The Great Yu Prince looked hateful as he ordered coldly, "Let's fight for the treasure first. We'll deal with this person later." Bang! The cultivators who arrived at the cave abode first struck and shattered the entrance. Amidst the rolling dust, everyone rushed inside. Inside the cave abode, an ancient aura gushed out, and the only things that could be seen were 5 dark tunnels leading deep into the unknown. The cultivators who entered the cave abode paused, looking hesitant. All 5 tunnels looked identical and nobody knew which one would lead to a meridian unlocking elixir or other treasures at the end. They could only try their luck. However, if they chose the wrong tunnel, there was a high chance they would return with nothing. They only had one chance. Many cultivators hesitated for a moment before choosing a tunnel to rush inside. The Great Yu cultivators entered, marching neatly and disciplined. A single look could tell that they were iron-blooded warriors. Split into 5 teams and enter the different tunnels. Return here immediately if you find nothing. The Great Yu Prince's voice rang. Understood. The Great Yu cultivators replied in unison. Ji Yaoshua and the others instinctively looked at Su Zimo. Unknowingly, he was long regarded as the commander of the expedition by everyone. The safest way would naturally be to split up like the Great Yu dynasty. That way, the chances of them finding treasures would increase as well. However, there were only 11 of them. Once they separated, their strength would be divided and they could be easily killed given the chaotic situation. A look of determination flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, We'll split up. I'll take the second tunnel from the left alone, while the 10 of you choose another tunnel. Even if he was alone, Su Zimo was confident that he could escape unscathed. Among the 10 people of Ji Yaoshua's group, most of them were at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and Ji Qingtian was at 6. Furthermore, Night Spirit would be with them and they would be able to defend themselves if they met with danger. Su Xiaoning closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings before saying suddenly, "Let's take the 4th tunnel from the right." Along the journey, Su Xiaoning rarely spoke nor gave suggestions. Her sudden decision surprised everyone. Ji Yaoshua pondered for a while before nodding. "We'll listen to Xiaoning. She's the only elixir refinement master among us." She paused for a moment before turning to Su Zimo with a worried expression. "Be careful too, Zimo. Don't worry. I'll look for you guys as soon as possible." After saying that, he patted Night Spirit on the head and sped towards the 2nd tunnel in a flash. Ji Yaoshua and the others followed suit and rushed towards the 4th tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the hall of the cave abode was empty, leaving only a mess. Even though the cave abode had 5 tunnels, there were even more cultivators who had entered and each tunnel had more than 200 cultivators in them. Condensing his ethereal wings, Su Zimo sped forward and overtook a group of cultivators before long. Bang! Boom! Bang! There was a loud crash ahead. Su Zimo looked over and saw that there was a stone chamber at the end of the tunnel. The cultivators who had arrived first were already working together to break the door. However, the stone door was extremely thick and shone with a metallic luster. Even after countless years, it did not corrode and was still indestructible. Against the impact of many spirit arts and weapons, the stone door shook endlessly and dust fell. However, it refused to go down. Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a tsunami wave mixed with rolling thunder could be heard above the heads of the cultivators, echoing in a terrifying manner. Right after, a figure flew past their head and crashed against the stone door heavily. Bang! There was a deafening noise. Under countless frightful gazes, that thick stone door was shattered by that figure and crumbled on the spot into a pile of rubble. Pest! The cultivators gasped. Was that even a human? After smashing the stone door, Su Zimo entered the chamber without hesitation. It was a spirit weapon chamber. The stone chamber was extremely spacious and there was a crack as thick as an arm on the ceiling. It crossed the entire room and one could see the skies outside that was gradually darkening. There were many spirit weapons in the stone chamber. Most of them were flying swords, but there were also armors, shields, and other defensive spirit weapons. They were mostly scattered on aged stone racks. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. When the cultivators rushed in and caught sight of the spirit weapons, their eyes reddened slightly with greed. Snatch! Without any hesitation, the cultivators started fighting for the spirit weapons on the stone racks. 3 superior grade spirit weapons. Ha ha ha! This is a supreme grade flying sword. The heavens are on my side. Su Zimo was calm and unhurried. His eyes were clear and shone with a glint as he swept his gaze across the spirit weapons on the stone rack. To be fair, he did not have much of an interest towards spirit weapons. That was unless they were perfect grade or the legendary Khanate spirit weapons. However, the chances of him coming across a Khanate spirit weapon in a cave abode at the borders of the ancient battlefield was extremely slim. Su Zimo was merely looking around to see if there were any perfect spirit weapons. All of a sudden, his gaze landed on a gigantic dark bow. The bow was placed in a corner and looked extremely ordinary and inconspicuous. However, it was almost night outside and the moon was hanging high in the sky. The cool and gentle moonlight shone through the crack on the ceiling and spilled onto the gigantic dark bow. A ray of moonlight slid down the curve of the bow, revealing that there was no dust on it at all. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Swash! With a swift motion, he sprinted towards the corner. Lifting the gigantic bow in the blink of an eye, he injected spirit energy into it. Bam! The bow quivered and let out a trembling sound that rattled one's heart. 5 beams of spirit light shone on the gigantic bow. 5 spirit patterns. It was a perfect spirit weapon. Su Zimo was elated. There were 3 small words etched inside the bow. Moon concealment bow. Right after, Su Zimo's heart stirred as he exclaimed softly. Behind the 3 words was a faint spirit pattern that emitted a soft glow. It was barely discernible against the 5 spirit patterns. This is a connate spirit pattern. Su Zimo was shocked. He finally understood the crack on the ceiling of the stone chamber existed. The direction of the crack was aligned to the moon's trajectory. Every night, moonlight would spill onto this gigantic bow, nourishing it. In the ancient battlefield where the spirit chi was so rich, there could only be a single reason why the owner of the cave abode did this. He was trying to make use of the moon essence and the ancient spirit chi to create a connate spirit weapon. However, it was a pity that the connate spirit pattern was not fully formed and could only be considered as half-nourished. The moon concealment bow could only be considered as a quasi-connate spirit weapon. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sense of danger as he sensed scorching gazes piercing his back. The stone chamber seemed to have gone quiet all of a sudden. The 5 spirit lights emanating from the moon concealment bow were completely exposed to the other cultivators, attracting everyone's attention. Perfect spirit weapon. A treasure that even golden cores would bleed for. No one spoke and everyone's breathing became heavier. Kill! Finally, some of the cultivators could not hold back anymore and struck, conjuring hand seals and pointing towards Su Zimo. Swoosh! A fiery fireball flew over. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords clanging rang as countless spirit lights flashed. In the blink of an eye, the stone chamber was filled with sword chi that were all directed towards a single person, Su Zimo. The cultivators who struck came from different factions and sections. However, all of them had a tacit understanding at that moment. To them, even a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would die without a doubt against such furious attacks. The fiery fireball shot by and the air crackled from the heat. Bang! Suddenly, Su Zimo extended his palm and trails of lightning wrapped around his arm as he grabbed the incoming fireball. His palm was unharmed. Spirit arts of that level could not threaten Su Zimo at all. Perhaps, he might have been more concerned if they were cast by a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. When the cultivators saw that, their pupils constricted. Right after, everyone's vision blurred. Su Zimo had already vanished from where he was. Bang! 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 A bloody path appeared within the crowd as people were knocked away by a tremendous force, turning into blood mists. Some of them smashed against the stone walls, bleeding from head to toe with broken bones. Some of them were ruptured before they could even react and died on the spot. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already charged into the crowd. Within a stone chamber as such, Su Zimo's melee combat strength was thoroughly maximized. A great Yu cultivator on the left slashed over. Su Zimo sidestepped and threw out a punch, striking his enemy right in the chest. Snap! The person's chest sank in and a bone-crushing sound could be heard. Flying from the spot, the person's eyes dimmed and he died on the spot. Suddenly, Su Zimo retreated furiously. Focusing his strength on his back, he leaned backwards with an explosive force. A cultivator behind him was sent flying and exploded into a blood mist in midair. Su Zimo's footsteps changed continuously and he took another sidestep. Ramming his knees straight, he zigzagged forward and trampled a cultivator into 2. Mountain Reliance, Sanguine Ape Fist Seal, and Divine Steed Dismemberment were all killing moves of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Anyone who was struck was bound to die. All of those moves were cultivated in life and death situations, nourished through the baptism of blood, and each of them exemplified the maximum prowess of their respective demon kings. Su Zimo tossed and turned in the crowd, and with every step he took, chaos ensued. He barged left and right with a torrential aura, and no one was a match for him at all. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's mind flashed with a warning within that extremely chaotic battlefield. A barely perceptible sound pierced towards the back of his head. Su Zimo would not have heard it if he had not cleared his ear orifices. Without thinking twice, he released ethereal wings and soared into the air while curling into a ball. Swoosh! 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 A streak of blue light shot past Su Zimo's feet, giving off a pungent stench. It was a chain of needles as thick as a cow's hair. Oh, it's poisoned. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. If it was any ordinary poison, Su Zimo would have nothing to fear. His spirit perception did not warn him at all, even when he was tainted with the blood of the blood centipede king. However, his spirit perception gave off a warning against this chain of bright blue poison needles. The poison was either so strong that even his bloodline could not endure it, or it had to be very famous. Before Su Zimo could finish that thought, the poison needles landed in the crowd and struck a few cultivators who did not manage to dodge in time. Their expressions changed and their foreheads turned black instantly. Before they could take a few steps, they turned black from head to toe and collapsed to the ground, dying from the poison. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. What a strong poison! Su Zimo swept his gaze across the crowd and could not help but frown when he could not find the perpetrator. Mystify! Suddenly, he extended his arm and a ball of lightning condensed in his palm. The ball exploded in front of everyone in a blinding manner. Thunder rumbled and echoed back and forth within that stone chamber, turning increasingly clear and deafening. The thunder art of the Void Thunder Manual could make use of the explosiveness of thunder to blind the 5 senses of a cultivator. Worried about the safety of Xianxia and the others, Su Zimo had no intention of getting held back by the cultivators in the stone chamber. Furthermore, there was even a cultivator that was like a viper hidden in the midst. With the help of Mystify, he charged out of the stone chamber in a flash and sped out the tunnel he came from. Chase! He has a perfect spirit weapon. We can't let him run just like that. Many cultivators adapted through Mystify and shouted together, riding on the flying swords as they chased through the tunnel. In the crowd, a skinny man that looked extremely ordinary glared at Su Zimo's back view. A cold light flashed through his eyes and he followed the others in the pursuit. Within the tunnel, flying swords and spirit arts were shot out continuously. Su Zimo was extremely annoyed. Suddenly, he recalled the quasi-connate spirit weapon he had just obtained and retrieved the moon concealment bow from his storage bag. Arrow, load and strung bow like a full moon. The entire action was done in one go and the 5 spirit patterns on the moon concealment bow shone with a cold and gentle gleam, resembling a full moon. Shoo! 3 arrows shot out in succession, but there was only a single sound streaking through the void. The cultivator at the front of the chase was a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. When he saw Su Zimo load the arrow, he was already prepared and crushed a protection talisman instantly. Poof! There was a crisp sound. The moment the protection talisman was formed, it was pierced by an arrow. That person's head was pierced as well and exploded on the spot. A cultivator behind the person was totally unprepared and was struck by the arrow, which still had momentum, falling from midair. Confident of his heavy armor, a great U cultivator did not reduce his speed while injecting spirit energy furiously, causing his armor to shine with 3 spirit lights. It was a superior-grade defensive spirit weapon. Poof! An arrow tore through the air and pierced the person's armor instantly. The person's heart-protecting mirror shattered, and a bloodied hole appeared in his chest where blood spurted out. Taking a few more steps forward, that person landed heavily on the ground with widened eyes, unable to die in peace. Su Zimo was secretly shocked at the sight. The might of the moon concealment bow was astonishing, and it could even destroy the defense of a superior-grade spirit weapon with ease. Its killing potential was even greater than Blood Quencher. There was no wonder why it was a quasi-connate spirit weapon. With 3 arrows, 5 cultivators, including a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, were already killed. The cultivators who were hot on Su Zimo's tail slowed down immediately as no one wanted to run in front. If the green-robed cultivator ahead were to turn back and fire a couple more arrows in this narrow tunnel, they were bound to die as they were all squeezed with nowhere to hide. With that delay, Su Zimo had already run further and further. Returning to the hall of the cave abode, Su Zimo looked around, but he did not find Xianxia and the others. Instead, he saw quite a number of cultivators coming forth from the other tunnels, heading into the 4th tunnel from the left. That was the tunnel that Xianxia and the others had chosen. I heard it's an elixir chamber at this side, and there's a meridian unlocking elixir. Hurry! We'll miss it if we're too late. When he heard those comments, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of that tunnel, chilling as though it was a god of war from hell. Night Spirit! Su Zimo narrowed his gaze. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the fourth tunnel in a flash. Cultivators rushed into the fourth tunnel continuously, all of their eyes red with excitement. The meridian unlocking elixir was only effective when consumed for the first time. Even in the ancient era, it was an extremely rare item that was difficult to refine and was offered by supersects to their legacy disciples as rewards. They found meridian unlocking elixirs in there? I heard that there's 3. That's too little. There's nothing we can do about it. Unless it's the ruins of a great sect. There's no way there would be so many meridian unlocking elixirs. It's already extremely lucky to find 3 meridian unlocking elixirs in this cave abode, left behind by a golden core. There were hundreds of cultivators gathered outside the elixir chamber, and their numbers were rising. Xianxia, the great Zhou dynasty won't be able to hold onto the 3 meridian unlocking elixirs. I advise all of you to know what's good for you. The great Yu Prince's voice sounded. That's right. Hand the meridian unlocking elixirs over. Some cultivators shouted. In the depths of the elixir chamber, Xianxia and the others were huddled in a defensive formation. They looked grim and there were corpses around them. Buzz! The wings behind Xianxia flapped and his supreme-grade flying sword circled around him, shining with 4 bedazzling spirit lights as it hummed. He surveyed the surroundings and said in a deep voice, "You'll have to ask my sword if you want the elixirs." Even though he said that, Xianxia was nervous internally and his palms were sweating. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. The 3 meridian unlocking elixirs instantly turned Xianxia and everyone else into public enemies. If not for Xianxia and Night Spirit's consecutive attacks that cleanly killed off some of the cultivators that attacked them, they might have already been drowned in the chaos. Fufu, the great Yu Prince chuckled. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to act tough. There's hundreds of us here. You guys will die soon enough with just a single sword strike from each of us. But none of you will be able to escape unscathed as well. Even though Xianxia was a woman, there was a sharp and murderous look on her face, showing her resolve. There was no way anyone would hand over the meridian unlocking elixirs that they have obtained. The reason why the other cultivators had not attacked was because they were wary of Xianxia, who was in midair, and Night Spirit on the ground. However, as time passed by, the cultivators gathered outside increased and the patience of the cultivators here was running out. All of them looked menacing and conjured hand seals while summoning their flying swords. They could strike at any moment. The great Yu Prince swept his gaze past Xianxia, Lung Ro, and Su Xiaoning before laughing coldly. 3 beauties, I really can't bear to trample on you guys as such. You had better know your place or I won't be able to protect you as well once the fight breaks out. Fufu. This is a feud between the Great Zhou and Great Yu dynasties. Some cultivators. I'm advising you not to be used as a weapon. Xianxia ignored the Great Yu Prince and looked at the other cultivators, trying to make some of them back off. The Great Yu Prince snorted coldly with a vicious glint in his eyes before declaring loudly, "Everyone, blood must be spilled if you want the elixirs. Meridian unlocking elixirs are getting rarer these days. Right now, there's 3 of them here. May they end up in the hands of the strongest ones." With that said, he waved his arm and shouted coldly, "Kill!" Boom! That command lit up the flames of war as a roar erupted from the crowd. Hundreds of cultivators conjured hand seals and pointed their fingers towards Xianxia and the rest. The spirit arts rained down like a torrential rain, sweeping over in an encompassing blanket of light. The spirit chi within the elixir chamber surged instantly, almost turning corporeal. Swoosh! 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 Sword chi tore through the air and came one after another. Hundreds and thousands of sword lights flashed, beaming forth with an endless brightness as the temperature within the elixir chamber dipped all of a sudden. These were absolutely devastating attacks. At that moment, even Xianxia, who was at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, looked somewhat pale. The situation before him was much more treacherous than when they were surrounded by the Great Xia and Great Shang dynasties 10 days ago. Xianxia and the others hurried and crushed their protection talismans. Lung Ro poured out all the defensive talismans from her storage bag and cast them out at one go. Dozens of talismans formed layers of barriers around them. This was the strength of a talisman master. While they were not considered strong in head-on combats, if they had sufficient talismans, they could kill foes of even higher cultivation realms by overwhelming them with offensive and defensive talismans. Bang! 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 The spirit arts slammed against the talisman barriers and let out a huge boom. With hundreds of cultivators attacking at the same time, the amount of burst power was too much and Lung Ro's talisman barriers disintegrated one after another. Dozens of great cultivators clad in heavy armor rushed towards Xianxia's group, wielding steel sabers. In the crowd, some body-tempered cultivators were rapidly approaching as well. All of a sudden, a shadow darted by, dashing towards the incoming great cultivators like a ghost in the night. It was Night Spirit. 10 sharp claws extended silently, shimmering with a cold glint as they reached out for the throats of 2 cultivators. With a thud, their throats were mangled and filled with blood. They fell dead on the spot. Night Spirit's whip-like tail waved around the crowd, ripping apart the bodies of a few cultivators, and the sharp spike on its tip only stopped after it penetrated the heads of 2 cultivators. Roar! Lowering its head, Night Spirit opened its bloodied mouth and let out a deafening roar. It revealed its ferocious fangs and looked like it was ready to pounce. The entire elixir chamber shook as dust drifted down. Ah! 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 Many cultivators cried out in pain as they stopped to cover their ears subconsciously. Some of the cultivators laid out protection talisman barriers beforehand, but everything shattered from the sound. A row of cultivators standing closest to Night Spirit had their eyes bulge out with veins as fresh blood seeped from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They were bleeding from all orifices. The light in the eyes of those cultivators dimmed as they collapsed limply on the floor. They were shocked to death by Night Spirit's voice. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw this. Right after, Night Spirit returned to Su Xiaoning's side and surveyed its surroundings coldly, guarding her carefully. Buzz! An imperceptible ripple appeared in the void, as though it was the surface of a shimmering lake, and pierced into the crowd. Ethereal sword, void level. Poof! The cultivator's head was pierced and he died on the spot. Xianxia, Little Fatty, and the others struck as well. In the blink of an eye, the Great Yu dynasty lost dozens of cultivators, and a look of hatred flashed through the prince's eyes. However, he gathered his spirits and yelled, "Everyone, hold steady. There's only 10 of them. There's no need for us to fear that demon beast if we work together." In that exchange of blows, Lung Ro's dozens of talisman barriers were already disintegrated. Although Xianxia and the rest were fine and they managed to get some counterkills with the help of Night Spirit, the number of opposing cultivators was increasing. As long as their enemies worked together, they were bound to be severely injured or dead. Against such intense attacks, even Night Spirit might not be able to protect Su Xiaoning completely. "Kill them!" The Great Yu Prince raised his hand and hollered. "Let's see who dares to move." Suddenly, a frosty voice sounded from behind the crowd. Immediately after, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air at an extremely fast speed arrived as a chilling aura that rattled one's heart accompanied it. In a chaotic battlefield with hundreds of cultivators, no one would stop just because someone asked them to. Within the crowd, there were still some cultivators who summoned their flying swords and conjured hand seals. Swoosh! 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 A loud sound tore through the void at an extremely fast speed and a few cold lights flashed. The arrows arrived before the person did. Poof! 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 With a few crisp sounds, blood flashed. The few cultivators had just conjured their spirit arts and summoned their flying swords. However, their heads were pierced and they died on the spot before they could even make their moves. "Who's there?" The crowd exploded and a series of shouts rang out. Swoosh! A green shadow darted over as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he crossed everyone's head and charged into the elixir chamber, descending slowly in front of Xianxia and the rest. You again! The great Yu prince's face darkened when he caught sight of Su Zimo. However, he gloated internally the next moment. In this situation, anyone who came would die. The great Yu prince refused to believe that this frail-looking green-robed cultivator could salvage this situation. They had hundreds and thousands of Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator might not be able to escape unscathed. Su Zimo swept his gaze and was only relieved when he saw that Xianxia and the rest were not injured. Zimo, watch out! There are at least a dozen or so 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators on the other side. Xianxia whispered to remind him. Right then, the cultivators pursuing from the spirit weapon chamber had caught up as well, glaring at Su Zimo with caution and indignance. Among them, a great Yu cultivator pointed at Su Zimo while panting. Your Highness, that person took away a perfect spirit weapon from the spirit weapon chamber. It's that bow in his hands. Perfect spirit weapon. Upon hearing those words, the eyes of many cultivators lit up and countless gazes locked onto the long bow in Su Zimo's hands greedily. Good, good. 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs and a perfect spirit weapon. The great Yu prince clapped and smiled. His smile turned increasingly sinister and his voice was chillingly cold. Let's see how many lives the great Zhou dynasty has to spare. What a coincidence. Su Zimo smiled indifferently. I would like to see how many lives you guys can take as well. Right after he said that, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a cold glint. Unknowingly, a long arrow had appeared in his palm and was loaded on the bowstring. The moon concealment bow shone brightly. Swoosh! Tearing through the air, the long arrow stabbed towards the great Yu prince's head with an instant cold light. Not good. Be careful, Your Highness. No one had expected that Su Zimo would take the initiative so fearlessly in the face of hundreds of menacing Foundation establishment cultivators. How daring did he have to be? What was even more frightening was that the arrow was too fast and powerful that it could not be dodged at all. Blood drained from the great Yu prince's face. A great Yu guard leaped in front of the great Yu prince, whipping out a gigantic steel shield that landed on the ground with a boom. Clang! A circular hole appeared on the surface of the steel. The arrow pierced the shield and the person's head, slamming heavily into the great Yu prince's chest before stopping and falling to the ground. Snap! A series of cracks rippled through the heart-protecting mirror at the great Yu prince's chest as well. Swoosh! Before the great Yu prince could react, another chilling sound shot out, as though the air was being torn apart. A second arrow. Clang! 2 great Yu guards were the first to react as they pulled out their sabers and defended against the arrow. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew. The 2 great Yu guards shuddered and their palms cracked. Yelling in pain, their sabers flew from their hands. Swoosh! The arrow pierced the great Yu prince's chest once more. Even though most of its power was reduced because of the 2 guards, the heart-protecting mirror at his chest was still shattered. Swoosh! Once again, the sound of an arrow tearing through air reverberated without giving the great Yu prince a chance to breathe. While the 2 consecutive arrows did not manage to injure the great Yu prince, he was already scared out of his wits. At that moment, the great Yu prince had just summoned his flying sword and was about to soar into the air to escape. Suddenly, a cold light appeared before his eyes, growing larger by the moment. The great Yu prince sensed a hint of death. Right in front of everyone, he had just leaped up when the cold light pierced through his chest. It came out from his back and was embedded heavily on the stone wall nearby. Droplets of blood dripped from the quivering tip of the arrow. The eyes of the great Yu prince dimmed and he was already dead by the time he fell to the ground. That arrow had not only pierced the great Yu prince's body, its powerful impact had even ruptured his organs and stole away every single bit of life in him. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was dead within 3 arrows. Bastard, how dare you! Another great Yu cultivator spun around with reddened eyes, wanting to charge forward with all his might. However, Su Zimo said nothing and had already loaded another arrow. With a swoosh, the man fell to the ground as the arrow pierced his body as well as 2 great Yu cultivators behind him. Another 3 men were dead. You, another great you cultivator had just spoken. Raising his head, Su Zimo fired another arrow. That person was prepared and crushed a protection talisman instantly. Poof! The barrier formed by the protection talisman dispersed and the person fell to the ground with a hole on his face. He was dead on the spot. In the blink of an eye, almost all the great you cultivators were killed by a few arrows from Su Zimo. Standing at the front, Su Zimo wielded the moon concealment bow with his left hand and scanned his surroundings. His gaze burned furiously as he commented indifferently, "I'll take the life of anyone who moves." Pest! All the cultivators gasped and their gazes flickered as their impression of Su Zimo changed slowly. Everyone thought that the green-robed cultivator seemed extremely frail and weak. However, he was merely standing among the crowd with a gigantic bow right now, and yet hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators did not dare to move recklessly at all. "I'll take the life of anyone who moves." His tone was calm, but it was unquestionable. The cultivators understood that if they attacked at the same time, the green-robed cultivator wouldn't be able to kill everyone no matter how accurate his arrows were and how strong he was. That man would definitely die. However, everyone also realized that the green-robed cultivator possessed the strength to kill each and every one of them. Even 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators might not be able to escape unscathed. No one dared to make the first move. Hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators were shocked, and none of them dared move against a single man and his bow. Right then, a cultivator yelled, "That person has another perfect spirit weapon in his possession. It's a blood-colored saber." "That's right. We saw it with our own eyes." Someone else replied, "2 perfect spirit weapons." The crowd was in an uproar. Su Zimo turned his gaze to those who spoke and understood instantly. They were cultivators of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties. 10 days ago, the 2 dynasties were defeated. These were the cultivators who had managed to escape, and they were here as well, separated and hidden among the crowd. "Fellow Taoists, there's a few hundred of us here. How strong can that bow in his hands be?" "That's right. We don't have to be frightened by him. I heard that he's the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Show, and there are many supreme-grade spirit weapons in his storage bag. If we kill him, everything will belong to us." Upon hearing those words, the cultivators who were initially hesitant and wanted to retreat were once again filled with murderous intent. The crowd turned restless. 2 perfect spirit weapons, 3 Meridian unlocking elixirs, and many more supreme-grade spirit weapons were more than enough for the cultivators to lose their minds. If we take action, there will definitely be cultivators who will perish under his bow. As long as it's not me, I'll have a chance to obtain the perfect spirit weapon and the Meridian unlocking elixirs. That bow can load up to 10 arrows at most, while we have hundreds and thousands of cultivators. How many can he kill? The cultivators were all tempted and harbored designs. A skinny cultivator was hidden in the darkness, glaring at Su Zimo with a venomous gaze. A blue glint shimmered between his fingers. A murderous intent started spreading through the stone chamber. "Kill!" In the crowd, someone shouted and ignited the flames of war. Su Zimo shot out an arrow in the direction of the voice without even taking a look, killing a Great Xia cultivator that was hidden in the crowd instantly. Many flying swords tore through the void with sharp intents, and spirit chi surged within the stone chamber as spirit arts burst forth. Su Zimo did not retreat nor dodge. His eyes lit up as he slapped his storage bag, and 18 flying swords appeared instantly. The swords quivered and shone with spirit lights before speeding off, leaving sword scars in the void as a formation light was triggered. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. It was the candlelight sword formation. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang as many superior-grade flying swords collided against the candlelight sword formation and were repelled. They stabbed into the stone chamber's walls and quivered endlessly. That person's a sword formation master. 18 supreme-grade flying swords. There must be even more treasures in his storage bag. What a strong sword formation! The cultivators yelled non-stop. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward and a gigantic sword-shaped, blazing sun crushed towards the crowd. The swords glowed coldly and shadows flew all over the place, accompanied by a striking blood mist. The massacre had begun. When he was at 3 Foundation establishment, Su Zimo's candlelight sword formation could already kill 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Now that he had unlocked his 4th spirit meridian, his spirit energy was even richer, and the might of the candlelight sword formation was even stronger. Although the cultivators before him were the geniuses from various sects and factions within Tianhuang mainland, none of them could withstand the might of candlelight. Ah! 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 Tragic cries sounded from the crowd. Clang! At the same time, Su Zimo put away his moon concealment bow and retrieved a gigantic blood-colored saber from his storage back, slashing in reverse. Clang! 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 The incoming flying swords were shattered by Blood Quencher on the spot, scattering to the ground. Supreme-grade spirit weapons were the only items able to defend against Blood Quencher's sharpness right now. Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and his body let out the terrifying sound of tsunami, gushing mixed with thunder rumbling and the sinister sound of tigers and leopards. Gripping Blood Quencher with one hand, he pointed to the group of cultivators and yelled, "This is the perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher. Let's see who can take it alive." Many cultivators were completely stunned by Su Zimo's methods and fell silent. Attack! At the same time, Xianxia commanded. Everyone from Ethereal Peak attacked in succession, assisting Su Zimo. Boom! Su Zimo entered the stance of Plow Heaven Stride and took a step forward. Stamping on the ground with one foot, an echo shook the entire elixir chamber as though it could collapse at any moment. Many cultivators lost their footing and almost fell to the ground. Bursting into laughter, Su Zimo had already charged into the crowd wielding Blood Quencher with immense momentum. The blade swung and cleaved left and right. No one could survive a single exchange against Su Zimo. Blood Quencher was mighty to begin with. Even body-tempered cultivators such as Little Fatty and Shi Jian would not be able to lift Blood Quencher given its weight. Coupled with Su Zimo's strong physique and terrifying bloodline, Blood Quencher was practically a weapon of mass destruction with frightening killing potential when it was swung in the crowd. "Let's see where you guys can run to." Su Zimo barged into the crowd and focused his attention on the cultivators of Great Shang and Great Xia. No matter who was in front of him, they would be sent flying with a single strike. Anyone touched by Blood Quencher would be severely injured, if not dead. The survivors of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties were initially well hidden within the crowd. However, Su Zimo located them in the blink of an eye and killed them on the spot. Many cultivators were utterly defeated as broken limbs flew everywhere on the battlefield while fresh blood gushed out. The stone chamber was almost entirely dyed red. Even 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were helpless against Su Zimo. This was a one-sided defeat. At that moment, many cultivators were gradually realizing that only a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator or the successor of one of Tianhuang mainland's strongest factions could take on someone like Su Zimo. Everyone pushed, shoved, and shouted as they scurried towards the tunnel they came from. However, the entrance of the stone chamber was only so big and there was a limit to the number of cultivators the tunnel could hold. As such, the thousands of cultivators squeezed together in a chaotic manner. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. It's him again. He narrowed his gaze and instantly, a murderous intent rose in his heart. In a flash, Su Zimo lowered his body and was almost stuck to the ground. He slithered into the crowd like a snake and disappeared. A blue light shot by the spot where Su Zimo disappeared from, flitting into the crowd. After 2 breaths, the faces of more than 10 cultivators in the crowd turned black as they fell to the ground silently, dead. In such a chaotic battlefield, it was no big deal for those few cultivators to die. Before long, their figures were drowned by more cultivators rushing from the back and no one paid attention to them. In a corner, a skinny man hid amongst the crowd. While he looked like he was escaping, His gaze was actually fixed in the crowd, seemingly looking for something. Is he already dead? The skinny man mumbled softly with a confused expression. The crowd had blocked his line of view for a brief moment earlier on, and he seemed to have caught sight of the green-robed cultivator falling after he attacked. Logically, that man should have been dead after being struck by his soul-seeking needle. However, the skinny man searched continuously but could not find any traces of the green-robed cultivator's corpse. Could his body have been shifted because of the crowd? Frowning tightly, the skinny man felt that there was something amiss. Not far away, a green-robed figure was sprawled on the ground within the chaotic crowd, slithering and approaching at an extremely fast speed using all four limbs. As the skinny man frowned in his thoughts, his vision blurred and a green figure stood up from the ground right in front of him, blocking his line of sight. "Are you looking for me?" An ice-cold voice rang beside the skinny man's ears, carrying a chilling, killing intent that caused his heart to sink. A look of panic flickered through the skinny man's eyes. However, he returned to normal in an instant and spirit energy surged furiously within him as he raised his palm, revealing 6 spirit meridians that shone beneath his robes. A blood-red powder was thrown out, spreading instantly with a refreshing fragrance. Su Zimo felt his head spin and his heart skipped a beat. He activated his bloodline, which churned rapidly inside him, and the spinning sensation disappeared immediately. At the same time, a warning flashed in his mind. Squatting down, he curled into a ball right away. The moment Su Zimo squatted down, a cold light flashed above his head. He saw everything clearly. It was a long, pitch-black steel needle that was hidden within the blood-red powder and was completely undetectable. In reality, the blood-red powder was extremely toxic by itself, and most cultivators would not have been able to survive it. No matter how strong and terrifying their physiques and bloodlines were, their heads would spin and they would lose their consciousness soon after breathing it in. During that period of time, the steel needle that was hidden in the powder would be more than enough to pierce the head of the other party. That was the skinny man's killing move. In fact, he had already predicted that the blood-red powder would not have been able to hurt Su Zimo. However, he did not expect Su Zimo to snap out of it so quickly and squat down the moment he was sober to evade the killing move. That single exchange of blows was already filled with peril within. Right after squatting down, Su Zimo moved in and killing intent shone in his eyes. He was in a pseudo-knelt stance with his arms propped up, as though he was making a fruit offering. The moment he evaded the skinny man's killing move, Su Zimo executed a killing move of his own. The skinny man's expression was unchanged as he leaped backwards while sending his heel forth to kick against Su Zimo's hands. Su Zimo frowned internally. Usually, he would definitely be fearless if his opponent chose to meet him head-on. Given his physique, he had absolute confidence of smashing the skinny man's feet with a single punch. However, for some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt uneasy the moment the skinny man kicked out. Swoosh! Ethereal wings spread out behind Su Zimo and he soared into the air before the move was completely unleashed. All of a sudden, a faint green blade poked out from the man's heel, emitting a pungent smell with poison tainting its tip. While Su Zimo could have destroyed the skinny man's soul with a single punch earlier on, he would have to be damaged by the poison blade in return. Su Zimo realized that the man was filled with poison from head to toe and must not be touched. Clang! Hovering in midair, Su Zimo retrieved Blood Quencher from his storage bag. Descending from the skies like a god, he hollered with a torrential killing intent, "Die!" Swash! Blood Quencher slashed through the air and its massive blood beam seemed to cut the entire elixir chamber in half. The skinny man was shocked as his vision was shrouded by the blood beam and he could barely see anything else. Slapping on his storage bag, the skinny man hurriedly retrieved a steel shield and injected spirit energy into it, causing it to expand above his head. Boom! The moment the shield was summoned, the blood beam arrived and collided against its surface heavily with a resounding bang. The shield shattered. With a thud, a shield shard stabbed into the skinny man's abdomen, almost penetrating through as blood gushed out. The skinny man staggered a few steps backwards before falling to the ground, his face pale as he watched Su Zimo who was approaching. A bitter look flashed through his eyes as he laughed sinisterly. You can't kill me. I'm from the Poison Sect. Poison Sect. Su Zimo arrived in front of the skinny man and looked down with a cold expression. Sensing no reaction from Su Zimo, the skinny man laughed in a mocking manner. From your reaction, I suppose you haven't heard of the Poison Sect? Su Zimo replied indifferently. You're right, I haven't indeed. However, I'd like to. Heh! Laughing sinisterly, the skinny man said, the Poison Sect is one of the 5 heretical doctrines. You won't be able to deal with the consequences of offending us. Let me remind you that I'm merely the weakest disciple of the Poison Sect. Otherwise, there's no reason why I would be roaming around the borders of the ancient battlefield. Demoness Ji had once told Su Zimo that there were 9 top factions in Tianhuang mainland and Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were merely a part of them. Among the 9 factions there were the unorthodox groups, the 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries. Right after them were the 5 heretical doctrines. In other words, the Poison Clan was one of the top sects in Tianhuang mainland. Typically, legacy disciples of these 9 great factions would not be found at the borders of the ancient battlefield. However, what the skinny man had said should be true. Even though his cultivation realm was not high, his methods were sinister and he was filled with poison. Su Zimo could die on the spot if he was careless given his current strength. 5 heretical doctrines, so what? Su Zimo asked differently. The skinny man's expression changed. He could sense killing intent from Su Zimo's calm voice. I'll kill someone even if they're from the immortal sects. Su Zimo laughed coldly and swung his saber. The skinny man let out a miserable howl. If you kill me, all of you will have to die on the ancient battlefield. The moment he said that, the skinny man's head was lopped into the air with blood gushing out. In that short while, the elixir chamber was left with nothing but corpses on the ground and the pathetic back views of all the other cultivators who had escaped. Although Ji Yaoxue and the rest had expended a lot of energy for another intense battle, they could not conceal the excitement in their eyes. The rewards of this battle were too great. Notwithstanding the hundreds of storage bags, they had even retained the 3 meridian unlocking elixirs. Ji Yaoxue handed a jade bottle to Su Zimo with a smile. Zimo, there are 3 meridian unlocking elixirs inside. Take one of them. Since Xiaoning was the one who discovered their existence initially, it's only right that she gets one. As for the last one, we'll give it to fellow Taoist Ji Chengtian. I'm sure no one has any objections towards the distribution. Su Zimo received the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. A bitter herbal fragrance wafted out, causing the spirit energy in his meridians to rumble. The 3 meridian unlocking elixirs were not of high grades, 1 inferior and 2 middle grades. Pushing the jade bottle back, Su Zimo said, "Put it away first. We'll talk about this later. First, let's tidy up our gains and leave this place." All right, Ji Yaoxue nodded. Before long, everyone tidied everything and left the elixir chamber with Su Zimo, returning to the hall of the cave abode. Su Zimo looked at the 5 tunnels and pondered. If those 2 tunnels led to the spirit weapon and elixir chambers, the other 3 should lead to spirit arts, talismans, and secret array formation manuals. That's right, that should be the case. Ji Chengtian nodded in agreement. Ji Yaoxue frowned slightly. If that's the case, the other treasures should have been swept cleanly with so many cultivators rushing in at the start. There should be nothing left. Let's take a look, Su Zimo said and led the way. As he had expected, the other 3 tunnels led to spirit art, talisman, and array formation chambers. The spirit art and talisman chambers were swiped cleanly by the many cultivators. However, it was very likely that the formation chamber was still intact. After all, there was an ancient formation set up at its entrance that had no signs of being dispelled. The formation in front of the stone chamber was initially complex and obscure. However, after all these years, it was now on the verge of collapsing. Su Zimo observed it for a moment and started to dispel the formation. By dawn, the ancient formation was finally dispelled as everyone cheered and followed Su Zimo inside. This stone chamber was much more spacious than the previous ones. Inside was a stone bed with a dried corpse sitting on it. The moment everyone entered the chamber, the movement of the air currents caused the corpse to turn into ash and scatter. Even golden cores could not withstand the corrosion of time, and there were no traces left. The stone chamber did not resemble a formation chamber, but the cultivation chamber of the golden core instead. There were a few racks on both sides of the stone bed with many ancient manuals, jade and secret scrolls, as well as jade bottles with elixirs in them. Su Zimo casually went forward and flipped through them. There were all sorts of items in the chamber, including talisman and elixir recipes as well as secret formation manuals. Meridian unlocking elixir. Suddenly, Su Xiaoning's voice sounded with delight and excitement. Everyone turned over and saw her clutching a jade bottle tightly, her voice somewhat emotional. There's more meridian unlocking elixirs inside. Ah, how many are there? Little Fatty and the rest asked hurriedly. Pausing for a moment, Su Xiaoning said slowly, 13. Haha, that's great. Si Yutong could not help but burst into laughter. If there were only 3 meridian unlocking elixirs, he would not have been in line for one of them. Now that there were 13, he would get one no matter what. Jun Hao remained calm and lowered his head slightly with a cold glint in his eyes. Su Xiaoning continued, furthermore, the meridian unlocking elixirs in this jade bottle are of higher grades. 5 of them are superior grade and the rest are all middle grade. The other cultivators exchanged glances and smiled. This was a pleasant surprise. Including the 3 meridian unlocking elixirs previously, they had a total of 16 and would have excess even after distributing to everyone. This meant that everyone could choose to cultivate in seclusion without taking the risk to look for treasures outside and just wait to return to the Great Zhou dynasty a year later. In the ancient battlefield, the longer one spent outside, the easier it would be for them to meet with danger. They did not merely have to defend against the threat of birds, beasts, and ancient living beings, but also other sects and factions. Yet, all of those were gone for them right now. Su Zimo smiled faintly, seemingly distracted. Ji Yaoxue frowned slightly in deep thought when she saw Su Zimo's smile. The timing for one to consume a meridian unlocking elixir was rather particular. Typically, most cultivators would make use of the rich spirit qi of the ancient battlefield to cultivate, and only consume the meridian unlocking elixir after they unlocked their 6th spirit meridian, so as to attempt for the 7th. In their group, Ji Chengtian was the only 6th meridian foundation establishment cultivator right now. However, Ji Chengtian held onto the meridian unlocking elixir in his hands and contemplated for a long time. Instead of using it, he put it away. Su Zimo nodded in silent agreement when he saw that. It was clear that Ji Chengtian wanted to attempt to unlock the 7th spirit meridian with his own strength, and leave the meridian unlocking elixir to try and attempt for the 8th meridian. Naturally, there was no way Su Zimo was going to consume it as well. In part, it was because his cultivation realm was too low. It would be a waste of such a treasure if he were to consume it at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. At the same time, it was because the grade of the Meridian unlocking elixir was too low. Ever since he started cultivating, Su Zimo had rarely consumed elixirs and they were all at perfect grade. Before entering the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had already made up his mind that not only would he have to look for a Meridian unlocking elixir, he had to look for one at perfect grade. The reason why Foundation Establishment had its name was because it was the process of stabilizing the root of one's cultivation path. The finer the Foundation Establishment, the slimmer the chances of one encountering issues in the future of their cultivation. Su Zimo was an immortality and demonic cultivator to begin with, and his path was fraught with difficulties. He was not going to allow any blemishes to appear on it. The group had not slept for an entire day. Coupled with the fact that they had just experienced another intense battle, they were finally feeling the fatigue now that things had calmed down. Without a word, Little Fatty looked for a corner to sleep. Shi Jian scratched his head and looked for a corner to rest as well. Take a rest first if you're tired. Su Zimo nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Su Zimo's back view, Ji Yaoxue pondered for a moment before following along. He left the cave abode and surveyed his surroundings before soaring into the air. only returning after circling the surroundings. Xianxia stood by the entrance of the cave abode and looked at Su Zimo, who had just returned. "What are you doing, Zimo?" Xianxia asked. Su Zimo smiled. "I took a look around and saw that this cave abode is located halfway up the mountain and the slope is rather steep. As such, it's easy to defend and hard for anyone to attack us. There's even scars of formation patterns left behind which I can repair. This is an excellent place for cultivation in seclusion, and you guys can stay here in peace." Suddenly, Xianxia asked, "Zimo, where are you going?" "Ah?" Su Zimo froze for a moment. He had not expected Xianxia to notice something amiss with his casual remark. She did not say anything, merely looking at Su Zimo silently with a slightly lowered head. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo gave a bitter smile. "I want to check out the depths of the ancient battlefield. We've got sufficient meridian unlocking elixirs and can stay here to cultivate before returning to Great Zhou a year later. It's too dangerous to head into the depths of the ancient battlefield." Xianxia frowned. "Zimo, birds and beasts are not the only ferocious things in the depths of the ancient battlefield. The cultivators there are extremely strong and they can kill people beyond their cultivation realms. Furthermore, there are many top factions and successors of supersects. If you're alone?" Although Xianxia did not continue, deep worry could be seen from her eyes. Su Zimo faked a relaxed smile. "It's fine. If I can't defeat them, I'll be able to escape given my strength." The matter about the meridian unlocking elixirs was not something he could explain simply. Moreover, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that he would still head into the depths of the ancient battlefield even without the allure of the meridian unlocking elixirs. His nature was not that of a scholar and his bloodline was filled with restlessness, a fearless bravado to continue moving forward. He wanted to check out how the so-called successors and legacy disciples of Immortal, Buddhist, and top faction sects were like. Rather, Su Zimo wanted to have a good fight with those people. "I'll accompany you then," Xianxia said. "I'll be able to provide you with some help no matter what." "No," decisively. Su Zimo shook his head and rejected her. "Xianxia, there's no need for you to take the risk and head into the depths of the ancient battlefield with me. Cultivate here and I'll return a year later." "Really?" Xianxia pouted slightly in disbelief. "Of course." Su Zimo smiled. "When are you leaving?" "A few days later, after I repair the ancient formations surrounding this cave abode." Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo retracted his smile and turned around with a stern expression. "There's one more thing I have to remind you. There's a spy remaining among us." Xiaoxia's expression changed slightly. "Who?" "It might be Junhao." No matter what, Junhao had not done anything bad right from the start, and Su Zimo could not kill him out of mere suspicion. Furthermore, Junhao had a special identity. He was Xiaoxia and Xiaoning's senior brother of the same sect. He just had to inform Xiaoxia about this so that she could watch out for him. Not long after Xiaoxia left, Night Spirit escorted Xiaoning over as Su Zimo repaired the array formations around the cave abode. "What's wrong?" he asked when he saw Xiaoning hesitant to speak, as though something was bothering her. She hesitated for a moment before taking out an ancient elixir furnace and frowned. "Brother, for some reason, this elixir furnace has been emitting heat ever since we entered the ancient battlefield." Su Zimo received the elixir furnace and touched it. Indeed, the elixir furnace was giving off a faint heat that was not too obvious. This was the elixir furnace was the source of their feud with True Fire sect back in the capital of Great Zhou. Ever since Xiaoning obtained that elixir furnace, she was able to focus with ease and reach her peak performance for elixir refinement. Back then, Su Zimo had already sensed that this elixir furnace had an extremely powerful background. From the looks of it, there was a high chance that this elixir furnace had something to do with the ancient battlefield. Returning the elixir furnace to Xiaoning, he asked, "Other than emit heat, is there anything else strange about it?" "Strange?" Su Xiaoning pondered for a moment before replying. "I haven't been sleeping well for the past few days. It feels as though there's something imperceptibly reaching out to me. Does that count?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Can you sense what direction it's reaching out to you from?" "That way." Su Xiaoning pointed to the south with a firm tone. Nodding in reply, Su Zimo formed a plan. Since he was already planning on checking out the depths of the ancient battlefield, he might as well head along the direction that Xiaoning pointed out to see if he could uncover the secret behind the ancient elixir furnace. For the next 10 odd days, Su Zimo stayed in the last stone chamber alone for a couple of days after repairing the array formations outside before summoning everyone to the hall of the cave abode. I plan to leave this place and check out the depths of the ancient battlefield. Su Zimo made a casual glance at Junhao after saying that. The latter's emotions could not be read. Ji Yaoxue and Su Xiaoning knew about this matter beforehand and naturally did not have much of a reaction. However, the others had varying reactions. Si Yutong was the first to leap out an object. I'm definitely not going. Before entering the ancient battlefield, many seniors have advised me countless times not to enter the depths of the ancient battlefield. I'm not going to join your death wish. Mr. Mo, we have the terrain advantage here and the protection of the formations. Now that we've already obtained the meridian unlocking elixirs, we can just cultivate here in seclusion. There's no need for us to take the risk of exploring deep into the ancient battlefield. A great Zhou guard frowned and shook his head as well. Brother Zimo is strong, and he's able to protect himself even in the depths of the ancient battlefield. Junhao stood up and sighed regrettably. However, it's a pity that my strength is limited, so I can't join you. Su Zimo looked at Junhao silently with a fake smile before turning to the other cultivators. Ji Chengtian said in a deep voice, Zimo, I'll join you. Bro, me too. Little Fatty stood out hurriedly. Leng Ro nodded to Su Zimo as well. Shrugging, Shijian said with a silly smile, I'll join you guys too. Another great Zhou guard frowned with a stern expression. Everyone, you have to think this through properly. It is much more dangerous in the depths of the ancient battlefield than the borders. Every step will be filled with danger and you'll most likely die. The cultivators there are at least at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. Another person added, That's right. If you encounter a successor of one of the top factions, they can kill you guys single-handedly. For the past thousands of years, there has never been a cultivator who had entered the depths of the ancient battlefield and returned alive. Su Zimo cupped his fists. Thank you for your reminders, fellow Taoists, but I have already decided. In truth, everyone from Ethereal Peak knew that it was more dangerous deeper into the ancient battlefield. However, danger and opportunity was correlated. Furthermore, there was something more important for Ji Chengtian and the others. Before entering the ancient battlefield, the 2 peak masters, Lu Hui and Xianyi, had already hinted to them that they should search for alternative tunnels to leave the Great Zhou dynasty and the Tianhuang North region. Before long, Ji Chengtian, Leng Ro, Little Fatty, Xiaoning, Shijian and Night Spirit arrived behind Su Zimo. The team of 11 people were now left with Ji Yaoxue and 2 great Zhou guards along with Junhao and Si Yutong. I've already repaired the array formations outside and there are sufficient stone chambers. You guys can split up to cultivate. Su Zimo gazed deeply at Ji Yaoxue before leaving with Xiaoning and the rest. After Su Zimo and the others left, Ji Yaoxue said indifferently in a dejected manner, I'll be cultivating in seclusion from today on. Nobody should enter my cultivation chamber. With that said, she walked towards the stone chamber at the end of the 5th tunnel. There were 5 stone chambers in total and Si Yutong chose one of them to begin his long cultivation as well. Junhao gazed at Ji Yaoxue's back view and a cold glint flashed through his eyes as he smirked. After leaving the place, Su Zimo checked against the map and led everyone south. With Su Zimo and Night Spirit around, the journey was still relatively safe. However, as they ventured deeper, even Su Zimo was feeling a gradual sense of pressure. The strength of the ferocious beasts they encountered was getting stronger, and they were even ambushed by some other cultivators a couple of times. Apart from Su Zimo, almost everyone else was injured. Although they were of the same cultivation realm, the 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators they encountered in the depths of the ancient battlefield were much stronger than those at the borders. Even Ji Chengtian was beaten in a one-on-one fight despite possessing Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills. As for Su Zimo, the pressure on him was mounting. He could ensure the safety of the 6 of them at the borders of the ancient battlefield. But now he could only ensure 2 at most. They continued on the road for 10 days with barely any time to cultivate. Even though their cultivation realms were similar to before, Xianxia and the others experienced significant growth in their strength due to the intense battles and brushes with death in those 10 days. That was a transformation that cultivation in seclusion could never achieve. 10 days later, an ancient city appeared on the horizon close to evening, as if an ancient beast was sprawled there. That was a place indicated on the map as a gathering spot, named Xianxia City. Cities that were left behind in the ancient battlefield were usually the biggest gathering spots where cultivators of all factions gathered. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were worn out physically and mentally after being on the road for 10 days. Apart from Su Zimo, who was still brimming with energy without any signs of fatigue, the others bore injuries and were already at their limits. If they could not find a place to settle down before the sky turned dark, that would have been an arduous night for them. Along the way, Xianxia and the others gradually viewed Su Zimo with increasing curiosity and respect. Be it at the borders of the ancient battlefield or deep inside, nobody could read Su Zimo's limits. That seemingly frail body of his seemed to possess limitless energy, and his vigor and endurance were shocking. The few of them knew that if not for Su Zimo, they would have died on the journey before they even saw Xianxia City. North Gate of Xianxia City. As the sky gradually darkened, there were almost no cultivators crossing the city gates by now. Anyone who dared to leave the city at this time was either fools who didn't know their places or peerless experts who were confident in their cultivation. By the time Su Zimo and the others arrived at the city gates, 2 cultivators were pushing the tall and thick stone doors shut slowly. "Fellow Taoists, please hold on," Su Zimo shouted hurriedly. If he wanted to enter the city, Su Zimo could burst forth with ethereal wings or divine steed fleeting and make it through the gates before it closed. However, Xianxia and the others could not do so. The few of them were physically and mentally exhausted after the battles along the way. There was no way they had energy left given their injuries. The moment Su Zimo said that, the stone door paused for a moment as the 2 cultivators at the city gates looked towards him with a slight frown. To them, the group of 6 looked worn out. Apart from their leader, the green-robed cultivator, who looked normal, the others were in a wretched state. Furthermore, they could not see Su Zimo's group wearing sect badges or anything that could reveal their identities. In the ancient battlefield, successors and disciples of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland would naturally not bother to conceal their identities. Many a time, those people could do whatever they want and save themselves trouble just by revealing their identity badges. The 2 cultivators guarding the city gates had seen many people like Su Zimo's group who did not carry any identification. They were either itinerant cultivators or disciples of some ordinary sect or faction. The 2 of them exchanged glances and smirked before continuing to close the stone doors together, as if they had not heard anything. All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air echoed and the wind howled as though a tsunami was gushing. Arriving in the blink of an eye, the 2 of them turned over instinctively and their pupils constricted. Unknowingly, the green-robed cultivator who was initially far away had already arrived at the city gates, pushing against the stone doors with his arms spread wide. No matter how the 2 of them pushed, the stone door would not budge. The green-robed cultivator seemed to possess infinite strength as he stood like an unshakable spirit, glaring at the 2 of them coldly in front of the city gates. "You!" Gulping, the 2 of them looked on with panic. "Why are you closing the door?" Su Zimo asked slowly, his voice icy cold. Rejecting them outside the gates before night descended was no different from killing them. In the night, Su Zimo could only struggle to save himself against countless ferocious beasts and ancient living beings. The rest would definitely die. "What are you doing?" one of them asked sternly. Su Zimo did not reply and shook his arms. With a loud rumble, the 2 stone doors vibrated violently and dust rustled. Instantly, the 2 cultivators were alarmed and felt their hands go numb, letting go instinctively. They stumbled a few steps backwards and nearly fell to the ground. "Audacious!" they yelled and withdrew flying swords from their storage bags. Glaring at Su Zimo cautiously, They were prepared to strike at any moment. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he clenched his fists. In that time, Ji Chengtian and the others had arrived at the city gates, panting and looking pale. Zimo, forget it. We're new to Xiantian City and know nothing about this place. Let's not cause trouble. Furthermore, it's fine now that we're already inside the city. During this period of interaction, Ji Chengtian and the others had some understanding of Su Zimo's personality as well. Xiantian City was a motley place with unknown experts and strong factions hidden within. Ji Chengtian was worried that Su Zimo would attract big trouble by standing up for them. Su Zimo nodded and glanced at the two cultivators indifferently. Their hearts skipped a beat. They could sense a violent killing intent through Su Zimo's gaze. This is someone who can just injure anyone at any moment without hesitation. The same thought fluttered through their minds as they watched Su Zimo's group leave, not daring to stop them. Ji Chengtian and the others were tense the entire time as well, afraid that something unexpected might happen and cause trouble. They only heaved a sigh of relief after the two cultivators guarding the gates let them pass silently. There were quite a number of cultivators in Xiantian City, and ancient buildings stood on both sides of the streets, most of the residences occupied by many cultivators. Su Zimo's group attracted the gazes of many cultivators as they walked through the city. There's a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator in that group of 6? How did they manage to get to Xiantian City alive? It's no use even if they're inside the city. I reckon that the 6 of them won't survive for more than 3 days. Xiantian City is no friendly place. Without strong backing, they can only be subjected to being slaughtered by others like fish on a chopping board. As those cultivators discussed, more than 10 cultivators came down from the city walls. Their leader was a tall and burly man whose clothes exposed his hairy chest and carried a fierce gaze. It's already past 7 p.m. and you haven't closed the city gates? Are you too tired of living? The burly cultivator's voice was rough and he spoke like a ruffian. Su Zimo's group was still nearby. When they heard that voice, Ji Chengtian and the others were stunned and their hearts sank. A cultivator shook his head with pursed lips when he saw this, smiling. 3 days? There's no way the 6 of them can leave now that he has appeared. That's right. The few of them are already at the end of their road given their injuries through their arduous journey. There's no way that man is going to let go of these lambs that are ripe for the slaughter. Who is that man? Someone asked. He's the right-hand man of the 4 mounted bandits, Cho Wanli. Even though he's only at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, he is skilled in corporal mortification martial arts and is extremely strong with a vengeful bloodthirst. There's few people who are willing to provoke him at the north gate of Xiantian City. The 4 mounted bandits. Pest! Many cultivators were shocked when they heard that, shutting their mouths and gasping in secret. City gates. The 2 cultivators were so scared that their bodies shivered as they hurriedly pointed towards the back of Su Zimo's group. It's them. We were about to shut the city gates when the 6 of them barged in. Cho Wanli turned towards Su Zimo's group as a violent glint flashed in his eyes. If everyone else could tell that Su Zimo's group was weak after traveling, it was only natural that Cho Wanli's burning eyes could tell the same. He recognized their weakness with a single glance. The 6 of you up front. Stop right there. Cho Wanli hollered and charged murderously towards Su Zimo's group with more than 10 other cultivators. Ji Chengtian and the others sighed internally and could only stop and turn back. Initially, Su Zimo was walking right at the front. After they turned around, he was already behind them. Su Zimo was about to advance when Ji Chengtian held him back and whispered, Zimo, don't be reckless. Let's see what this man wants. It'll be best if we don't have to fight. That's right, bro. Judging from the cultivators around us, this guy seems to have a powerful background. Let's try not to fight him head-on. Little Fatty whispered as well with sweat dripping down his forehead. Cho Wanli's face was menacing as he held a wine jar in his left hand and a single saber in his right. The blade was snow-white and radiated a cold aura. With more than 10 other cultivators, Cho Wanli rushed over in a huff. I am Ji Chengtian. Fellow Taoist, how can I help you? Ji Chengtian was extremely polite and took the initiative to greet with cupped fists first. nodding as he smiled. If this was back in Tianhuang mainland, given Ji Chengtian's polite manners and the fact that they did not have any deep-seated hatred or benefits to gain, it would be difficult for a conflict to break out. However, this was the ancient battlefield. They were not faced with kind people. Even if they meant no harm, the other side meant harm. Ji Chengtian? Cho Wanli raised his brow and asked with a fake smile, "What's your cultivation?" 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Ji Chengtian hesitated slightly, not hiding anything. "What about you guys?" Cho Wanli looked towards Su Zimo and the others before remarking casually, "This is the rules of Xiantian City. If you want to enter the city, you'll have to report your cultivation realm without hiding any information." Upon hearing this, the cultivators in Xiantian City bore strange expressions. There was no such rule in the city. The reason why Cho Wanli said that was most likely because he wanted to find out the strength of Su Zimo's group. After all, there was no way of telling how many spirit meridians a foundation establishment cultivator unlocked by merely using the spirit-peering art. While Cho Wanli looked like a brute, he was experienced in the world and knew that cultivators who could arrive at Xiantian City were far from simple. He was worried that he might accidentally get into trouble. Su Zimo frowned at the rules mentioned by Cho Wanli. Even though Little Fatty and the others were against it, they still confessed honestly. 4. 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment, and there was even someone at late-stage Foundation Establishment. After Su Zimo, the last person to speak, was done. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads in silence. Venturing into the depths of the ancient battlefield with that level of strength? They truly have a death wish. That's right. There are few cultivators who are even at 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment in Xiantian City. Any casual person could wipe their entire group out. Cho Wanli was also completely at ease. Drinking a mouthful of strong liquor, he looked intoxicated as he burped with his alcohol-like breath onto Ji Chengtian's face. Even though Ji Chengtian looked rather terrible, he let out a long breath and endured it. Snickering, Cho Wanli asked, "It's been a month since we've entered the ancient battlefield. Have you guys obtained any meridian unlocking elixirs?" Ji Chengtian shook his head without hesitation. No, in reality, each of them had a meridian unlocking elixir in their storage bags. However, they would definitely get themselves killed if they were to admit to it now. "Very good." Cho Wanli nodded and said expressionlessly, "Hand over your storage bags. I'm going to check through it personally." The moment he said that, not only Ji Chengtian, even Little Fatty and the others were enraged. He was blatantly bullying them. Su Zimo remained silent as he stood behind Ji Chengtian and watched on coldly. Ji Chengtian took a deep breath of air and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, isn't that request a little overboard?" "Overboard." Before Ji Chengtian could finish, Cho Wanli narrowed his gaze and asked with a smile. Cho Wanli's eyes shone with a cold glint before he finished his remark. The saber in his hand slashed towards Ji Chengtian's neck at an extremely fast speed with a chilling aura. That slash was completely without warning and filled with killing intent. Ji Chengtian had grown a lot after the month of training and his awareness had increased greatly as well. Earlier on, he could vaguely sense Cho Wanli's killing intent. However, he was thoroughly worn out because of their long journey. As such, he wasn't in good condition and his reaction was a little slower. The sharpness of the blade arrived and Ji Chengtian could imagine his throat being sliced as his skin felt a slight sting. He could not help but lament internally, "This is where I die." Before he could finish his thought, Ji Chengtian felt a tremendous force yank him backwards. Cho Wanli's blade brushed by Ji Chengtian's throat and slid a bit of his skin as blood seeped out of it. It was an extremely close shave. If Ji Chengtian was slightly slower, his throat would have been cut by that slash. Surviving that brush from death had Ji Chengtian breaking out in cold sweat and panting heavily. He looked towards Su Zimo at his side and was about to express his thanks when his vision blurred as a figure darted by. Su Zimo was already gone. Boom! After reaching out to pull Ji Chengtian back from the edge of death, Su Zimo entered the stance of plow heaven stride immediately without saying a word. In an instant, the stone slab beneath his feet exploded and the ground shook. The buildings on both sides of the streets trembled, causing countless cultivators to exclaim. Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife as he reached out with outstretched fingers and grabbed at Cho Wanli's head as though he was engulfing it. Before Cho Wanli could react after missing that attack, a person with a chilling aura appeared behind Xianxia and struck with a killing move right away. Su Zimo's massive palm descended, and the atmosphere turned so repressive that Cho Wanli felt suffocated. Without any time to think, Cho Wanli slashed back in reverse at Su Zimo's wrist before the latter could finish his move. The blade trembled and 3 flashes of light shone. It was a superior-grade spirit saber. However, Su Zimo's physique was extremely strong right now, and it was too difficult for ordinary superior-grade spirit weapons to be able to hurt him. In the face of Cho Wanli's saber, Su Zimo's stance remained the same as he reached down and grabbed the blade with his bare hands. With a coil and a tremble, he seized the saber to his side. Leaning in, Su Zimo gripped the saber in his hand tightly and stabbed in reverse. Blood flashed and a bloodied saber protruded out from the back of Cho Wanli's head. The moment their figures exchanged positions, Cho Wanli's head was pierced and he died on the spot. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo could tell that this man was a nefarious figure. That was the reason why he struck with a killing move immediately without any mercy. After killing Cho Wanli, Su Zimo took a sidestep and leaned into the arms of another cultivator. That person had just placed his hand on his storage bag when he felt his vision blur and a throbbing pain in his chest. His body flew uncontrollably as he lost consciousness. Swash! Su Zimo's movements were different as his body swayed, leaving a series of afterimages. Lifting his left arm and using his fist as a seal, it descended onto another person's head. Brain juice was splattered, yet another person's corpse fell. Audacious! You must have a death wish. The 10-odd cultivators that Cho Wanli brought over snapped to their senses and yelled, whipping out a myriad of weapons. Most of them were heavy melee combat weapons. One of them raised a gigantic hammer and smashed down on Su Zimo's head as the wind howled. Neither dodging nor retreating, Su Zimo gave a punch and went against the person's spirit weapon with his bare hands. The hammer was sent flying into the arms of another cultivator, causing the latter's ribs to be broken. The broken bones stabbed into his lungs like spearheads, causing the person to pant heavily and wheeze hoarsely. It was clear that he was not going to survive. Shadows intertwined on the long street as Su Zimo weaved through the cultivators in a flash, and clashing sounds could be heard. In less than 10 breaths, everything went silent, leaving nothing but corpses on the ground. Everything had happened too quickly. Not to mention Cho Wanli's group who were involved in the fight. Even the bystanders were stunned as they stood with lost expressions. After a long time, shock passed through their eyes. As they looked at the green-robed cultivator standing in the bloodbath, 3 words shot through their minds: decisive to kill. Cho Wanli never had a chance to strike again after missing his first attack. This man's personality is indeed rather suited for roaming in the ancient battlefield. What a pity! A cultivator in the crowd shook his head. With Cho Wanli dead and the 4 mounted bandits' vengeful personality, this group of people are bound to be tormented to death unless they look for some major sect in Xianxia City to back them up. Although sects of the top factions do not fear the 4 mounted bandits, there's no need for them to get on bad terms with the 4 mounted bandits just for these people. There's no sect that will want to take them in. On the long street, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he turned around and said softly, "Let's leave this place first." Xianxia and the rest nodded. By now, they had realized as well. In the ancient battlefield in Xianxia City, there was no room for logic or rules. This was a world where the fittest survive. A cruel place filled with bloodshed. The streets were filled with bloodstains that were still wet, as though telling everyone that a massacre had just happened. Battles could happen at any moment, and other cultivators would just watch the show with no intention of helping. Showing weakness at a place as such would only cause their enemies to take advantage of them. The crowd on the street gave way as the cultivators looked at Su Zimo's group as though they were looking at dead people. Right now, the most important thing for Xianxia and the rest was to find a place to settle down for the night so that they could recover their energy and heal their injuries. The well-preserved buildings in Xianxia City were long taken over by many factions and cultivators, leaving only a few precarious buildings that were on the verge of collapsing. After walking for a while, Su Zimo's group found a dilapidated mansion on the street corner. It was not exactly accurate to call it a mansion. After all, the walls around the mansion had already collapsed, leaving behind only some broken walls. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and the few houses remaining were in shambles. Let's rest here for the night. Su Zimo knew very well that they would not be able to find a good place even if they were to continue searching. Furthermore, Ji Chengtian, Lung Ro and the others were thoroughly exhausted and it was unsuitable for them to carry on outside. Bro, take a rest first. I'll head out for a stroll and find out more about the background of Xianxia City. Little Fatty closed in and whispered, All right, take care. Su Zimo nodded. Little Fatty had cultivated body tempering techniques before and was much stronger than Ji Chengtian, Lung Ro and the others in terms of physique. Furthermore, he looked chubby and friendly. Tactful in his ways and alert, Su Zimo was not worried about Little Fatty's safety. Everyone's hearts felt heavy in this completely unfamiliar environment. Even though Xianxia City could ward off the birds, beasts and ancient living beings outside, it could not protect them from the greed in the hearts of cultivators, and that was even scarier than the demon beasts outside. Not wanting to burden Su Zimo, Ji Chengtian and the others wanted to make good use of the time to recover energy and heal their injuries. Soon Little Fatty returned. Bro, I've asked around. Little Fatty pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, There are a few top factions coexisting in Xianxia City. There's Glass Palace of the Immortal Sex, Malevolent Earth Sect of the Fiend Sex, Puppet Sect of the 5 Heretical Doctrines and Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sect of the 4 Unorthodox Groups. Ji Chengtian and the others frowned deeply with stern expressions. Immortal Sects, Fiend Sects, Unorthodox Groups and Heretical Doctrines. Those were the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. If they hadn't ventured deep into the ancient battlefield, they may never encounter these top factions throughout their lives. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't had any interactions with Glass Palace, Puppet Sect, Elixir Yang Sect nor Thousand Crane Sect. However, he dealt with the 7 Fiend Sects a couple of years ago. Deep underground, Su Zimo encountered a couple of fiend heirs and even killed the heir of Malevolent Earth Sect forcefully despite going against 5 of them. To be fair, the Malevolent Earth Sect heir had died unjustly in that fight. If not for the existence of the Spirit Lock formation such that the fiend heirs could not unleash their full strength, Su Zimo would have been the one dead. Now that a few years have passed, Malevolent Earth Sect must have chosen a new fiend heir. Of course, Su Zimo was not worried of being recognized by those of Malevolent Earth Sect as well. In that battle back then, the powerful skeleton caused the entire place to collapse with its final gambit. Later on, Demoness G mentioned that apart from the 2 of them, the only ones that survived were the 5 other fiend heirs. That meant that no one of Malevolent Earth Sect had seen him before. Little Fatty continued, Among them, Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sects are weaker in terms of strength. Elixir Yang Sect is the largest elixir refinement sect in Tianhuang mainland with solid roots that trace back to the ancient era. Thousand Crane Sect is the largest talisman sect, and they're the ones that created the most common tool of communication in the cultivation world, spirit cranes. Su Xiaoning and Lung Ro's eyes lit up when they heard the origins of Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sect. If they could join those 2 sects for cultivation and refinement of elixirs and talismans, they would definitely be able to go further on their cultivation paths. Ji Chengtian nodded. Since they're the unorthodox groups and specialize in elixir refinement as well as talisman making, it's only natural that they would be comparatively weaker in strength. However, elixir refinement masters and talisman masters are bound to be accompanied by strong people. Gulping, Little Fatty said slowly with a stern expression. Apart from them, there's another faction in Xianxia City that even those factions would not want to provoke. The 4 mounted bandits. Ji Chengtian and everyone else's hearts sank when they heard that. Are they related to the cultivators at the North Gates? Ji Chengtian asked with a frown. Little Fatty nodded. The leader of the group of people killed by Bro was called Cho Wanli. He's a competent underling of the 4 mounted bandits. What's the background of the four mounted bandits such that even the immortal and fiend sects are not willing to provoke them? Shi Jian asked. Little Fatty replied, the strength of the four mounted bandits is definitely weaker than super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. However, it's said that they are extremely violent and their underlings are all desperados. Although Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect can definitely come out victorious in a battle, they would have to suffer huge losses for sure. That's the reason why the four mounted bandits and the few top factions are currently in harmony. When they heard that, Ji Chengtian and the others were flustered and looked terrible. This meant that there was a high chance that they could be killed at any moment inside Xiantian City for offending such a faction. It was even more dangerous inside the city than outside. Little Fatty remarked, Bro is not entirely to blame for this matter as well. The four mounted bandits are in the business of killing and robbing others to begin with. For cultivators that pass through the north gates, if they are weak or have no background, it'll be difficult for them to survive. This is a group of vicious and villainous people who take joy in killing others. Even if you hand over all the treasures in your storage bag, it's not guaranteed that you will walk out alive. At that point, Little Fatty sighed. I heard that there has already been 1,000 cultivators who have died in the hands of the four mounted bandits over the past month. A cold glint flickered through Su Zimo's narrow gaze. Su Xiaoning furrowed her brows slightly. Since the four mounted bandits are so villainous, why aren't there anyone from the immortal sects coming forth to uphold justice? In her mind, those of the immortal sects are obligated to slay evil and uphold justice. How could they stand by the sidelines? Ji Chengtian shook his head. There's no such thing as righteous warriors in the cultivation world, and it's the same for those in the immortal sections. Immortals and fiends merely differ in terms of the Tao they seek. That's right. None of those warriors get to live a long life. Little Fatty nodded. Lung Ro added, the Buddhists live with compassion and speak of purifying the masses. However, look at the number of monks passing through Xiantian City and yet, none of them are coming forth to try and purify the villainous four mounted bandits. Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. What's the cultivation of the four mounted bandits? Little Fatty replied, their leader, Chai Li, is at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment while the other 3, Lang Tan, Hu Meng and Bao Yunfeng are at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. It's said that they grew up drinking the milk of ancient remnant beasts and lived in the jungles for many years, dominating the place while building up their bodies. Every single one of them is immensely strong and is comparable to demon beasts. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. They were finally coming across a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in the depths of the ancient battlefield. Su Zimo's current strength could suppress all 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, be it through immortality cultivation techniques or melee combat. However, he had no confidence against 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators without using his power of blood chi. After all, his cultivation realm was only at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment, and he had yet to achieve lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section for the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness with his mouth and eye orifices yet to be cleared. The 8 meridians are progressively tougher to unlock. Comparatively, the gap between the later meridians was wider as well. On the surface, a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was merely a single meridian above a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, the difference in strength was exponential. Even if dozens of 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces, they might not be a match for a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. In the end, if one unlocked all 8 meridians, the difference would be even more significant. If the 4 mounted bandits had a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator among them with a demon beast-like physique and specialized in melee combat, even Su Zimo would have a tough time dealing with him. There was a long period of silence in the mansion. A while later, Little Fatty continued, however, I heard that Bao Yunfeng, the number 4 of the 4 mounted bandits, is the only one in Xiantian City right now. The other 3 have gone out and might only return a couple of days later. Su Zimo's group was in a passive position in the current situation. Now that night had descended, They would be faced with countless ferocious beasts and ancient living beings if they escaped from Xianxia City. Apart from Su Zimo, the rest were most likely doomed. However, if they were to continue staying in the city, the 4 mounted bandits would definitely not let them survive the night given the latter's vengeful nature. Ta, ta, ta. Suddenly, the ground began to shake uncharacteristically as the sound of galloping rumbled like thunder from far away. It was headed in their direction at an extremely fast speed. Get away! There from the 4 mounted bandits. Ah! The crowd was in a mess as shrieks could be heard. Some of the cultivators who could not dodge in time were trampled into meat sludge without a corpse left. Their leader seems to be Bao Yunfeng. It's him. Given the ancient remnant beast, cloud-seeking leopard, that he's riding on, there's no mistake about it. Not far away, a dust cloud billowed with the piercing stench of blood. A muscular man, tall with black hair that draped over his shoulders, led the pack with a fierce and violent gaze. Beneath the man was a massive and ferocious leopard. It had sharp claws and its body was covered in luxuriant fur that had a cloud-like pattern. Shimmering in the darkness, its eyes shone with a cold gleam. An ancient remnant beast, the cloud-seeking leopard. What happened? Why are they so angry? Haven't you heard? Dozens of cultivators under the 4 mounted bandits were killed by an outsider at the north gate. Huh? Who could be so bold? Those few sitting over there. I heard that the green-robed cultivator was the one who killed them. There were some cultivators pointing at the mansion. A commotion of this size instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Even though it was at night, the number of cultivators gathered gradually increased. In a 2-story building not far away, a handsome young man in a white shirt sat by the window. Behind him was an elderly man, standing with his hands down. The handsome young man held a folding fan and his features were like a painting. With smooth and delicate skin, he had an indescribable bearing of elegance. At that moment, seeing that it was already late, the white-robed man had just stood up and was about to leave when he caught sight of what was happening. Out of curiosity, he could not help but ask, "Uncle Liang, what's happening over there?" The elderly man behind the white-robed man replied, "I heard that the green-robed cultivator killed Cho Wanli." "Oh!" The white-robed man scoffed coldly. "Cho Wanli? Good kill. Someone so villainous should have died a long time ago." Even though his tone was cold, the white-robed man's voice was exceptionally soothing. "Young master, let's go. There's nothing to see here. The few of them are bound to be dead now that Bao Yunfeng has brought so many people with him." The elderly man bowed. "It's all right." Waving it off, the white-robed man said, "Let's take a look first." With that, he opened his folding fan and sat down once more. Turning slightly, he revealed his slender and fair neck as his bright gaze was fixed on a delicate face in that broken mansion. Hundreds of cultivators ran over in the dark with menacing expressions and ferocious auras. The cold gleam of spirit weapons shone disturbingly against the moonlight. At this moment, Ji Chengtian and the rest had barely rested for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Their bodies were still aching, but their enemies were already knocking on the door. What should we do? Everyone looked towards Su Zimo subconsciously. Su Zimo was in a lotus position, still resting and recuperating. Night Spirit was sprawled on the ground. Without even lifting its head, its pitch-black eyes were hidden in the night as it took a swift glance at the ancient remnant beast, the cloud-seeking leopard. The moment Bao Yunfeng stepped into the courtyard, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes and shot up from the ground. Bao Yunfeng had led more than 100 desperados for the attack. Their aura was so terrifying that the surrounding cultivators felt chills running down their spines. However, another monstrous aura exploded the moment Su Zimo opened his eyes and stood up. It was as though a tempest had been set off, howling and gushing furiously. Alone, Su Zimo stood motionlessly on the spot and his body looked frail. However, his aura was no weaker than Bao Yunfeng's group. The aura of Bao Yunfeng's group resembled a bloodstorm. However, what stood behind Su Zimo resembled mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. Not far away on the second floor, The elderly man called Uncle Liang exclaimed slightly when he saw that. The white-robed man's eyes lit up with interest as well. Two massive and different auras collided invisibly in the voids, causing the weeds in the courtyard to disintegrate into powder. The air seemed to have gone stale. A war was about to break out. Xianxia and the others watched the scene with sweaty palms, feeling as though their hearts were about to stop beating. The people before them were vastly different from the cultivators at the borders of the ancient battlefield. These were all desperados who were stronger, more violent and fearless. A single clash was enough for them to be wiped out. No one could imagine the amount of pressure Su Zimo was enduring against such ferocity. However, nobody, including the cultivators who were watching, could see any traces of fear in Su Zimo's eyes. He was calm and indifferent. To think that he could remain expressionless under such circumstances. That person has a strong heart. So what? That isn't going to change the outcome. He's going to die today unless he's a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. I heard that he's only at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. Bao Yunfeng arrived not far from the mansion riding on his cloud-seeking leopard. As he looked down at Su Zimo, the glint in his eyes intensified. Piak, piak, piak. Suddenly, Bao Yunfeng clapped and nodded repeatedly with glee. Great, great. Everyone was confused, not understanding what Bao Yunfeng meant by that. A moment later, Bao Yunfeng said, Green-robed man who looks scholarly, you were the one who killed Cho Wanli? I am. Su Zimo admitted to it without hesitation with a calm tone. Fufu. All of a sudden, Bao Yunfeng laughed and said leisurely, My motive originally was to capture you alive and torture you slowly. I've got countless methods to make a man suffer a fate worse than death. However, with a slight pause, Bao Yunfeng changed the topic. I've suddenly changed my mind. Everyone was stunned. Xianxia and the others were stunned as well, not understanding what Bao Yunfeng meant. On the second floor, the white-bloused man frowned in deep thought. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he looked at Bao Yunfeng quietly without replying, waiting for the latter to explain. A look of admiration flashed through Bao Yunfeng's eyes. Originally, I thought that you were just a reckless cultivator. Now I can't help but admit that you're quite a character. Cho Wanli didn't die in vain. I'll give you a chance. Follow me and I'll let bygones be bygones. When they heard that, a commotion broke out in the crowd. What good luck! That person's life is truly tough for a miracle to appear. Seems like Bao Yunfeng truly holds this man in high regards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this decision. Seems like Cho Wanli died for nothing. This was a change that many cultivators have not expected. Initially, all of them thought that Su Zimo was dead for sure. None of them expected Bao Yunfeng to take a liking to Su Zimo and wanted to take the latter as an underling. You've changed your mind? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. Stunned momentarily, Bao Yunfeng nodded right after. That's right. Since you're new to Xiantian City, let me enlighten you. I am one of the 4 mounted bandits. In Xiantian City. Before Bao Yunfeng could finish, Su Zimo interrupted him. But, I haven't changed my mind. Bao Yunfeng narrowed his gaze on Su Zimo. What do you mean? Raising his head slightly, Su Zimo looked at Bao Yunfeng expressionlessly and said in an indifferent tone. Earlier on, I was prepared to kill you. I still am. Therefore, prepare to die. The moment he said that, an uproar broke out. Is that man crazy? He's really asking to die. Xianxia and the others were silent. No matter what, they would support Su Zimo's decision. Even though they were not righteous warriors, none of them wanted to be the underlings of villains such as the 4 mounted bandits. However, if they were the ones in this life and death situation, they might choose to submit and endure. They wouldn't be able to stay true to their hearts and not back down like Su Zimo. He possessed a fearless spirit. On the second floor, the white-robed man's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the green-robed cultivator below, wanting to see through the latter. In the courtyard, after hearing that, Bao Yunfeng was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter that grew louder and louder. Fufu, ha ha ha. Even though Bao Yunfeng was laughing, the killing intent in his eyes was intensifying and was almost corporeal. As one of the 4 mounted bandits, he was almost unstoppable in Xianxia City and no one dared to provoke him. However, there was now a person who popped out of nowhere boasting of killing him. Indeed, I wasn't wrong about you. Bao Yunfeng's gaze was cold as he leaped down from the cloud-seeking leopard and strode slowly towards Su Zimo. 6 spirit meridians shone beneath his robes as spirit energy gushed fervently. 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Nobody interfere. Bao Yunfeng shouted before smirking menacingly at Su Zimo. I'm going to kill you personally. Before he was done speaking, 2 shadows shot out in opposite directions. Shaking his hands, 2 cold daggers slid out from Bao Yunfeng's sleeves. They were extremely sharp and shone with 4 spirit lights. Supreme-grade spirit weapons. None of the cultivators at the borders of the ancient battlefield possessed supreme-grade spirit weapons. However, in Xianxia City, Bao Yunfeng revealed 2 of them right away. Swash! Intertwining his hands, Bao Yunfeng stabbed both daggers towards Su Zimo's throat at an extremely fast speed. The strangulation of the 2 daggers had even vaguely sealed all of Su Zimo's attack angles. Melee combat was the most dangerous and any misstep could cause one's death. The sharpness of supreme-grade spirit weapons were enough to threaten Su Zimo. Not daring to be careless, Su Zimo did not reach out head-on with his bare hands. He slid his feet for a sidestep to dodge the 2 incoming daggers. In truth, Su Zimo could have summoned Blood Quencher for a head-on fight. However, Blood Quencher was a perfect spirit weapon after all, and it was easy for other cultivators to covet it, leading to endless battles. Unless he had no other choice, Su Zimo was not going to use it casually within Xianxia City. His sidestep evaded Bao Yunfeng's killing move, and in a flash, a series of afterimages were left behind as he attacked with his palm at an even faster speed. That palm carried immense might as his outstretched fingers encompassed everything as though it wanted to rip the world apart. Ground-rupturing palm. Bao Yunfeng's eyelids twitched in shock as he noticed Su Zimo's speed and sensed the power of his palm strike. This guy was too fast and powerful. Instantly, Bao Yunfeng realized that if he was not in possession of those 2 supreme-grade spirit weapons, he would not be a match for Su Zimo in terms of strength. In a flash, Bao Yunfeng composed himself as he yelled with a cold gaze, "Good strike!" Raising his dagger, Bao Yunfeng stabbed towards Su Zimo's palm while thrusting his other dagger cleanly towards Su Zimo's heart. The stab was extremely obscure, but it was a killing move. If Su Zimo were to advance a half-step more, it would be equivalent to sending his chest into Bao Yunfeng's dagger. If it was anyone else, dodging Bao Yunfeng's counterattack in time would already be considered fortuitous. However, this was Su Zimo who possessed spirit perception and an unparalleled physique. Su Zimo who had never suffered a single defeat in a melee fight yet. The surrounding cultivators held their breaths and looked at the 2 figures fluttering on the battlefield without batting an eyelid. The 2 of them fought with swiftness and their shadows intersected at a dizzying rate. Victory could be decided within a single blink. The 4 mounted bandits were all body-tempered cultivators and specialized in melee combat. Among them, Bao Yunfeng's specialty was his speed and agility. In his hands, the sharp dagger was like his finger, and it was extremely difficult to deal with as it came from tricky angles. Countless cultivators had died under his dagger. On the battlefield, the speed of Divine Steed Fleeting was extremely fast. Just as he was about to slam into Bao Yunfeng's dagger, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he changed moves, entering the stance of Plow Heaven Stride. With a single step, he stomped onto the ground and halted his figure. Boom! Su Zimo's feet landed on the ground and the stone slabs on the long street split open, creating a massive ravine. Dust clouds flew into the air and the entire place quaked. With the Plow Heaven Stride, Su Zimo's aura intensified as though he wanted to tear the sky apart. Caught off guard, Bao Yunfeng's knee buckled and he lost his balance as his pupils constricted. Crackle! Su Zimo's tendons and bones were ringing as his body expanded. Like an ancient god, he reached out with his huge hands that looked soft and weak, lunging towards the 2 incoming daggers. A coil and a tremble. Ah! Bao Yunfeng shrieked as his palm cracked open. Blood was dripping from his hands and both daggers flew away. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. How strong was that man's physique to be able to send both Bao Yunfeng's supreme-grade spirit weapons flying with his bare hands? Not good. Bao Yunfeng was alarmed and thought to himself. However, his reaction was extremely fast as he retreated immediately. Retrieving a protection talisman from his storage bag, he crushed it on the spot and turned to flee. Trying to flee? Su Zimo harumphed coldly as killing intent surged in his eyes. If he allowed Bao Yunfeng to escape into the crowd, Su Zimo would not be able to kill this man if he was blocked by the 100-odd desperados. With a flicker of his body, Su Zimo's feet sank into the mud before bursting forth. He covered 10 feet with a single stride and caught up with Bao Yunfeng in a few steps, launching a punch to the latter's skull. Boom! The veins on his fist were exposed and swelled up to twice their size. It was like a huge green-black seal that emitted a blood stench as it descended with a mighty aura. Roar! The cloud-seeking leopard reacted faster than cultivators. The moment it sensed its master's crisis, it roared in rage as its fur stood on end. Emitting a thick demonic chi, it bared its fangs and lunged towards Su Zimo ferociously. The strength of an ancient remnant beast at the peak of Foundation establishment was enough to pose a threat to Su Zimo. If he was struck, Su Zimo's physique would not be able to deal with it as well and he would be injured or even dead. However, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he had already seen a black shadow darting over. He continued punching towards Bao Yunfeng's head using his fist like a stamp. Just as the cloud-seeking leopard's claws were about to reach Su Zimo, a muscular shadow rammed over at an even faster speed. Bang! Bang! 2 bangs sounded at almost the same time. The cloud-seeking leopard was sent flying by the black shadow and dust clouds billowed when the 2 mighty bodies landed on the ground. The cloud-seeking leopard let out a sad cry. The black shadow stood up and its cold, shimmering claws extended silently. They have already punctured a few holes on the cloud-seeking leopard's body and blood was gushing out. This was none other than Night Spirit who was sprawled at the side. Under the guise of the Night Spirit's scales shone with a cold luster. Its eyes were dark and mysterious, emitting a murderous aura that sent chills down one's spine. The cloud-seeking leopard struggled and wanted to stand up as it opened its mouth and bit towards Night Spirit's throat. This was an ancient remnant beast after all. There was still strength for a final attack despite its massive injuries. Night Spirit's tail wagged. A black shadow darted by. Poof! Like a pitch-black spear, Night Spirit's tail stabbed through the cloud-seeking leopard's head, entering from the mouth and exiting from the back of its head. An ancient remnant beast, the cloud-seeking leopard, just died on the spot. At the same time, on the other side, Su Zimo's gigantic green-black stamp descended and crushed Bao Yunfeng's protection talisman, landing on the latter's back with its remaining momentum. Buzz! For spirit lights shone from Bao Yunfeng's back as a burning inner armor was revealed. For spirit patterns, it was a supreme-grade defensive spirit weapon. Although the power of Su Zimo's punch was great, more than half of it was reduced because of the protection talisman. Right after, it was blocked by the supreme-grade defensive spirit weapon, and Bao Yunfeng received almost no damage as he seized the opportunity to flee forward. Heh! Bao Yunfeng laughed and yelled, "You're that bit away from killing me." He did not hear Su Zimo's reply after saying that. Instead, the killing intent behind him intensified, as if a terrifying, ferocious beast was chasing him. Instinctively, Bao Yunfeng turned and glanced behind. That single glance scared him out of his wits. Su Zimo used Divine Steed Fleeting and a series of afterimages appeared in the void behind him. The distance between them had decreased rapidly and Su Zimo was almost reaching him. Go! The desperados that Bao Yunfeng had brought with him realized what was happening as they hurriedly summoned their flying swords and stabbed towards Su Zimo. Instantly, sword chi filled the air and spirit lights shone brightly. Pang! 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 Lowering his body, Su Zimo was almost sprawled on the ground as he slithered forward. The bones and tendons in his body rang together with a trembling sound. When he stretched out his arms, his body elongated and resembled an anaconda. Su Zimo's arms landed on Bao Yunfeng's waist and he coiled around it weakly. All the flying swords missed. At that moment, Su Zimo was almost entirely plastered on Bao Yunfeng's body. Weak and boneless, he coiled around the latter's body with cold eyes. On the second floor, the white-robed man closed his eyes subconsciously. It was as though he was witnessing an anaconda wrapping itself around Bao Yunfeng's body. Inhaling deeply, the anaconda's tendons pulsated and its flesh expanded at a visible speed. Pust! The white-robed man took a deep breath and looked down again. Crack! 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 Bao Yunfeng's hands were bound as he stood rooted to the ground with the sound of bones cracking ringing from his squeezed body. Even though the supreme-grade defensive spirit weapon could defend against the sharpness of weapons and soften impacts, it could not withstand this sort of compressional strangulation. Anaconda strangle. Bao Yunfeng's eyes were bloodshot and bulged as his tongue stretched out, turning into a terrifying shade of purple. From the depths of his throat, he croaked. The 100-odd desperados were shocked at the sight and froze on the spot. At that moment, Su Zimo and Bao Yunfeng were entangled together. If they were to attack, there was a high chance that they might injure Bao Yunfeng instead of save him. Splash! The sound of bloodline rumbling echoed from Su Zimo's body like a terrifying tsunami. Die! He hollered and his body expanded once more as his muscles swelled. Bursting forth with immense strength, Bao Yunfeng was squeezed into a blood mist. One of the 4 mounted bandits had died in Xianxia City. There were at least thousands of cultivators gathered by now. However, at the moment, it was entirely silent outside the courtyard, as though everyone was strangled and could not breathe. What happened was way too tragic. The 4 mounted bandits were renowned for their physiques and melee combat capabilities. Among them, Bao Yunfeng was extremely fast and agile. He was practically invincible among 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and could only be taken down by 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. If they hadn't witnessed it personally, nobody would have believed that Bao Yunfeng would have been killed by strangulation in melee combat by a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, dying without a corpse. More than that, no one could believe that someone would dare kill Bao Yunfeng in Xianxia City. This was big. Bao Yunfeng's death was not important. The issue was that many innocent cultivators might be implicated by the rage of the other 3 violent mounted bandits. On the second floor, the white-robed man put away his fan and suddenly asked with sparkling eyes, "Uncle Liang, what do you think of this person? He's very strong in melee combat, ruthless and decisive in killing." Uncle Liang replied in a low voice, "However, that kid is brash and does not know how to hold back. While he's straightforward, there is now no room to back off against the 4 mounted bandits and he's bound to die. I'm actually rather interested in him." The white-robed man smiled gently and said. Frowning, Uncle Liang asked, "You intend to recruit him, young master?" "Indeed." The white-robed man nodded. Uncle Liang continued, "Recruiting him now would be equivalent to offending the 4 mounted bandits. That's irrational. The reason why we entered the ancient battlefield this time round is for the ruins of Elixir Pool sect. It's inconvenient for us to make such strong enemies." Pausing for a moment, Uncle Liang added, "Right now, Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, and some of the other strong factions are lingering around Xianxia City. It's quite likely that they're all here for the ruins of Elixir Pool sect. Compared to Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect, we're lacking in top experts and are at a disadvantage. We must be careful, young master." "Top experts." The white-robed man smiled and turned his beautiful eyes, looking at the green-robed cultivator in the courtyard. "There's one right there, isn't it?" "Him." Uncle Liang laughed. "Although I'm old, I'm not at the age where my eyes are failing me. While that person is strong in melee combat, I don't think he's quite at the level of a top expert, right?" The white-robed man smiled without replying. In the courtyard, after killing Bao Yunfeng with Anaconda Strangle, Su Zimo stood in a puddle of blood. His green robes stained blood-red, exuding a murderous aura. His gaze was razor-sharp and carried a lethal killing intent. Kill! Instead of retreating after Bao Yunfeng's death, The 100-odd desperados cried out in rage and charged towards Su Zimo wielding chilling curved sabers. This was the nature of the desperados, none of them feared death. The fierce horses that they rode were all spirit demons at Foundation Establishment realm. With bloodshot eyes and terrifying strength, cultivators were bound to be torn apart if they were rammed by those horses. Dust billowed as the 100-odd cultivators charged with menacing intent. If it was anyone else present, they would dodge right away when faced with such an army, afraid that they would be crushed to sludge. However, Su Zimo did not retreat nor dodge. His eyes lit up as his bloodline churned with the furious sound of tsunamis mixed with rumbling thunder. His strength increased massively with the churning of his bloodline. Bang! Exhaling, Su Zimo extended a pair of gigantic palms and pushed against the heads of two furious horses that were charging over. Instantly, his sleeves exploded, revealing two ripped arms where his muscles were knotted together inch by inch. Like molten steel, they exuded the feeling of immense strength. The momentum of charging, galloping horses was intense. Cultivators aside, even in the jungle, few spirit demons would dare go against it head-on. However, the two horses were pressed on the spot by Su Zimo's palms and could not advance a single inch. Su Zimo's feet sank deep into the mud as he stood like an ancient god with a deep and unwavering gaze. Caught off guard, the two desperados riding on the horses were sent flying. Little Fatty and Shurjian were wielding their gigantic axe and steel rod respectively. Seizing the opportunity, they ended the lives of the two men that were sent flying into the air in a momentary daze. There was no way the two horses could endure the shock of the collision between two massive forces as they whimpered and died on the spots. Their bodies crushed and their tendons and bones shattered. The riders behind them could not stop in time and all of them fell to the ground in a mess. On his side, a horse charged towards Su Zimo's chest. Heh! Sneering, Su Zimo strode forward and raised his knee, ramming over like a horse as well. Bang! The gigantic spirit demon horse was sent flying by a seemingly tiny human and exploded in midair, turning into a mist of blood. Roar! Right then, Night Spirit lowered its front limbs and head in an offensive stance, suddenly letting out a deafening roar from the depths of its throat. The spirit demon horses that were initially murderous and filled with fighting spirit were instantly scared out of their wits as boundless fear shone in their eyes. None of those spirit demons recognized Night Spirit. However, there was a deep-rooted fear that came from the depths of their bloodline in response to that roar. Some of the horses shivered and buckled to the ground, peeing and shitting themselves in incontinence. Some of the horses seemed to have gone insane as they threw the cultivators on their backs off. Pushing the crowd away, they fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, all the desperados were in chaos. The surrounding cultivators were shocked as their impressions of Night Spirit changed gradually. Although they were not part of the conflict, they felt a sense of fear the moment Night Spirit roared and almost turned to flee themselves. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and 18 flying swords floated in front of him. Buzz! Quivering at the same time with a resounding buzz, the 18 flying swords shone endlessly in a bedazzling manner. Ah! Supreme-grade flying swords. All of them are supreme-grade flying swords. How many people must he have killed to be able to amass 18 supreme-grade flying swords? Cries of surprises came from the crowd. On the second floor, the white-robed man and Uncle Liang exclaimed softly at the same time. Uncle Liang frowned tightly with an odd expression as he shook his head. Something isn't right. Those 18 flying swords are identical in terms of length, width, thickness, and even their spirit patterns. They don't seem to have been mixed. Instead, they should have originated from the same weapon refinement master. As expected, he should be a sword formation master. Suddenly, the white-robed man said. Before the white-robed man finished his sentence, Su Zimo waved his hands in the courtyard, and the 18 flying swords intertwined in the void, leaving sword scars in their wake. Whoosh! A formation light shone brightly and illuminated the night skies. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. It was the candlelight sword formation. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. The sword-shaped circular disc charged into the crowd, circling around the desperados. Boundless blood chi was released and a blood mist formed as limbs were sent flying. Sword Formation Master. He's a sword formation master. No wonder he is able to reach Xianxia City despite only being at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. So that's his secret. Sword formation masters were extremely rare in the cultivation world and everyone was shocked. On the second floor, Uncle Liang took a deep breath. His expression changed slightly as he whispered, "The killing power of that sword formation is so strong. Do you recognize it, Uncle Liang?" the white-robed man asked. After a long while, Uncle Liang shook his head. "I've never seen it before. The might of that sword formation isn't weaker than those of ancient Array sect." The 4 unorthodox groups were Elixir Yang sect, Thousand Crane sect, 100 Refinement sect, and Ancient Array sect. Gathering all the top elixir, weapon, talisman, and formation masters of Tianhuang mainland, those were the havens for these types of cultivators. All the renowned sword formation masters of the cultivation world were mostly from Ancient Array sect. Uncle Liang shook his head again. It's a pity that his cultivation realm is too low. If he was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, he would definitely be able to hold out against the legacy disciples of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect with just that sword formation alone. Let's head down and take a look. The white-robed man rose and led the way. Uncle Liang persuaded him, "Young master, that man isn't going to live for long despite his immense potential. He'll be dead the moment the other 3 mounted bandits return to Xianxia City. It's truly not a wise choice to recruit him now." "Not necessarily." The white-robed man smiled meaningfully. In the courtyard, all the desperados were 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. If they worked in unison against Su Zimo, they would definitely be a force not to be reckoned with and might even be able to break the candlelight sword formation. But now, their formation was scattered into chaos by Su Zimo and Night Spirit and were in a mess. There's no way they could deal with the killing power of the candlelight sword formation at this point. Clang! Clang! The sounds of swords ringing rang incessantly, accompanied by tragic shrieks. Lives were being reaped mercilessly like grass as the desperados truly lost their lives. The dilapidated mansion was dyed with blood. Flesh aside, even superior-grade spirit weapons would be shattered if they were sucked in by the candlelight sword formation. The air was filled with the thick stench of blood. At this moment, even desperados could not take it any longer as they scattered and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was left with nothing but corpses that were still warm. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. To them, the red-stained figure standing in the pool of blood resembled an Azura that had just walked out of hell. Now that Bao Yunfeng is dead, that man is definitely doomed when the other 3 mounted bandits return. Maybe not. They'll definitely leave this place tomorrow morning and flee far away. They might be able to escape this calamity. Fufu, the person who spoke at the start, sneered. "Do you think the 3 mounted bandits are fools? They have survived in the jungles for many years and specialize in tracking people down. Nobody will be able to hide from them." Su Zimo put away his 18 flying swords as well as the storage bags of Bao Yunfeng and the others. He was calm as usual, indifferent towards the gossips at the sidelines. Ji Chengtian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The crowd gradually dispersed. Sensing something, Su Zimo glanced sideways and caught sight of a white-robed man walking over. The white-robed man was extremely handsome and could be described as perfect. At first glance, he seemed to be even more beautiful than a woman. However, what shocked Su Zimo was the fact that an elderly man with a long beard was following behind the white-robed man. Even though there was no age restriction for the ancient battlefield, the people that entered were typically geniuses and talents of the current generation. The sudden appearance of an elderly man was particularly striking. Furthermore, Su Zimo's spirit perception told him that the elderly man was extremely dangerous. After entering the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had been through a number of battles. However, He had never experienced such an aura from another cultivator. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart palpitate. Su Zimo gazed deeply at the elderly man before focusing his attention on the white-robed man again. The white-robed man waved and held his folding fan behind him while cupping his other hand with a smile. I am Tang Yu. How do I address you, fellow Taoist? Su Zimo. Su Zimo's gaze was fixed on the sect badge on the man's waist as he replied expressionlessly. Anyone who dared to display their sect badges in the ancient battlefield were mostly from major sects or factions. While Ethereal Peak was one of the 5 major sects within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, it was nothing much in Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo and the others hung nothing but a storage bag around their waists. Although Su Zimo could guess that the white-robed man's background was far from simple, he could not identify the sect badge nor motive of the latter. Tang Yu flicked his folding fan open with his slender wrist and waved it gently. Fellow Taoist, you've just arrived in Xianxia City, so I think you might not have much of an understanding towards the 4 mounted bandits. However, I do know some stuff about them. I'm willing to hear it in detail. Su Zimo nodded. The so-called 4 mounted bandits are arranged based on the dhole, wolf, tiger, and leopard. Each of them rides on a different ancient remnant beast that is extremely strong. Among them, the leader, Chai Li, is at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment. The others are all at Peak 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment and can advance to 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment at any moment. Tang Yu continued, in Xiantian City, the 4 mounted bandits are not the strongest. However, the reason why the other top factions are not willing to go against them is because of the existence of a 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator among the 4 mounted bandits. Now that Bao Yunfeng is dead, you've sowed a deep feud with the other 3 mounted bandits and there's no room for negotiation. Even if you escape from Xiantian City, they will hunt you down and a battle will be inevitable. Tang Yu spoke confidently and Su Zimo remained silent, looking at him quietly. After a moment, Su Zimo asked, what exactly are you trying to say? I can help you. Tang Yu's statement was surprising. Oh, Su Zimo raised his brow. No one was on his side now that he had offended the 4 mounted bandits. He had not expected that anyone in Xiantian City would offer to help him. Tang Yu added, of course, by help, I don't mean that I'm on your side entirely to go head-on against the 4 mounted bandits. That's not going to benefit me. However, changing the topic, Tang Yu continued, I can take away any burdens you have. What do you mean? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. Tang Yu's gaze darted past Ji Chengtian and the rest before landing on Su Xiaoning. After pondering for a while, he suddenly said, this girl here is an elixir refinement master, right? Su Zimo did not reply and was expressionless. However, Su Xiaoning was stunned and shock flashed through her eyes. Right from the beginning, she had not revealed anything related to elixir refinement. Yet, the handsome man in front of her saw through her identity immediately. How could she not be surprised? When he caught sight of Su Xiaoning's reaction, Tang Yu smiled gently and nodded. Seems like I was right. He continued, this girl will not be of much help once the battle with the 4 mounted bandits begins since her cultivation realm is too low. Instead, she will become a burden. However, I can ensure her safety. If a massive battle were to break out and everything was chaotic, even Night Spirit might not be able to protect Xiaoning from harm. Tang Yu continued, if she's talented in elixir refinement, I can even offer her a chance to join my sect. What sect are you from? Su Zimo asked instead. Proudly, Tang Yu declared, one of the 4 unorthodox groups, Elixir Yang sect. On Tianhuang mainland, 9 major factions ruled over the place. 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups, 3 aristocratic families, 2 islands, and 1 palace. Elixir Yang sect belonged to one of the 4 unorthodox groups and had a deep foundation. It was said that the sect's history traced back to the ancient era. Most of the renowned elixir refinement masters of the cultivation world originated from Elixir Yang sect. The strength of Elixir Yang sect was naturally lesser than the other sections. However, due to their capabilities in elixir refinement, they were well connected with the other major factions, and there was no lack of powerful beings from the cultivation world that joined them. Elixirs were essential consumables. Be it for cultivation or in the battlefield, they were extremely important. Elixir Yang sect was one of the major factions within Xianxia City. As a legacy disciple of Elixir Yang sect, Tang Yu was indeed qualified to make his claims. Su Xiaoning was very moved upon hearing the words Elixir Yang sect. As her eyes lit up, she looked at Su Zimo expectantly but kept quiet obediently. Su Zimo remained silent and undecided. Suddenly, Tang Yu's eyes were filled with resolve, and he said, If, and I mean if, you're able to survive 15 minutes against the attacks of the other 3 mounted bandits, Elixir Yang sect will come forth to your aid. Young master, Uncle Liang frowned and could not help but remind. To Uncle Liang, it was not enough of a reason for Elixir Yang sect to step forth even if Su Zimo could survive 15 minutes against the other 3 mounted bandits. The moment they did so, it would mean becoming enemies with the 3 mounted bandits, and if they didn't handle that well, it would result in a bloody battle. That's too risky. Even though this man has great potential, he's not worth it, Uncle Liang whispered. Tang Yu shook his head with a resolute expression as he looked at Su Zimo, awaiting the latter's response. Why are you helping me? Su Zimo looked at Tang Yu and asked calmly. Admiration flickered through Uncle Liang's eyes when he saw Su Zimo's reaction. Although he did not recommend Tang Yu helping Su Zimo, he acknowledged the fact that this green-robed cultivator was indeed a talent as well. If it was anybody else, they would have agreed to such a sweet free deal immediately. However, this man was still rational and did not agree to it readily. Everything else, his calmness alone, was far superior to the other disciples of the younger generation. Tang Yu smiled. There's 2 reasons why I want to help you. First, it's naturally out of selfish reasons. I value your potential. Su Zimo was much less guarded when he saw how honest Tang Yu was. Nodding, he gestured for the latter to continue. Tang Yu added, Second, it's quite a pleasure seeing someone reject Bao Yunfeng's advances in Xianxia City and kill him instead. I'm impressed. There's nothing to be impressed about. I merely don't want to be in the same league as the 4 mounted bandits. Su Zimo replied casually. That's the point. Waving his folding fan, Tang Yu pointed at the crowd that was gradually fading away. I guarantee that most cultivators in Xianxia City would not want to be in the same league as the 4 mounted bandits. However, none of them would dare provoke the 4 mounted bandits, much less resist them. At the beginning, every cultivator might have aspired to be a just and righteous person. However, as time passes, their resolve fades as well as they eventually bow down in the face of the cruel reality. In fact, they might even turn into the type of people that they have once looked down on. However, you are different. Tang Yu's gaze landed on Su Zimo eventually as he said with a bright tone, I can still see your resolve, your conviction. There are not many people who can stay true to their hearts and push forth courageously in the cultivation world. You are one of them. Xianxia and the others were the most emotional over Tang Yu's words. As Tang Yu had mentioned, all of them hated the 4 mounted bandits and did not want to be in the same league as them. However, when Bao Yunfeng came forth to recruit them, they felt a heavy load on their shoulders and went against their hearts, bearing intentions of bowing down. Smacking his lips, Su Zimo said in a self-deprecating manner, Most people like me don't live long lives, and that is why I'm here to help. Tang Yu smiled. Su Zimo was slightly dazed when he met with the sparkle in Tang Yu's eyes as he felt a strange sensation surging in his heart. Hurriedly, he changed the topic and asked, You said that you value my potential. Is there something that you want me to do? That's right. Tang Yu nodded. Right now, there are many powerful figures gathered within Xianxia City, all for the sake of the ruins of an ancient sect. At that time, I hope that you'll be on the side of Elixir Yang sect. Ancient sect ruins. Xianxia and the others were excited at the sound of that. The opportunities and treasures within the ruins of an ancient sect were much more than a golden core's cave abode. Furthermore, if even cultivators of Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth sect, and the unorthodox groups were gathered here, It was proof that the ruins were not ordinary. Suddenly, Uncle Liang said, "That's for the future. We'll talk about it if you manage to survive." Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning." "All right." Tang Yu nodded. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Xiaoning stepped forth and asked with a slightly blushed face, "Why, young Master Tang, how did you manage to identify that I was an elixir refinement master?" Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke, "Fellow Taoist, although your male disguise is superb, there are still some flaws." "Male disguise?" Ji Chengtian and the others were slightly stunned and turned to look at Tang Yu instinctively. Even though Tang Yu was extremely good-looking with eyes like a painting, there was an Adam's apple and his chest was flat. How was he a woman? Instinctively, Tang Yu asked, "What flaws? Although the fragrance you emit is very faint, you can't hide it from me." By cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo had already cleared his nose orifice, and he was much more sensitive towards scents compared to others. Ji Chengtian and the others came to a realization when they saw Tang Yu's reaction, as well as 2 pink spots flushing on the latter's cheeks. Initially, Tang Yu merely wanted to tease Xiaoning out of playfulness. Yet, she ended up as the one teased. Everyone held back their laughter as they looked back and forth at Tang Yu and Su Zimo. Even though she was disguised as a male, Tang Yu was a woman after all and was easily embarrassed. There was no way she could handle the playful gazes that everyone was casting her as she raised her head and turned to leave in a huff. Xiaoning looked at Tang Yu's back view in a dazed manner for a long time. "Xiaoning, don't harp on it." Su Zimo coughed gently and patted Xiaoning's shoulders. Turning to look at Su Zimo, Xiaoning raised her brows slightly. Still somewhat unwilling to accept the truth, she asked, "Young Master Tang is really a woman?" Su Zimo nodded. "Heis." Xiaoning sighed and could not conceal her disappointment. Su Zimo smiled bitterly in secret. Xiaoning was at the age where a maiden's heart was blossoming. To think that her first taste of love would come from a woman. Fortunately, the two of them had not interacted for long and there was nothing left after things were exposed. Not long after, Xiaoning recovered and came before Su Zimo, saying sternly, "Brother, I want to join Elixir Yang sect." "Why?" Although Su Zimo could vaguely guess the reason, he still asked. "If there's an elixir recipe for increasing one's lifespan in Tianhuang mainland, it has to be in Elixir Yang sect. I want to give it a shot." Indeed, it was as Su Zimo had expected. In truth, the greatest motivation and reason why Xiaoning became an elixir refinement master was because she wanted to learn how to refine an elixir to increase one's lifespan. Their eldest brother, Su Hong, was only immortal. With no way to cultivate, his lifespan was a 100 at most. The reason why Xiaoning became an elixir refinement master was because she wanted to increase her eldest brother's lifespan and have him live as long as possible. However, the rarest elixirs in the cultivation world were those that could increase longevity. Those elixirs and recipes had never appeared in the territories of the Great Zhou dynasty, much less Azure Frost sect. This was an extremely rare opportunity that Xiaoning did not want to give up. In reality, Su Zimo hoped that Xiaoning could join Elixir Yang sect as well. First, he had a deep feud with Blood Crow Palace, and it was highly likely that he would experience a great calamity of life and death upon returning to the sect. If Xiaoning could join Elixir Yang sect, she could avoid the calamity. Second, Elixir Yang sect was one of the 4 unorthodox groups and had a deep foundation and decent strength. It was far superior to the likes of Azure Frost sect and would suit Xiaoning's path of cultivation. Su Zimo said, "All right, I'll have Night Spirit accompany you there when the time comes." After all, he did not have much of an understanding towards Elixir Yang sect and could only feel more relieved if Night Spirit was by Xiaoning's side. Turning around, Su Zimo looked at Ji Chengtian and the others. He pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "I'll stay in Xiantian City for the time being. You guys rest a while to recover your energy and leave this place as soon as possible." Little Fatty frowned and shouted, "Bro, we'll either leave or stay together." "That's right." Ji Chengtian nodded as well. Su Zimo waved it off. "I'm the target of the 3 mounted bandits. If I leave with you guys, none of us will be able to escape. My strength is enough to protect myself, but if you guys stay in the city, you'll only be sacrificing your lives for nothing. There's no need to act on impulse. Xianxia and the others were silent. They knew that Su Zimo was stating the facts. There was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator among the 3 mounted bandits, and they had hundreds of 6 Meridian Foundation establishment desperados. Given the strength of Xianxia and the rest, they would not be able to survive against the attacks of hundreds of desperados even if they were in peak condition. Right now, the help that they could provide Su Zimo was almost negligible, and they might even be a burden for him. Leaving Su Zimo and Xianxia City was perhaps the best option for them. In reality, Su Zimo wasn't entirely helpless against a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. As long as he released his blood qi, his strength would climb to another level with the aid of his demonic qi, and he could definitely contend with a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, if he did that, he would become a mass target and might attract even stronger foes or be surrounded by all the cultivators of Xianxia City. However, if he had to hide his demonic qi and merely work with his bloodline, Su Zimo would most likely be able to match a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator at the most with the aid of Blood Quencher. It would be extremely difficult for him to defeat or even kill a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. The exception to that was if he could unlock his mouth, eyes, and all 7 orifices to attain lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. However, that was unrealistic. In other words, Su Zimo's only chance was to hold out for 15 minutes against the attacks of the 3 mounted bandits and wait for the assistance of Elixir Yang sect. 15 minutes? Su Zimo murmured softly. A cold glint flickered through his eyes as he began cultivating. The next morning, Tang Yu did not appear. Instead, a disciple of Elixir Yang sect came forward and asked Su Zimo about his decision. "I'll stay," Su Zimo said before turning to look at Su Xiaoning. "Xiaoning will return with you. Please tell young Master Tang that I hope that he will take good care of her." The disciple of Elixir Yang sect smiled gently. "Our young master has already expected this. So he told me in advance to inform you not to worry, and that he will definitely protect Xiaoning well. Also, these are some healing elixirs courtesy of senior brother. Hopefully, they'll be of use to you guys." Before leaving, the Elixir Yang sect disciple handed Su Zimo a storage bag containing many jade bottles of various elixirs. Su Zimo took a quick glance and did not spot any perfect elixirs. He then passed everything to Xianxia and the rest. With Night Spirit's company, Xiaoning left with the Elixir Yang sect disciple. Su Zimo continued cultivating. Under such a pressing situation, the 5th spirit meridian in his body also appeared, and there was a chance he could unlock it within the next few days. With the help of the healing elixirs gifted by Tang Yu, Xianxia and the others recovered swiftly and were mostly healed by the next day. This morning, Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "Senior Brother G, you guys should leave today. The 3 mounted bandits are going to return any time now. If we drag on, things might change and it might be too late to leave." "All right." Xianxia and the others nodded without hesitating. Leng Ro, Little Fatty, and Shijian got up one after another as well, bidding farewell to Su Zimo. On the way, all 3 of them were silent, deep in their own thoughts. After exiting Xianxia City, Little Fatty suddenly came to a stop at the north gates. He turned and said, "Senior Brother G, Sister Leng Ro, and Silly Jian, I intend to explore the ancient battlefield myself. Let's bid farewell here." "I'm not silly," Shijian murmured. Leng Ro nodded with a cold expression. "All right," Xianxia smiled. "That's my intention as well. I don't know when we're going to meet again after separating today. Everyone, please take care." "Take care." Everyone bid farewell with cupped fists, and Xianxia, Leng Ro, and Little Fatty split into 3 directions on their flying swords. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Shijian the only one remaining. Scratching his head, he picked a random direction and sprinted with huge strides. Part of the reason why Su Zimo stayed on in Xianxia City was to resolve the feud with the 3 mounted bandits. At the same time, he was curious about the ancient sect ruins that Tang Yu mentioned. A sect ruin that could gather a few of Tianhuang mainland's major factions was definitely far from ordinary. Of course, the prerequisite of exploring the ruin was that he had to establish a firm standing and reputation within Xianxia City. The battle against the 4 mounted bandits was inevitable. From the moment he killed Bao Yunfeng, Su Zimo had no intention of resolving things amicably with the 4 mounted bandits. Against these villainous and violent people, there was no way Su Zimo was going to swallow things and go against his heart just because of their formidable strength. If he had any unhappiness, he would just go for sweet, direct vengeance furiously to quell that displeasure. The worst-case scenario would be for his demonic cultivation to be exposed. At the most, he would just raise hell at that time. For the next few days, Su Zimo sat at a street corner exposed to all motionlessly. With an empty mind, he cultivated with the calmness of an old monk. On the 3rd day, Su Zimo's 5th spirit meridian appeared and took shape, stabilizing completely with spirit energy surging within it in a full manner. Su Zimo's breakthrough did not cause much of a reaction in Xianxia City. After all, to most of the cultivators, it did not matter whether Su Zimo was at 4 or 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. In fact, even if he got to 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, the outcome would not change much. Most of them were just waiting to watch the show. Everyone wanted to know how the 3 mounted bandits were going to torment Su Zimo given their methods and the number of innocent cultivators who would be implicated due to their wrath. As time passed, the tension in Xianxia City got heavier as it meant that the 3 mounted bandits were closer to returning. This day, dark clouds shrouded the city and thunder rumbled. The skies seemed to be painted ink black as the clouds changed rapidly and rumbled. The air was filled with a damp scent indicating the arrival of a thunderstorm. A perfectly retained residence stood at the east side of Xianxia City. At the entrance, a handsome man in luxurious robes stood with hands behind his back, looking at the dark clouds with a slightly raised chin. His eyes were clear, resembling glass. A cultivator sped over from the distance with a sect badge hanging on his waist. The handsome man in the residence had an identical one as well. If one were to pay attention, they could vaguely make out a single word, glass. "Greetings, Senior Brother Pei." The disciple arrived before the luxuriously robed man and bowed slightly, greeting with politeness. "We have news. The 3 mounted bandits have returned to the city." "All right," the luxuriously robed man replied indifferently, still gazing at the skies. The disciple continued, "I heard that Elixir Yang sect is up to something. Young Master Tang Yu is leading a group of cultivators towards that mansion, but we don't know why." "Fu?" Extending his palm, the luxuriously robed man looked at his long, slender fingers with a mocking expression as he said indifferently, "The 4 mounted bandits, the dhole, wolf, tiger, and leopard. Now that the leopard is dead, the remaining 3 beasts will definitely go mad. Anyone who offends them at a time like this is only asking for it. Our aim is the ruins of Elixir Pool sect. There's no need for us to waste our strength here. That Sugai is merely an ant that's overestimating his own strength." West side of Xianxia City. In a palace, a black-robed cultivator sat in the middle with a huge gold saber. A bone spear laid across his knees horizontally. Although his eyes were shut, there was a murderous aura around him. "Fiend air. The 3 mounted bandits have returned to the city." "Got it," the black-robed cultivator replied casually without opening his eyes. Almost at the same time, Puppet Sect, Thousand Crane Sect. The few factions within Xianxia City caught wind of the news as countless gazes watched the long street. Before long, a storm poured and lightning flashed in the skies, interweaving like a web that threatened to engulf the ancient city. The storm was heavy and fierce. In the blink of an eye, the green robes that Su Zimo was wearing were drenched. Even so, he continued sitting where he was, upright with his eyes closed. He had a calm expression, as though he was indifferent towards everything. Not far away, Tang Yu looked at the green-colored figure with a dazed expression. A moment later, she snapped out of her stupor and glanced askance. "Uncle Liang, do you think he can survive for 15 minutes? "It's difficult." Uncle Liang shook his head. The 3 mounted bandits aside, Just the thousands of desperados they have with them are enough to tear that man apart. My brother will definitely make it. Standing beside Tang Yu, Su Xiaoning gripped her fists and said resolutely. Beside her, Night Spirit sprawled on the ground quietly, protecting Xiaoning in silence. On the long street, the rain grew heavier and the wind gusted more intensely. In that storm, the sounds of hooves could be heard from far away, intensifying in volume and clarity. Gradually, the hooves sounded like thunder. Even the storm could not cover up the surging killing intent coming from the end of the long street. Vaguely, 3 figures appeared in the misty rain, approaching from afar. It was the 3 mounted bandits, the ancient remnant beasts that all 3 of them rode on let out heavy panting sounds. With bloodshot eyes, they gave off a feral aura as they glared at the street corner keenly. Behind the 3 of them was a large army of mounted riders, coming with ferocity. At a glance, there were over 1,000 people. 1,000 desperados coupled with a 7-meridian foundation establishment cultivator. This was a force not to be underestimated in the ancient battlefield, let alone Xianxia City. In reality, top factions like Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were stronger than the 4 mounted bandits. However, there were many factions gathered within Xianxia City right now contending for the ruins of Elixir Pool Sect. No one was willing to provoke the 4 mounted bandits lest their strength was weakened for the contention of the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. At the street corner, Su Zimo was long drenched and his black hair was stuck together, looking absolutely wretched. 1,000 feet. 500 feet. The 3 mounted bandits were closing in, and Su Zimo could even sense the stench coming forth from the mouths of their 3 ancient remnant beasts. However, he did not move still. Suddenly, when the 3 mounted bandits entered the vicinity of 300 feet, Su Zimo opened his eyes and a gigantic bow had appeared in his hands out of nowhere. He bent the bow and loaded the arrows. Bow like a full moon and arrows like shooting stars. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of arrows tearing through the air was almost melded into one. That bow was none other than the Moon Concealment Bow, the quasi-connate spirit weapon. When 5 spirit patterns lit up on the bow in Su Zimo's hands, Lang Tan felt a sense of uneasiness. The next moment, a cold flash appeared before him, almost closing in. The speed of the arrow was too fast and any ordinary 6-meridian foundation establishment cultivator would have been dead. However, Lang Tan's reaction was much faster than ordinary cultivators given his countless life and death experiences in the jungle. In a flash, he slanted his face sideways. A cold beam brushed by his cheek, cutting a blood wound. It was a close shave. He had dodged it. However, before Lang Tan could relax, his eyelids twitched and he saw another cold beam shooting over, aimed at his glabella. The second arrow was arriving and he had no chance to react at all. These were consecutive arrows. Lang Tan felt his hair stand on end. It was extremely lucky that he was able to dodge the first arrow. However, there was nothing he could do to evade this second arrow. Clang. Chai Li, who was beside Lang Tan, was the first to react. Withdrawing a long saber at his waist, his spirit energy surged and 7 spirit meridians lit up. With a holler and furious killing intent, Chai Li swung a reverse slash onto the incoming arrow. The cold light dissipated and the arrow was split into 2. Su Zimo's gaze narrowed. It was extremely difficult if one wanted to stop an arrow that was tearing through the air. It was not just a test of one's eyesight and reaction, but also their accuracy as well as the timing of striking with the saber. Given Su Zimo's bloodline, arm strength, and the fact that he was using a quasi-connate spirit weapon, the Moon Concealment Bow, that arrow was extremely powerful and even the strongest 6-meridian foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to deal with it. However, for Chai Li, who was at 7-meridian foundation establishment, he was able to take on that arrow unscathed. That was the reason why 7-meridian foundation establishment cultivators were terrifying. Be it in terms of reaction, speed, or strength, they were significantly superior in all aspects. In reality, Chai Li was the one feeling shocked at the moment. Even though he had defended against that arrow, his palm felt like it was about to split and his wrist was a little numb. What did that mean? It meant that the power of that arrow was enough to threaten him. Suddenly, Chai Li realized that it was no wonder why Bao Yunfeng died. Before he was finished with his thought, the third arrow right after the second. The next moment, the fourth, fifth, sixth, and 10th arrows. 10 consecutive arrows enveloped the 3 mounted bandits. The storm poured and the arrow rain was incoming. Chai Li and Hu Meng's expressions changed starkly, and they were no longer bothered to save Lang Tan as they scurried to protect themselves. Thanks to Chai Li's defense of the previous arrow, Lang Tan managed to catch some breathing space. He whipped out a saber with his left hand and crushed a protection talisman with his right. The moment the protection barrier was formed, the cold beam arrived. Snap! Cracks spread out on the surface of the protection barrier. It was pierced with a single arrow. Pest! Lang Tan's expression changed. The killing power of that single arrow was so terrifying. His protection talisman was one of the top-tier grade 2 talismans and could defend against a full-powered attack of a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, it was destroyed by a single arrow right now. Yet another flash of light shot through the misty rain and approached. By now, Lang Tan had nowhere to dodge with his protection talisman crushed. The only thing he could do was to grip his saber with both hands and slash forward with all his might. Clang! When the saber collided with the arrow, sparks flew everywhere and the saber was actually repelled. The cold light paused for a moment before it pierced through Lang Tan's chest, causing a bloody arrow to exit from the back. Lang Tan fell from his black bane wolf and his eyes gradually dimmed as his life force left his body. The entire process of Su Zimo opening his eyes, withdrawing the moon concealment bow and loading it happened at almost the same time. He had only attacked when the 3 mounted bandits were within 300 feet. If the distance was too far, the power of the arrows would be reduced and they would be too slow, giving a longer reaction time to his opponents. If the distance was too near, a bow wouldn't be too useful. Around 300 feet or 100 meters was sufficient for Su Zimo. The arrows would be almost instant against the 3 mounted bandits who were charging over. Within 100 meters, the 10 consecutive arrows killed Lang Tan of the 4 mounted bandits on the long street. All the cultivators who saw it happen were secretly shocked. If they were in Lang Tan's place, it would be difficult for them to survive the 10 arrows as well. Not far away, Uncle Liang nodded. I've got to say that this person's trump cards are very strong and can even threaten 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. However, his flaws are obvious too. The advantage of a bow was in ranged combat. At melee distance, a bow was nothing but a burden. After the 10 arrows, the remaining 2 mounted bandits and thousands of mounted riders charged over and had already arrived before Su Zimo. Even if Su Zimo was in possession of a Khanate bow, it would be useless given such proximity, let alone the fact that the moon concealment bow was only a quasi-Khanate spirit weapon. Next up was melee combat. The slightest mistake could lead to a decapitation. Die! Hu Meng was the first to arrive as he wielded a massive copper spear with a face on its tip and shone with 4 spirit patterns in his hands. It looked like it weighed 5 tons as Hu Meng swung it towards Su Zimo. The copper spear was so powerful that rain could not even fall through its arc of attack. Look! It's a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Hu Meng has also advanced to 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. 7 spirit meridians shone on the surface of Hu Meng's body. The remaining 2 of the 4 mounted bandits were both at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Uncle Liang sighed. That Su Zimo is unlucky. A single 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator is more than enough to kill him. To think that even Hu Meng has advanced to 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Standing behind Tang Yu was a man with a haughty expression. He crossed his arms and sneered. 15 minutes? He's not going to even last 10 breaths. That's not for sure. Tang Yu frowned. Xiaoning looked intently at the battlefield with slightly shivering arms, revealing the nervousness she felt. Sensing her emotions, Tang Yu glanced sideways and held Xiaoning's palm, nudging it slightly to comfort the latter. Xiaoning took a deep breath of air and gradually composed herself. Clang! The moment Hu Meng struck, Su Zimo put away his moon concealment bow and withdrew a gigantic blood-red saber from his storage bag. Blood Quencher arrived with a torrential killing intent. Ooh, ooh. The bronze spear was considered as a special weapon. While it wasn't mobile, its advantage was in its might. Furthermore, the features on its face were extremely lifelike, resembling an enraged Vajra with formidable might that rattled one's heart. During a fight, cultivators will tend to meet one another's gaze every now and then. As long as they were slightly distracted and lost focus in their strength, they would practically be smashed to a pulp, without even a corpse left. Su Zimo was churning his bloodline and using his full might for each of the 10 consecutive arrows. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed one of the 3 mounted bandits head-on as well. But right now, Hu Meng had rushed over. This was the time when Su Zimo had just exhausted his strength and had yet to recover. All he could do was raise Blood Quencher to defend it in front of himself passively. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed when the copper spear collided against Blood Quencher. Su Zimo's body trembled and he staggered 3 steps back. Right after, Chai Li did not give Su Zimo any breathing room and charged over on the black feather dole that he was riding on. He slashed his saber horizontally, aimed at Su Zimo's throat. Su Zimo raised his saber to defend once more. Clang! Once again, Su Zimo's body shook as though he was struck by an irresistible force. His body retreated and his feet dug through the ground, opening up 2 ravines that were filled with rainwater instantly. The difference in strength is too great. He's not a match for them at all. That's right. That person is going to die instantly once the 1,000-odd cultivators strike. I reckon that his internal organs are probably ruptured after receiving 2 blows from Chai Li and Hu Meng. He's probably putting on a strong front. Both sides had only exchanged a few blows, but it was enough to give many hints about the situation. Su Zimo was indeed disadvantaged on the surface. However, in reality, it was only because his energy had run out due to the consecutive arrows. His enemies had merely seized the opportunity while he was weak to strike, creating that false appearance of an advantage. In fact, the moment he received the second attack from Chai Li, Su Zimo's killing intent had already surged. He almost could not contain the demonic chi in his body and wanted to retaliate by bursting forth with his power of blood chi. Kill! Chai Li rode on the black feather dole with a venomous gaze that shone with a cruel glint. Waving his arms, he flew into the air and lunged towards Su Zimo. Roar! Squeak! On the ground, the black bane wolf, black feather dole and Rahu tiger opened their mouths and let out deafening roars. All 3 of them were ancient remnant beasts and emanated boundless demonic chi. With massive bodies and sharp claws, they had already cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment. Splitting into 3 directions, the 3 ancient remnant beasts charged towards Su Zimo. It was especially so for the black bane wolf. After witnessing its owner shot to death by this green-robed cultivator, the only thing it wanted to do right now was to rip this man's throat into pieces. In midair, Chai Li wielded his saber and descended from the skies along with Hu Meng and his copper spear. The 1,000-odd desperados had already charged forward, surrounding the place completely and leaving Su Zimo with no room to escape. Kill! 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 The desperados chanted furiously and attacked. Some of them summoned flying swords. Some of them released spirit arts and others wielded sabers and axes. When they saw that, the spectators shook their heads and sighed to themselves. Even legacy disciples of factions such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect would not be able to escape an attack as such unscathed, let alone a 5-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator such as Su Zimo. Tang Yu's gaze was burning and fixed on Su Zimo the entire time. To her surprise, she could not spot the slightest bit of panic or fear on Su Zimo's face. In fact, there was a vague trace of excitement in those bright eyes of his. Su Zimo's lips were curled slightly, showing a faint smirk. He was smiling. What sort of a person is he? Tang Yu frowned slightly. She truly could not understand how Su Zimo could smile in such a deadly situation. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed into the skies, enunciating 3 resounding syllables. After his laugh, the rain around him seemed to be repelled by an invisible force as they spilled outwards. The surrounding desperados were shocked. The voice seemed to be rattling their minds, causing their visions to blur. Everyone's hands trembled. At that moment, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his figure flashed. Before Chai Li and Hu Meng descended, he charged towards the three ancient remnant beasts. In that pouring rain, Su Zimo left behind a series of afterimages that lingered for a brief moment before vanishing in the raindrops. "Even three beasts are thinking of taking my life?" Roaring into laughter, Su Zimo did not hold back the disdain in his eyes as his bloodline churned, letting out the sound of tsunami, thunder, and tigers and leopards that caused one to shiver. Against the three incoming ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo slashed in reverse. The gigantic saber's blood beam expanded, engulfing the Rahu tiger and black feather dhole within it. Right after, Su Zimo strode forward and slammed down, using his left fist as a seal and punching onto the black bane wolf's head. The black bane wolf's eyes shone with violence, and it did not retreat nor dodge. Instead, it reached out at Su Zimo's throat with its sharp claws. The black bane wolf was much bigger than Su Zimo in size. Under normal circumstances, before Su Zimo could even punch the black bane wolf, the latter's claws would have already ripped his throat apart. The black bane wolf's eyes shone with excitement. It could visualize the human before it being shred by its claws. All of a sudden, a change occurred on the battlefield. The instant the black bane wolf lunged forward, Su Zimo's bones and tendons sounded together. His tendons expanded and contracted like a bowstring and echoed with vibrating sounds. Pang! 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 Su Zimo's arm expanded rapidly as he struck first, his fist transforming into a green-black seal that landed heavily onto the head of the black bane wolf. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Among the spirit demons, wolves were said to have bronze skulls and iron bones. In other words, the head of a wolf was the toughest part of its body. But right now, the head of the black bane wolf, an ancient remnant beast, was crushed by a single punch from Su Zimo. Its brain juice splattered as it gave a tragic shriek before dying on the spot. If the black bane wolf was said to have a skull made of bronze and iron bones, Su Zimo's fist would be equivalent to a diamond that was indestructible and almighty. After killing the black bane wolf with a single punch, the black feather dhole and Rahu tiger retreated against the sharpness of Bloodquencher. At this moment, the attacks of the other cultivators arrived. The 2-7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators that posed the greatest threat to Su Zimo, Chai Li, and Hu Meng were charging forth once again with their respective weapons. A bloody battle had erupted completely. Clang! Clang! Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and summoned 18 supreme-grade flying swords, conjuring the candlelight sword formation right away. This time round, the candlelight sword formation was not used offensively, but completely defensively. The attacks of the 1,000-odd desperados were too concentrated, and it was no longer possible to just rely on spirit perception. Cling! Clang! The circular sword formation spun and blocked the many incoming flying swords at the back. Fortunately, Su Zimo had advanced to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and had a massive boost in his spirit energy. Otherwise, the candlelight sword formation would have dispersed after a short while under the countless spirit weapons and spirit arts. Swash! Su Zimo's figure flashed and he weaved between the concentrated attacks, dodging the strikes of Chai Li and Hu Meng. Barging right into the crowd, he wielded Bloodquencher and cleaved around him. Poof! 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 Su Zimo did not know any saber techniques at all. However, his bloodline was extremely strong and his strength was unparalleled. Coupled with the sharpness and weight of Bloodquencher, he overwhelmed every single location he was at. The bodies of those cultivators could not withstand the blood beam of the saber. Anyone that Bloodquencher touched was sliced into half with fresh blood pouring everywhere. Even if there were cultivators who could barely withstand the might of Bloodquencher thanks to their own spirit weapons, they were sent flying by the tremendous force transmitted by the sharp blade, and their organs were ruptured before they even landed. Clang! Clang! Swinging Bloodquencher, Su Zimo clashed against Chai Li and Hu Meng head-on once more. This time round, Su Zimo did not budge a single step. His bloodline seemed to be boiling as he howled and took a step forward, slashing twice. Clang! Clang! Chai Li and Hu Meng's spirit energies churned rapidly in their dantians as they resisted Su Zimo's attacks. Their expressions did not change and the killing intent in their eyes merely intensified. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew. The black feather dole took advantage of the moment when Su Zimo was fighting Chai Li and Hu Meng to lunge forward, aiming for Su Zimo's back silently with its sharp claws. If the attack connected, Su Zimo's heart could be ripped out. Without even turning back, Su Zimo whipped backwards. His arm that was hard as a rock earlier on suddenly turned limp and flexible, like an elephant's trunk. With a swoosh, it struck the black feather dole on the head. Crack, crack, crack. In front of everyone, the black feather dole's head spun a few rounds around its neck before coming to a stop. Its neck was snapped completely and it died on the spot. Seizing that opportunity, the Rahu tiger charged and bit towards Su Zimo's neck. Su Zimo seemed like he had nowhere to run when all of a sudden, a gigantic pair of wings extended behind his back, shining with a bedazzling spirit light. The spirit wings flapped and Su Zimo rose into the air without anything beneath his feet. Shing! He was still a step too slow. Su Zimo's left leg was scratched by the Rahu tiger's claws, and a few cuts appeared on his robes with traces of blood vaguely shown beneath. He was injured. It was less than 15 minutes since the battle started and Su Zimo was already injured. Furthermore, Su Zimo's situation would only turn more dangerous the longer things dragged on. The rain was still pouring relentlessly. If any other cultivator received that attack, their legs might have been ripped off entirely. However, Su Zimo had an extremely strong physique. The moment the Rahu tiger's claws dug in, it was met with great resistance and it merely left behind a couple of wounds that were neither negligible nor fatal. The muscles on Su Zimo's legs shifted and patched both sides of the wounds, stopping the blood flow immediately. The strength of his physique was not merely in terms of raw power. His regeneration capabilities that even ancient remnant beasts would covet was what made Su Zimo so strong in sustained fights. Smacking his lips, Su Zimo's eyes had no trace of fear and were instead shining with fervor. The spirit wings flapped and Su Zimo's speed was at a maximum. Turning into a streak of light, he shot into the crowd and waved Blood Quencher, causing blood to spray all over the place. Cling, clang. Countless spirit weapons were shattered into pieces. Many figures fell onto the long street one after another, coughing out mouthful of blood with not much longer to live. Swoosh! Hu Meng wielded his copper spear and descended from the skies, crushing towards Su Zimo's head with an evil gust of wind. Shadows of swords were still around. Flickering coldly, Su Zimo had not much room to dodge at all. He could only rely on the spinning candlelight sword formation to guard his surroundings. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo turned around sharply and slashed upwards. Clang! The sound of metal clanging echoed deafeningly. Even the many desperados in the surroundings felt their ears hurt from the sound, let alone Su Zimo who was in the center of everything. Su Zimo's body shuddered and the stone slab beneath his feet shattered. Both his legs sank into the ground and he seemed much shorter all of a sudden. This time round, it was clear that Su Zimo was disadvantaged. In reality, if it was a one-on-one battle, Su Zimo's strength would not be weaker than Hu Meng even if the latter was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. However, apart from Hu Meng, Su Zimo was surrounded by 1,000-odd desperados, an ancient remnant beast and another 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Under such circumstances, it was already extremely fortunate that Su Zimo was able to hold out. This situation resembled that night in Mo's spirit weapon workshop when the 2 dying golden cores arrived to assassinate him. In truth, the strength of a golden core was more than enough to kill him. However, with the help of Night Spirit, Su Zimo made use of his opponent's underestimation of him, precise grasp of timing and environment, his blood-bone palm and various other factors to kill the golden cores instead. In a true battle, there was no way Su Zimo would have been a match for the golden cores, not even if he took on his demon form. The formation of a core was the first step of breaking free from the restrictions of heaven and earth, and it was nothing to scoff at. Even golden cores in their twilight years were not people that Foundation establishment cultivators could go against. Their powers and might were not to be trifled with. Right now, even if Su Zimo activated his bloodline, his strength was only enough to match Chai Li and Hu Meng. However, he was definitely disadvantaged with the addition of so many desperados attacking him continuously. Swash! A cold flash of light shot over. Su Zimo merely felt his vision blur and he could not identify where Chai Li's blade was. It was an extremely advanced saber technique. If Su Zimo had unlocked his eye orifice, his eye power would increase tremendously and he would be able to see through illusions, thus reading where Chai Li's blade was at. But right now, Su Zimo knew nothing about saber techniques and he could only retreat in the face of that attack. That single retreat caused many openings in Su Zimo's original defense to be exposed. At this moment when he was surrounded, the use of his spirit perception was almost negligible no matter how powerful it was. The pouring rain resembled the myriad of attacks. Even if Su Zimo could sense them, he could not avoid everything. It was so crowded and intense that it was asphyxiating. Although he managed to dodge Chai Li's fatal attack, a few more wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body in the blink of an eye as his blood was washed away by the rain. He won't be able to hold on for much longer if this goes on. A body-tempered cultivator like him will definitely turn weaker as he loses more blood. His situation's only going to get worse. What a pity. That man truly does have the strength to go against the 4 mounted bandits, sigh. Tang Yu was motionless in the face of the remarks of the crowd, merely looking slightly worried. Su Xiaoning's gaze was fixed on that shrinking green figure battling within the crowd. Pursing her lips tightly, her vision was gradually blurred by a layer of misty rain. Corpses laid all around Su Zimo's feet in a terrifying sight. Despite the fact that he was being held up by 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators and the bombardment of 1,000-odd desperados, Su Zimo still managed to kill off more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators with his terrifying melee combat strength. His green robes were almost stained red by this point. Su Zimo, surrender now and I can let you die with a full corpse. Chai Li's sinister voice sounded. Ha ha! Su Zimo burst into laughter. Chai Li, even if you surrender now, I won't leave you with a full corpse. I'm definitely going to chop your head off. Su Zimo, I'm going to mince you as revenge for my brother. Hu Meng roared. Kill him! Kill him! The desperados' eyes were bloodshot as they swarmed in. As time passed, the number of injuries on Su Zimo's body increased. Some of them had split open once more after healing up. The long street was dyed red with blood. Even the pouring rain could not wash away all the blood on the stone slabs. To everyone, Su Zimo was already sluggish right now. He was no longer as agile as he was earlier and the candlelight sword formation that he had summoned was also swaying against the continuous attacks and could disperse at any moment. In fact, Su Zimo's spirit wings had already vanished due to his immense expenditure of spirit energy. He was at the end of the road. Uncle Liang shook his head. That lad's bound to die within 50 breaths. Tang Yu frowned and glanced askance at the cultivators behind her. She could still order Elixir Yang sect to join the battle right now. However, they were bound to suffer immense losses if they were to enter at this moment. That would reduce their chances for the Elixir Pool sect ruins contention even further. Personally, she wanted to help Su Zimo. However, she was the leader of Elixir Yang sect's expedition this time round. Every single decision she made had to be for the sect's interests and she could not take part in the battle right now. Heis! Tang Yu's eyes dimmed as she sighed internally. The omnipresent pain struck Su Zimo's nerves repeatedly and his mind was incomparably clear. I was still forced to this point in the end. The demonic chi within Su Zimo's body rumbled and his eyes shone with a scarlet glint. The moment he released his power of blood chi, Su Zimo would still retain human form. However, he would be shrouded by demonic chi and would resemble an ancient demon that descended into the world, increasing his strength by folds such that he would be able to slay 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Just as well. I'll kill to my heart's content today. Right as Su Zimo made up his mind to reveal his demonic cultivation and burst forth with his power of blood chi, a familiar voice sounded from outside the battlefield. Bro, you told me not to act on impulse. But today, I'm going to act on impulse. Right after, Another voice came from another direction. Zimo, I'm not going to be your burden this time round. Immediately after that, a cold female voice sounded. I've just crafted a few new talismans. What a coincidence. I was looking to test them out. Upon hearing the three familiar voices, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. It's them. Tang Yu was slightly shocked. The three of them were the cultivators that had followed Su Zimo into the city right from the start. Apart from the person called Xianxia who was at 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment, the other two were at 4 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Back then, Tang Yu thought it was a wise move for them to leave Xiantian City. Given their cultivation realms, it was only a matter of time before they were killed by the 1,000-odd desperados if they had remained in Xiantian City. However, Tang Yu did not expect that 3 out of the 4 people who had left would return. The haughty man behind Tang Yu sneered. They've returned to Xiantian City despite knowing that they would die. How stupid. Even though most of the cultivators present harbored the same thoughts, hearing it aloud was extremely unpleasant. Yen Jun. Tang Yu frowned and turned back to chide softly. Although the cultivator named Yen Jun was a disciple of Elixir Yang sect as well, he belonged to the battle hall of the sect. At 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment, he was one of their core forces for the expedition to the ancient battlefield, and Tang Yu could not scold him too harshly. Yen Jun harumphed and said nothing more. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sound, gentle yet resolute. It's not stupidity, but loyalty. Xiaoning had a meek nature and would swallow her indignances even if she was wronged. It took immense courage for her to rebut as such. However, she truly could not let things go at the moment. For some reason, a sense of frustration surged through her as she gripped her fists tightly and glared at Yen Jun. Someone like you will never know what loyalty means. Loyalty? Does that bullshit mean heading to death together? Yen Jun snorted and looked at Su Xiaoning mockingly. He smirked and continued coldly. Since you know what loyalty is, how about you join them to die too? Ha! Yen Jun was a 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator after all. Who knew how much blood his hands were stained with for him to cultivate to such a point and enter the ancient battlefield? Xiaoning felt her heart sink when she met with Yen Jun's cold gaze and stumbled back half a step subconsciously. Right then, Night Spirit, who was sprawled on the ground, opened its eyes. Its pitch-black eyes emitted a dark glow that flickered. Instantly, the temperature around them dipped. All the cultivators present, including Uncle Liang, felt a chilling intent that sent shivers down their spines, as though they were targeted by some ancient and violent being that could rip them apart at any moment. Uncle Liang's heart skipped a beat. Yen Jun, who was initially haughty and fiery, felt his hair stand on end. An unprecedented shadow of death enveloped him, making him feel cold. Sensing Night Spirit's actions, Xiaoning hurriedly reached out and patted Night Spirit on its head with her petite hands, gesturing for it to not act recklessly. After all, Elixir Yang sect was the only possibility within Xiantian City that might back Su Zimo up. If Night Spirit were to kill Yen Jun, it would be equivalent to pitting Elixir Yang sect against Su Zimo. Night Spirit closed its eyes once more. Instantly, the surrounding chill vanished. It was as though everything everyone had felt earlier was merely an illusion. Many cultivators were confused and exchanged glances with lingering fear. Only a few people had noticed Night Spirit's actions earlier on. Uncle Liang took a deep, meaningful glance at Night Spirit. Yen Jun shuddered and looked around, only heaving a sigh of relief, and looked more relaxed after discovering nothing. On the long street, Senior Brother Ji, Sister Lang Ro. Little Fatty's eyes were filled with surprise when he caught sight of Ji Chengtian, who was flapping with ethereal wings, and Lung Ro, who was charging in from another direction. It was the same reaction for Ji Chengtian and Leng Ro. This was a battle which they would most likely die, and no one could make the decisions for anyone else. None of them knew what the others thought and did not want to pressurize anyone else. That was the reason why they parted ways after leaving Xiantian City. But now, they had all returned telepathically to Xiantian City and chose to fight alongside Su Zimo. This was chemistry. Wielding a gigantic axe that shone with 4 spirit lights, Little Fatty charged into the crowd and chopped wildly in front of him. 6 spirit meridians shone on little Fatty's rotund body. On the other side, Lung Ro threw out dozens of talismans and summoned her flying sword before charging into the battlefield with 6 spirit meridians shining from her body as well. 2 6-meridian foundation establishment cultivators. Both of them were only at 4-meridian foundation establishment when they left Xianxia City. There was only a single possibility how the two of them advanced to 6-meridian foundation establishment in such a short period of time. Like Su Zimo, both Little Fatty and Lung Ro broke through to 5-meridian foundation establishment during this period of time. Right after, they consumed the meridian unlocking elixir and advanced to 6-meridian foundation establishment right away. Ha ha! A pair of spirit wings appeared behind Ji Changtian as he soared into the air bursting with laughter. 7 spirit meridians appeared imperceptibly beneath his robes. 7-meridian foundation establishment. Ji Changtian had broken through as well. Given Ji Changtian's endowment, he had a chance of breaking through to 7-meridian foundation establishment in the ancient battlefield. However, there was no way that could be accomplished so quickly. In other words, he made the same decision as Little Fatty and Lung Ro. He consumed the meridian unlocking elixir. The three of them smiled at one another from the depths of their hearts. The meridian unlocking elixir was only effective when consumed for the first time, and neither of them had intended to use it at their current cultivation realms. However, all of them made the same decision to consume it for this battle without discussing or informing one another beforehand. They gave up the chance of a high cultivation and abandoned their possibility of escaping just for this battle. Su Zimo understood. The moment he saw their return, he understood everything. However, even though he was emotional and his lips were quivering at this moment, he could not say a single word. "I'm here too." Suddenly, an honest-looking cultivator appeared on the battlefield. With a loud roar, he swung his metal rod and repelled 2 desperados. Silly Jen. Little Fatty's heart skipped a beat when he heard that voice as he turned in disbelief. At this moment, all 4 of them who left Xianxia City had returned. A warm feeling surged through Su Zimo's heart when he saw that his injuries no longer felt as painful. There was no need for words or thanks. Understanding the fact that the 4 of them had never left and returned to fight shoulder to shoulder with him during the most critical juncture was more than enough. Ha 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 ha! Finally, Su Zimo burst out into laughter. Ji Changtian was laughing, as was Lung Ro, as was Little Fatty, as was Shi Jian. Amidst the flashing swords and entrapment, the 5 of them looked drenched and wretched. Yet, they were laughing wantonly in happiness from the bottom of their hearts. Someone teared, but in the blink of an eye, it was mixed with the rain and rolled down their cheek. "Silly Jian, you said that you're not silly, so why did you return?" Little Fatty asked. "I got lost," Shi Jian replied. "Bro, there's no way you're going to chase us away now." Little Fatty burst into laughter. By now, Little Fatty, Shi Jian and Lung Ro were already in the battlefield and were surrounded. Even if they wanted to retreat, there was no way for them to do so unless they wiped the desperados out. Even though Little Fatty, Lung Ro, and Shi Jian were at 6-meridian foundation establishment, their strength were similar to the desperados around them. It was especially so for Little Fatty and Lung Ro, who had just advanced to 6-meridian foundation establishment. Their roots were not stable yet, and they could not compare to the other 6-meridian foundation establishment cultivators in terms of strength. The moment the 3 of them entered the battlefield, they were surrounded. Thankfully, Ji Changtian was at 7-meridian foundation establishment and could maneuver the battlefield with ease due to ethereal wings. Through his skillful mastery of sword-wielding, he helped the 3 of them resolve multiple crises. The 4 of them were gradually gathered. There were a few times when Ji Changtian wanted to break out of the entrapment to assist Su Zimo. However, Shi Jian and the others would be in immediate danger the moment he was slightly distracted. Nobody would be able to imagine the terror of being attacked by hundreds of fanatic desperados unless they experienced it personally. From all directions, the attacks fell like torrential rain relentlessly. That Ji Changtian has just advanced to 7-meridian foundation establishment and is unable to use his full potential just yet. He's still weaker after all. That's right, even ants can kill an elephant in numbers. The return of those 4 isn't going to affect the situation much. They are merely delaying their deaths. Many cultivators discussed. Even though Xianxia and the others had returned to the battlefield and changed the situation, no one thought highly of them. After all, the numbers were still stacked against Su Zimo's group. However, everyone's impression towards Xianxia and the others changed with time. Huddled together, Xianxia, Lung Ro, Little Fatty and Shi formed a triangular formation. As the strongest one, Xianxia took one corner. As a talisman master, Lung Ro had a seemingly infinite number of talismans in her storage bag. Furthermore, her fighting strength was strong as she decked out endless offensive, defensive, and support-type talismans. As such, she took on another corner. Little Fatty and Shi joined hands and formed the final corner. Their triangle formation was extremely stable and unyielding. With no obvious openings and constant changes, their chemistry was flawless and they managed to withstand the rushes of hundreds of desperados. On the contrary, there were desperados getting injured and dying all around the 4 of them. Su Zimo had led them to this place from the borders of the ancient battlefield, and they had been through way too many battles and dangerous situations. Their journey had been arduous and filled with killing. This was a formation they were all too familiar with. Head over there and kill the 4 of them, Chai Li commanded swiftly. Before long, he and Hu Meng were the only ones left in front of Su Zimo. The appearance of Xianxia and the others had successfully lifted Su Zimo's burden by attracting the remaining desperados. At this point, a change had finally happened in the situation where the 4 mounted bandits faction was firmly supposed to win. The outcome of this battle was starting to turn obscure. Or rather, even if the 4 mounted bandits won, it would be a tragic victory, and they would lose the strength to contend for the Elixir Pool sect ruins with the other factions. Hu Meng stood on the long street and looked at Su Zimo, who was filled with blood with a deep hint of shock in his eyes. He truly could not imagine how this person was able to hold out to now with so many injuries. If he was in that situation, he might have died long ago. Su Zimo, you're at the end of the road now. You have at least 30 wounds on your body and you'll die just by bleeding. Stop struggling. Chai Li's voice was cold as he glared at Su Zimo keenly. As long as Su Zimo revealed an opening, Chai Li would strike and land a fatal blow. However, he was disappointed. Su Zimo's expression was calm as usual, and there were no signs of fatigue on that elegant face of his. It was merely paler than before. The fighting intent in his eyes intensified and burned, even shimmering with a glint of excitement. Chai Li felt a little nervous instead. The 4 mounted bandits shall be stripped of their title today. Su Zimo smiled with a fervent killing intent. Clang, clang. Blood quencher rang and the sound of metal clashing echoed all over the place. Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo strode forward and swung the massive sword, enveloping Chai Li and Hu Meng in his arc. With a torrential aura, there was no way he resembled someone that was injured. Clang, clang. Blood quencher collided with the copper spear and saber as sparks flew while a deafening screech resounded. It was clear despite the rumbling thunder. Chai Li and Hu Meng shuddered and stumbled back half a step. This was the first time the 2 of them were forced back since the start of the battle. Again! Su Zimo burst into laughter and strode forward. With a bang, a gigantic ravine formed on the ground as the stone slabs on both sides were knocked up, making an arc in midair. The blood beam of blood quencher intensified and descended upon the 2 of their heads. With nowhere to run, Chai Li and Hu Meng could only face it head-on again. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 of them retreated once more with pale expressions. Suddenly, a layer of fear shrouded Chai Li and Hu Meng's hearts. The commotion caused by the battle was too great. The number of cultivators gathered increased and the major factions of Xianxia City were alerted as well. Successors of Puppet Sect and Thousand Cranes Sect arrived, watching the tragic battlefield on the long street with slight expressions. East side of Xianxia City. A luxuriously robed man stood in front of a mansion. Hands behind his back, he looked into the skies with a narrowed gaze. His eyes were clear, resembling glass. Senior Brother Pei, a cultivator of Glass Palace, sped over in the rain. Arriving in front of the luxuriously robed man, he greeted with cupped fists. The 4 mounted bandits have returned, and there's a massive battle on the long street. Victory is undecided for now. The luxuriously robed man was distracted and his eyes were dazed, as though he had heard nothing. A moment later, his expression changed as he turned slowly, frowning towards the Glass Palace cultivator. Undecided. Yes, the Glass Palace cultivator nodded. Lang Tan of the 4 mounted bandits was shot to death by Su Zimo right away. That person has a perfect spirit weapon in his possession and is extremely strong in melee combat. Thereafter, 4 people arrived and helped Su Zimo on the battlefield. Until now, the outcome is unclear. Su Zimo is fighting with the 2-7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, Chai Li and Hu Meng, and it's hard to tell who is stronger. 5 of them managed to survive the mass attacks of 1,000-odd desperados up till now, and he's even holding his ground against 2-7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators? Interesting. Interesting. The luxuriously robed man lowered his head and gazed at his long, slender fingers while murmuring. A moment later, his eyes shimmered as though he made up his mind about something, saying suddenly, "Get some men to accompany me to take a look." Understood. At the same time, in a palace at the west side of the city, a malevolent earth sect cultivator strode over briskly and knelt down in front of a blood-robed cultivator, reporting with a lowered head, "Fiend air, the 4 mounted bandits have suffered massive casualties in the battle on the long street. Su Zimo is not dead yet, and the battle is still raging on with an undecided outcome." Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator opened his eyes with a momentary malevolent aura bursting from him as he asked with a narrowed gaze. "He managed to hold out till now?" After pondering for a moment, he stood up and gripped the bone spear in front of him before remarking coldly, "Let's go take a look." The battle on the long street had alarmed the entire Xianxia city. Dark clouds interweaved with occasional flashes of lightning, streaking through the heavens like electric pythons. The world flickered intermittently with bright flashes of light and darkness. Shadows filled the long street. The battle continued relentlessly and tragically. All the cultivators of both factions were already at the limits of their strength. Ji Chengtian and the other 3 were filled with injuries. While the triangle formation was still surviving, it was not going to last for much longer. On the other side of the battlefield, Su Zimo grew fiercer the longer the fight dragged on. He had managed to hold out till now thanks to his robust bloodline and terrifying physique, suppressing both Chai Li and Hu Meng instead. The situation was still undecided. Whichever side of the battlefield came out victorious first would affect the outcome of the entire situation. For Su Zimo, it was easy if he wanted to win this battle. He had a final trump card. Demon form. After taking on his demon form, the 2-7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators before him would be dead for sure. However, if he did that, he would not only become the mass target and face immense difficulties advancing in the ancient battlefield. Even if he returned to Tianhuang mainland, he would have to live an ignoble existence. Even Ethereal Peak would not want to retain an anomaly like him. Unless he had no other choice, Su Zimo did not want to take that option. As the leader of the 4 mounted bandits, Chai Li also recognized the circumstances and declared loudly, "Factions that are watching out there, as long as you're willing to help us kill the 5 of them, we swear that we'll assist you guys in the Elixir Pool Sect Ruins contention." "That's right," Hu Meng shouted as well. "We will be immensely grateful to the cultivators that are on our side. If anyone manages to kill Su Zimo, I'll offer a Meridian unlocking elixir as thanks." The moment he said that, an uproar broke out. Initially, the factions and cultivators were merely here to watch the show. But now, some of them were tempted. "Look, Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace has arrived with his men. There. The fiend heir of malevolent earth sect, Shuiyang, has arrived as well." The gathering of multiple top factions on the long street of Xianxia City added an additional layer of complexity to the situation. Su Zimo's eyes shone murderously when he sensed the commotion around him. He had to end this battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, there was a high chance that the 5 of them would end up as sacrificial offerings for the contention between the top factions. Other than taking on his demon form, what other methods did he have that could slay the 27 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators as soon as possible? Su Zimo thought fervently. All of a sudden, a thick thunderbolt landed on the long street, opening up a huge, charred pit that flickered with lightning. This was the might of the universe that no one could go against. The rumbling of thunder was only heard a moment later at the edge of the horizon. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Without hesitation, he strode forward and the stone slab beneath his feet exploded, shooting gravel all over the place. The immense rebound caused him to soar into the air. Wielding Blood Quencher up high with both arms, he channeled the mental sutra of Void Thunder Manual and his blood churned with the rumbling of thunder, forming a harmony with the thunder in the skies. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder intensified and arrived from the edge of the horizon in a terrifying manner, as though thousands of carriages were riding across the firmaments. Crackle! In the skies of Xianxia City, endless lightning flashes and interweaved. In the blink of an eye, it resembled a sea of lightning that shone with a divine light. In the face of that sea of lightning, Su Zimo's leap attracted everyone's gazes. At that moment, he was in the midst of the sea of lightning with a torrential aura, resembling the only true god in the universe that was unparalleled. Snap! A thick blue thunderbolt descended and struck Blood Quencher. Lightning coiled all around that grisly red blade like countless small snakes climbing in a frightening manner. Take my slash! Su Zimo's holler was like thunder that boomed everywhere. Basked in lightning, Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher that was shining brightly with lightning and descended from the skies, encompassing Chai Li and Hu Meng. That single slash possessed the might of the universe and the power of thunder that struck was horrifying. Before the blade even arrived, Chai Li and Hu Meng were already scared out of their wits. How could any human defend against that slash? That was clearly the wrath of thunder. Ah! With nowhere to run, Hu Meng could only yell. He bit the tip of his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of blood on the eyes of the face on his copper spear. The eyes of the face shone with 2 blood beams and its body lit up with a sacred radiance. Gritting his teeth, Hu Meng raised his copper spear and welcomed the incoming Blood Quencher. Boom! The weapons collided resoundingly as though the entire world shook for that brief moment. Hu Meng seemed to have turned shorter as a gigantic crack appeared beneath his feet. After a moment, his body shuddered and he was wrapped with the power of thunder. Spitting out a mouthful of blood with dimmed eyes, he was sent flying. The copper spear was also repelled by Blood Quencher and smashed against Hu Meng's chest heavily. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. A 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was injured. Not only that, Blood Quencher's momentum carried on and continued to slash against Chai Li's saber. Clang! Chai Li's expression changed as his palm cracked and bled, losing his grip on his saber. Pushing against his heels, Chai Li retreated backwards 100 feet away. His face was pale and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Of the 27 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, one was severely injured on the ground and the other retreated in defeat. That was how terrifying the might of that slash was. Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace and Shui Yang of Malevolent Earth Sect arrived just in time to witness that, and their pupils contracted with a hint of shock. If they were the recipients of that slash, they might not be able to escape unscathed either. The other cultivators were dumbfounded and gasped. Chai Li no longer dared to stay any longer. If Hu Meng had not defended the first strike, his organs would have been ruptured from that slash. Without turning back, he fled out of the city. His eyes shone with boundless hatred as he yelled, "Su Zimo, someday, I'll definitely make you pay for what you did today." Chai Li was absolutely confident that he could get out of Xianxia City. Thanks to Su Zimo's slash, the distance between them was increased, and there was no way Su Zimo would be able to catch up to him, since they were both at the end of their roads. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. Chai Li felt his heart skip a beat. He turned back instinctively and a cold, blinding light approached him at an extremely fast speed. In that light, he caught sight of a figure standing far away with blood quencher dug into the mud beside him. That figure wielded a moon-colored gigantic bow and had just placed it down. Su Zimo's voice sounded. "Someday? I've already told you, the 4 mounted bandits shall be stripped of their title today." Poof! 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 The arrow pierced flesh and blood flashed. Chai Li's body was pierced by 10 arrows and he collapsed at the end of the long street, lifeless and dead. At the same time, Su Zimo put away his moon concealment bow and arrived beside Hu Meng with his blood quencher. Laying in the mud, Hu Meng was still coughing blood that was washed away by the rainwater. His gaze was scattered. Looking down, Su Zimo's eyes were cold. The next moment a saber beam flashed. A massive head rolled on the ground. The 4 mounted bandits were buried in Xianxia City. The outcome of the battle had surpassed everyone's expectations. In less than 15 minutes, the 3 mounted bandits that had returned to the city were already dead with their blood staining the long street. There were even 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators among them. That final thunderslash was an eye-opener for many cultivators as they felt an incomparable shock both visually and mentally. Countless gazes were fixed on that figure on the long street, wielding a saber and stained with blood. Their expressions were complex. Some shocked, some fearful, some in awe and some in scrutiny. Instantly, everyone realized that from this day forth, there would definitely be a place for this man in Xianxia City. He was now famous after a single fight. This was something that the disciples of Elixir Yang sect had not expected. Tang Yu was originally waiting for the prearranged timing to charge in with the cultivators under her charge and rescue Su Zimo's group. However, nobody expected the situation to turn entirely in the blink of an eye. Both mounted bandits were dead. This, despite his experience and calmness, Uncle Liang was stunned. A 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators on the spot. They were a full 2 cultivation realms above him. This wasn't the first time that Uncle Liang had come across a paragon talent as such. However, people as such were extremely rare and usually belonged to the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. What was the background of Su Zimo? He was not even carrying a sect badge, so he definitely wasn't a legacy disciple of the super sections. Furthermore, there were no traces of techniques inherited from super sects and top factions from Su Zimo. For super sects such as the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and the 6 Buddhist monasteries, each of them had their own cultivation techniques and secret skills that their disciples were bound to use in life and death bouts. As such, they were easily recognizable. However, Su Zimo's capabilities, while his pair of spirit wings were extraordinary and his sword formation was stunning, none of them were the key to why he was able to kill cultivators above his level. The reason why that person was able to kill beyond his level was entirely because of that terrifying physique that resembled a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. In Tianhuang mainland, there were not many sects that specialized in body tempering among the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sections. Glass Palace was one of them, but it was clear that this man had nothing to do with them. Could there be hidden sects or reclusive masters apart from the top factions who could groom such a terrifying paragon? Yet, why was the cultivation technique that could build such a physique unknown? For the first time, Uncle Liang felt that he could not make out Su Zimo anymore. Right then, a decisive look flashed through Tang Yu's eyes as she waved and said in a deep voice, "Elixir Yang sect, listen up. Follow me and kill the survivors of the 4 mounted bandits. Leave no one alive." Before she finished speaking, Tang Yu was the first to summon her flying sword and charge into the battlefield. Uncle Liang did not have time to think and quickly followed. The 1,000-odd Elixir Yang sect cultivators at the back swarmed forward as well, charging towards the remaining desperados. Although the desperados did not fear death, the death of Chai Li and Hu Meng was still a huge blow to them mentally. Coupled with the intense battle that they had just been through, they were thoroughly exhausted. The assault of the vigorous cultivators of Elixir Yang sect engulfed them entirely. Some of the desperados broke down and shrieked while running out of the city. However, they barely took a couple of steps when they were killed on the spot. One side was severely injured and worn out while the other side was filled with life and vigor. it was obvious who was stronger. The outcome of the battle was already decided. With the death of the 27 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, Elixir Yang sect no longer had any reservations. On the long street, Ji Chengtian, Little Fatty and Shijian collapsed sitting on the ground, laughing out loud. Their laughter tugged at the wounds on their bodies and the three of them gasped in pain. However, they continued laughing non-stop. With Xiaoning's support, Lung Ro managed to stand barely. At that moment, there was a rare smile on her face that was extremely captivating. We survived. Shijian scratched his head and looked at Ji Chengtian and Little Fatty, smiling foolishly in disbelief. That's right. Ji Chengtian let out a long breath and lamented, "We survived. The feeling of being alive is fucking great." Little Fatty cursed and beamed brightly. When they returned to Shentian City, the four of them had already cast aside all thoughts of surviving. Now that they were celebrating the joy of surviving the calamity, every single breath felt incomparably blessed. After this battle, the friendship between the four of them changed considerably. This was a friendship forged through life and death and the baptism of blood. It was extremely precious in the cultivation world. Looking at this scene, Su Zimo smiled faintly and a warm feeling surged into his heart, remaining for a long time. Unknowingly, the heavy rain had stopped. The storm came and went quickly. The dark clouds dispersed and sunlight spilled onto the long street and the five of their faces, radiant with life. It wasn't only Su Zimo. From this day forth, the other four of them were going to be famous throughout Shentian City as well. As Elixir Yang sect took action, the other factions joined hurriedly as well. Thousand Crane sect, Puppet sect, and some cultivators of different factions all wanted a piece of the pie. Suddenly, a black-robed cultivator walked over slowly. Wielding a bone spear that had vague blood traces, he was extremely terrifying. He arrived before Su Zimo and stood still. The actions of the black-robed cultivator attracted countless gazes. It's him, the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect. What does he want? I don't know. He doesn't seem friendly. Ji Chengtian and the others were no longer smiling, looking grim. They could sense a strong and dangerous aura coming from the black-robed cultivator. This man was extremely strong. In fact, a thought crossed their minds. Even if they were at peak condition and joined forces, they were no match for this person. The black-robed cultivator glared at Su Zimo for a moment without saying anything. Su Zimo was expressionless. Very good. The black-robed cultivator nodded and declared proudly, I am Shui Yang, the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect. You are very decent. I'll give you a chance. Join malevolent Earth sect and be my personal bodyguard. Ji Chengtian and the others were stunned. One of the 7 fiend sects, malevolent Earth sect. This was one of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, but it was a fiend sect and was different from their Dao. Furthermore, this fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect was arrogant and commanding in his tone. He even had a condescending attitude that was truly unpleasant. Ji Chengtian and the others looked at Su Zimo nervously. Given their understanding of Su Zimo, there was a high chance that the latter would reject the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect. However, given the fiend heir's temperament and methods, he would definitely turn murderous and attack Su Zimo once he was rejected. After that intense battle, Su Zimo was now at his weakest. How could he be a match for the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect? Was he going to meet with another calamity after surviving a life and death battle? True enough. Su Zimo smirked. What's malevolent Earth sect? I haven't heard of you guys. Also, fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect? What the shit? What's so great about you? All the cultivators were shocked when they heard that. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. In truth, Su Zimo was not spouting nonsense. Back then, a fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect died in his hands. In the fiend sects, every cultivation realm could only have a single fiend heir. Therefore, if Su Zimo hadn't killed the previous fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect, this Shui Yang would not have been able to get his current position. Shui Yang's expression darkened instantly. His gaze narrowed and the bone spear in his hands quivered like it was alive. giving off a malevolent aura that rattled one's heart. Suddenly, a chuckle came not far away. Shuiyang, you're so awesome. A luxuriously robed man strode over. He had beautiful features and his black hair was bundled up without any loose ends. Bearing crystal-clear eyes, he was flawless from head to toe. Shuiyang's expression was unchanged when he saw that man, but there was a hint of caution deep in his eyes. Glass Palace. I think that's the legacy disciple of Glass Palace, Pei Chunyu. So that's him. It's said that he's at the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and is a step away from breaking through to 8 Meridian. He's just waiting to obtain a Meridian unlocking elixir from the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. The crowd discussed. Arriving beside Su Zimo, Pei Chunyu gestured towards the former with a nod and a friendly smile before turning to Shuiyang. Shuiyang, you'll be going against Glass Palace if you make things difficult for fellow Taoist Su. Fufu. Shuiyang laughed coldly and asked, since when did this punk have anything to do with Glass Palace? If he was related to you guys, would you have allowed the 4 mounted bandits to attack him and only appear now? No matter what, you're from the Fiend sex and we're from the Immortal sex. The paths we pursue are different to begin with. Pei Chunyu replied icily, Shuiyang, don't waste your efforts. Fellow Taoist Su is clearly righteous and will definitely not be associated with you guys from the Fiend sections. In the blink of an eye, these 2 top cultivators of Shantian City were in an argument because of Su Zimo. After becoming famous through that battle, these 2 factions are now trying to rope in Su Zimo. That's right. This man's potential is not to be underestimated as he's able to kill 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Whoever manages to take him in will definitely have use for him in the future. Given this man's endowment, there's even a chance for him to leave the ancient battlefield with Pei Chunyu and join Glass Palace. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo with envy. With an indifferent expression, Su Zimo suddenly said, both of you can leave now. There's no need to waste your breath here. I won't join either side. The moment he said that, the atmosphere turned freezing. The initially noisy chatter faded as well. Everyone's gazes landed on Su Zimo. Some in shock, some in surprise, some confused. This was an extremely rare opportunity that anyone else would agree to readily. However, this man had rejected the invitation of 2 top factions right in front of everyone. Furthermore, Su Zimo's tone was extremely discourteous with a hint of irritation and disdain. Isn't this man way too arrogant? Fufu. He thinks that he can reign supreme in the city just because he killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators? This guy clearly has a death wish. I want to see what happens to him now that he's offended 2 top factions. In reality, among the crowd, Xianxia and the others were probably the only ones who could understand Su Zimo's mind. First, he had an agreement with Elixir Yang sect. Second, be it Malevolent Earth sect or Glass Palace, both of them merely wanted to recruit Su Zimo without giving anything in return. At this moment, the cultivators of Elixir Yang sect were still trying their best to wipe out the survivors of the 4 mounted bandits. However, these 2 factions wanted to rope in Su Zimo without losing any resources at all. Most importantly, Xianxia and the others could not sense the slightest bit of sincerity from both Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang. Although Pei Chunyu was polite, there was a condescending arrogance in his tone. This man looked down on Su Zimo from the bottom of his heart. Rather than an invitation, it was more like he was doing charity. If Xianxia and the others could sense it, Su Zimo understood it even better. That was why he rejected them without second thought. Fufu, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Shuiyang burst into laughter and looked at Pei Chunyu mockingly, saying in a casual tone, seems like it was just a one-sided muse on your end. Interesting. A dark look flashed through Pei Chunyu's eyes. Su Zimo's reply was akin to disrespecting him in front of everyone. What was his status and position given the fact that he was a legacy disciple of Glass Palace? Coupled with Shuiyang's taunting, Pei Chunyu's killing intent surged. Maintaining his smile, he asked again gently, fellow Taoist Su, I didn't hear you right. Could you repeat yourself? Although Pei Chunyu was smiling and his tone was gentle, Xianxia and the others felt chills run down their spines. In other words, what he meant was that he was going to give Su Zimo another chance. If Su Zimo did not appreciate the chance, Pei Chunyu was going to kill him. This man had both the rights and the strength to do it. Ji Chengtian and the others were worried and could merely hope that Su Zimo would hold back temporarily instead of offending two top factions out of indignance. Everyone felt that Su Zimo wouldn't be a match for Pei Chunyu even if he was at his peak condition, let alone now when he was at his weakest after going through an immense battle and filled with injuries. As a legacy disciple of one of the immortal sects, Glass Palace, Pei Chunyu wasn't someone in the same league as the four mounted bandits. Ji Chengtian and the others looked at Su Zimo nervously. All of a sudden, Su Zimo smiled. "You didn't hear me? Let me simplify things and repeat it once more." After a slight pause, Su Zimo opened his mouth and spat out two words that shocked the world. "Get lost." The moment he said that, the surroundings fell completely silent. Many cultivators looked at that bloodied figure with agape mouths and shocked expressions as a single word filled their minds: lunatic. For some reason, Ji Chengtian and the rest felt relieved instead. This was the true Su Zimo. This wasn't someone that would submit to injustice. It was as Su Zimo had said in the past, "I cultivate so as to go all out to exact revenge. I cultivate as I believe in an eye for an eye." Pei Chunyu's triggered killing intent naturally could not hide from Su Zimo's spirit perception. Since that was the case, there was no way Su Zimo would be nice to this guy. The only reason why Su Zimo dared to challenge Pei Chunyu was because of his demon form. This was a trump card that he would not use unless he had no other choice. Otherwise, Su Zimo would have struck first the moment Pei Chunyu's killing intent was triggered instead of wasting time saying so much to the latter. Pei Chunyu was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't expected such a reaction from Su Zimo. Or rather, he hadn't expected that Su Zimo would dare have such a reaction. Fu. Pei Chunyu laughed deeply. There was a metallic sound in his voice that was extremely piercing. A moment later, he put away his smile and his palm that was originally behind his back slumped downwards. It was shrouded with a jade-like radiance that was sparkling and crystalline. "I admire your immense potential. However," his eyes turned cold as he changed the topic. "Since you can't be used by me, I'll have to destroy you. This person is under my protection." Just as everyone thought that Su Zimo's death was certain, a voice rang out from his side in an unquestionable tone. Not far away, a sword beam sped over. On it was a handsome man with eyes that resembled a painting. It was Tang Yu from Elixir Yang sect who liked to dress up as a man. When everyone's attention was focused on Tang Yu, an obscure glint flashed across Pei Chunyu's eyes as he gripped his fist suddenly and struck. The punch was aimed at Su Zimo's chest at an extremely fast speed. 5 spirit lights shone on the surface of his fist, and it burst forth like a blazing sun that had a blinding radiance. 5 spirit patterns. It was a perfect spirit weapon. Pei Chunyu was wearing a perfect-grade glove on his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wings and almost transparent. If not for the fact that he had channeled spirit energy into it, the glove would have been extremely difficult to detect. It was a killing blow. "Watch out!" Tang Yu's expression changed as she yelled. Pei Chunyu and Su Zimo were so close that they could reach one another just by extending their hands. Tang Yu could almost imagine the scene of a gory hole being punched out of Su Zimo's chest. The punch was completely without warning, like a sneak attack, and it was swift as lightning. No one was able to react to it, apart from Su Zimo. There was no wonder why Pei Chunyu was a legacy disciple of Glass Palace and a top-tier foundation establishment cultivator. His timing to strike was practically perfect. Tang Yu's appearance had diverted even Su Zimo's attention. That brief moment of distraction was all the time it took for Pei Chunyu to strike. If not for his spirit perception, Su Zimo would have died from that punch. However, despite his spirit perception, Su Zimo was still a step slower and could not whip out his blood quencher to defend. Instead, he could only take the attack head-on with his bare fists. Tang Yu's eyes dimmed when she saw that. Although Su Zimo managed to react, the outcome wouldn't be changed by much. To begin with, Pei Chunyu's cultivation realm was 2 levels above Su Zimo. Furthermore, Glass Palace's body tempering technique was renowned through Tianhuang mainland. Pei Chunyu could only be stronger than Su Zimo. There was no doubt. More importantly, Pei Chunyu's glove was a perfect spirit weapon and Su Zimo was using his bare hands. To Tang Yu, it was almost certain that Su Zimo would be punched to death in this exchange. If he was lucky and managed to survive, his arm would be crippled and that would diminish his combat strength, ending his cultivation path at this point. Bang! Their fists collided with a dull thud of defeat. The brilliance on the perfect spirit weapon vanished. Pei Chunyu did not move. Su Zimo's body shuddered and he staggered back 3 steps before coming to a stop. Instinctively, he was in the stance of plow heaven stride for every single step and shifted his center of gravity, etching 3 deep footprints on the ground, shaking the earth. Su Zimo's fist was badly mutilated, revealing the bones within. However, those were not white, but blood-red bones. Everyone watched with agape mouths as their eyeballs nearly popped out in disbelief. He was not dead. His arm was not crippled either. His fist was merely bleeding and slightly injured. How was that possible? Even a superior-grade spirit weapon would be smashed into pieces against that punch. Yet, how was it possible that Su Zimo's bare body? All the cultivators were completely stunned. If they had not witnessed it personally, none of them would believe what just happened. The fiend heir of malevolent earth sect, Shuiyang, frowned slightly as he looked at Su Zimo's right hand thoughtfully. Pei Chunyu's pupils constricted as he retracted his hand without a trace and placed it behind his back. Hee. Suddenly, Su Zimo burst into laughter as he looked at the hand that Pei Chunyu retracted. Apart from him, no one else knew what happened at the exact moment of the clash. Although Su Zimo's physique was strong, there was definitely no way he could withstand the might of a perfect spirit weapon. At that moment, even if he took on demon form, Su Zimo's strength would only be raised by a level and he wouldn't be able to defend against the perfect spirit weapon still. It was like when a child turned into an adult and had his strength increased by folds. However, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the sharpness of a blade still. But there was a part of Su Zimo's body that was very special. His right hand. His right hand was covered with flesh on the surface. However, the flesh wrapped a blood-bone palm of unknown origins that was indestructible. Even the sharpness of Blood Quencher couldn't sever it. During that exchange, Pei Chunyu's strength gained the upper hand and he managed to knock Su Zimo 3 steps backwards. However, in reality, Su Zimo did not receive too much damage and merely suffered flesh wounds. As for Pei Chunyu, he suffered a secret loss and was in unbearable pain. Nobody noticed that Pei Chunyu's retracted hand was trembling under the cover of his robes. The feeling of punching a steel board wasn't one that was pleasant. In that short while, Tang Yu had already arrived and descended between the two of them with Uncle Liang close behind. Fellow Taoist Su, are you all right? Tang Yu was befuddled and looked at Su Zimo behind her. She could not help but ask in a hesitant tone. It's fine. Su Zimo nodded. Are you truly fine? Tang Yu withdrew an elixir from her storage bag and whispered, Don't force yourself. Are you injured internally? Take this elixir and stabilize your wounds first. Su Zimo smiled calmly and shook his head to reject. Pei Chunyu, what do you mean by that? Tang Yu spun around and questioned with a sharp gaze. I've already said that he's under the protection of Elixir Yang sect, and yet you attacked him? Fufu. Pei Chunyu scoffed lightly and replied in an indifferent tone. I was merely curious seeing how fellow Taoist Su has a strong physique and extraordinary melee combat strength. It was just a mere spar. Why are you so anxious, fellow Taoist Tang Yu? Spar. Tang Yu sneered. That punch was clearly out to take Su Zimo's life. Previously, he was chided and shamed by Su Zimo. Now that he had taken another secret loss, there was no way Pei Chunyu would give up. He would still look for more opportunities to kill Su Zimo here. The person before him, Tang Yu, was nothing to be fearful of. However, a hint of caution appeared in Pei Chunyu's eyes when he caught sight of the elderly man behind Tang Yu. Taking a deep breath of air, Pei Chunyu sighed internally. Now that Elixir Yang sect was involved, it was unlikely that he would be able to kill Su Zimo today. Furthermore, the fiend heir of malevolent earth sect was watching coldly from the sidelines. This was not the right time to engage in a conflict with Elixir Yang sect. Otherwise, malevolent Earth sect might stand to gain from their disagreement. At that thought, Pei Chunyu cupped his fists towards Tang Yu and eyed Su Zimo deeply before saying with a fake smile, "Fellow Taoist, there's still a long way to go. There'll definitely be another chance for us to spar in the future." Pei Chunyu placed emphasis on the word spar. Smiling faintly, Su Zimo replied indifferently, "I'll take your dog life the next time we spar." Ha 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 ha. Pei Chunyu threw his head back and roared into laughter. "Good, good. I'll be waiting." With that, he flicked his robes and turned to leave along with the other Glass Palace cultivators. On the other side, Shui Yang followed suit. In the blink of an eye, two top factions in Xianxia City disappeared completely, as if they never appeared. Ji Chengtian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, all four of them were already drenched in cold sweat. On the long street, the remaining desperados fled in all directions. Unable to resist, they were no longer a threat. It was also fortunate that Tang Yu had returned. Otherwise, another bloody battle would definitely break out if Su Zimo took on demon form, and the consequences would be unimaginable after everything spiraled out of control. Tang Yu took out some elixirs from her storage bag and handed them to Ji Chengtian and the others. The four of them did not decline. Even though they also had healing elixirs in their storage bags, their effects were definitely not comparable to those from Elixir Yang sect. When it was Su Zimo's turn, he merely took a glance and shook his head gently, choosing not to take them. "What's wrong?" Tang Yu asked confusedly. "Your injuries aren't minor and these elixirs will help your recovery immensely. Don't worry, Elixir Yang sect's elixirs are definitely the best in Tianhuang mainland." Tang Yu was not wrong. The elixirs she took out were all of decent quality at superior grade. However, Su Zimo stuck to a principle ever since he started cultivating. He would only consume perfect-grade elixirs. The reason was because perfect-grade elixirs had pure medicinal effects without any impurities. Su Zimo would not be tempted by supreme-grade elixirs, let alone those at superior grade. He smiled and declined politely without explaining. While Su Zimo seemed like he was severely injured in the battle with more than 30 wounds and blood covering him from head to toe, in reality, his foundation was unharmed. His organs were perfectly fine, as were his tendons and bones. In just a short while, Su Zimo's wounds were already starting to heal and had stopped bleeding. Given his terrifying regeneration capabilities, he could recover in just a few days. Xianxia City could be divided into 4 generic districts. The east side of the city was occupied by Glass Palace, west by Malevolent Earth Sect and south by the heretical doctrines. The cultivators in the north side were Messier. Originally, the 4 mounted bandits were the strongest apart from Elixir Yang sect and Thousand Crane sect. However, the 4 mounted bandits were dead and most of the desperados were buried on the streets, with only a minority that managed to escape from Xianxia City. Worn out, injured and filled with the stench of blood, it was most likely that those desperados wouldn't be able to last a single night outside before they were devoured whole by the various ferocious beasts and ancient living beings out there. With the 4 mounted bandits gone, the north side of the city was now controlled by Elixir Yang sect and Thousand Crane sect. Before the bloody battle on the Long Street, Tang Yu had already valued Su Zimo highly and had an agreement with him to deal with the 4 mounted bandits. At that point of time, this agreement seemed fanatic and irrational. But now, everyone realized that Elixir Yang sect had benefited massively. They managed to recruit somebody like Su Zimo who was both strong and possessed terrifying potential without losing much resources. Furthermore, the 4 mounted bandits were destroyed. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 10 days later, city's north, meeting hall of Elixir Yang sect. By now, Ji Chengtian and the others were almost healed up and Su Zimo had completely recovered a couple of days ago. Su Zimo's group of 6, Tang Yu, Uncle Liang and a cultivator of Elixir Yang sect's battle hall, Yan Jun, were gathered. "Everyone, the reason why I gathered you guys here is to discuss information about an ancient ruin," Tang Yu said in a deep voice. "Since I've requested for your help, I'll divulge everything I know without holding back any secrets." Su Zimo's group nodded. All of them could sense Tang Yu's sincerity. During this period of time, Elixir Yang sect provided a considerable number of high-quality elixirs to help Ji Chengtian and the others with their recovery. In truth, this ruin is related to a major sect back in the ancient era named Elixir Pool sect. It was clear that the sect had something to do with elixir refinement through its name alone. Indeed, Tang Yu continued, Elixir Pool sect was extremely famous back in the ancient era and was the foremost elixir refinement sect in Tianhuang mainland. The founder master of our Elixir Yang sect was an elixir refinement master back in Elixir Pool sect. Su Zimo's group felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard that. If an elixir refinement master of Elixir Pool sect could create a sect, Elixir Yang sect, that turned out to be one of Tianhuang mainland's 4 unorthodox groups, one could only imagine how strong Elixir Pool sect was back in the days. The ruins of Elixir Pool sect are extraordinary, Tang Yu said with a grim expression. Not only will there be a large amount of elixirs within, there will also be many elixir recipes that have been lost. Su Zimo nodded silently. Many things have been lost through the times from the ancient era till now. The reason why the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was so precious was because its recipe had been lost for a long time. One could only imagine the outcome of finding the recipe of the Meridian Unlocking Elixir in the Elixir Pool sect ruins. Of course, apart from elixir recipes, in the ruins of some sects, there's also a chance of obtaining their inheritance if one is extremely lucky. These inheritances are much more precious than elixir recipes. However, the probability of that happening is extremely low, unless one has a token from Elixir Pool sect and can obtain the sect's recognition. Tang Yu chuckled bitterly. However, if elixir recipes can be lost from sects from the ancient era, there's no way tokens can remain. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. Instinctively, Xiaoning looked towards Su Zimo with an odd expression, wanting to say something but stopped. Su Zimo lowered his head and pretended not to see. In truth, the both of them thought of something at the same time. The mysterious elixir furnace in Xiaoning's possession. Ever since they entered the ancient battlefield, it had been giving off unusual reactions. That was also the reason why Su Zimo brought Xiaoning in this direction. Now that they knew more about the Elixir Pool sect ruins, it was only natural that they would relate it to the elixir furnace. However, this was an extremely sensitive issue. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. Now that there were so many people, they would naturally attract trouble if it was revealed. Even Elixir Yang sect might become a threat to them. Xiaoning was naive and revealed an abnormal reaction right away without thinking much about it. However, Su Zimo knew about the dangers of the cultivation world and did not meet with Xiaoning's gaze, merely shaking his head subtly. Smart as well, Xiaoning retracted her gaze and remained silent. Even so, someone noticed Xiaoning's reaction. The battle hall cultivator standing behind Tang Yu, Yanjun, raised his brow and asked suddenly, "You seem like you have something to say about the inheritance of this sect, fellow Taoist Xiaoning?" It's nothing." Xiaoning panicked a little after being exposed. Tang Yu frowned slightly and suddenly said, "Xiaoning, did you want to ask if there's a recipe for elixirs that can extend one's lifespan in the Elixir Pool sect?" "Yes, that's right." Xiaoning nodded hurriedly. With a gentle smile, Tang Yu said tenderly, "Don't worry. There's definitely a recipe for something like that in Elixir Pool sect. However, we might not be able to get our hands on it. Something like that depends on fate." "Oh," Xiaoning nodded and replied. After Tang Yu's interruption, Yanjun looked at Xiaoning with a confused expression and did not press on, merely assuming that he thought too much. Su Zimo raised his head and swept his head, glancing at Tang Yu subtly. At that moment, she was looking at him deeply. Her eyes shimmered like the surface of water and she had a fake smile. What a powerful woman. Su Zimo sighed internally. Since Yanjun discovered Xiaoning's abnormality, Tang Yu clearly did as well. Furthermore, it was obvious that she had diverted the topic out of goodwill to distract Yanjun, doing Xiaoning a favor. The two of them exchanged glances with an understanding of one another without exposing anything. In truth, Su Zimo was already tempted the moment he heard about the Elixir Pool sect ruins. It wasn't purely because of Xiaoning. He had his own needs as well. The Meridian Unlocking Elixir. More than that, it was for a perfect-grade meridian unlocking elixir. After hearing Tang Yu's introduction of Elixir Pool Sect, Su Zimo was even more certain that they would most likely find perfect-grade meridian unlocking elixirs in the Elixir Pool Sect. Tang Yu said, "Of course, for a sect as large as Elixir Pool Sect, there will definitely be many other treasures. In fact, we might even find gems like connate spirit weapons." Su Zimo pondered for a moment. "I'll do my best to help Elixir Yang sect get the ruins. Furthermore, I won't want anything else. However, I ask for a perfect-grade meridian unlocking elixir." Yen Jun could not help but burst into laughter as he looked at Su Zimo with a mocking gaze. Perfect meridian unlocking elixir. What a daring demand. Who do you think you are? Huh. Who are you? Su Zimo glared at him. Proudly, Yen Jun declared, "I'm Yen Jun, a cultivator of Elixir Yang Sect's Battle Hall at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment. Also, don't think that you have the right to negotiate terms with Elixir Yang Sect just because you've killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators. Su Zimo, let me tell you, without us, you won't even be able to get close to the main hall of Elixir Pool Sect." Yen Jun. Tang Yu glared at him and said sternly. Harumphing, Yen Jun did not continue, merely crossing his arms and scoffing coldly. Tang Yu turned to Su Zimo apologetically. "Fellow Taoist Su, it's not that we can't agree to a perfect meridian unlocking elixir, but, Su Zimo asked. Tang Yu continued, "Elixir Yang Sect is not the only faction that has arrived in Xianxia City for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. There's also other large sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. As for the meridian unlocking elixir, it's better if we don't find a gem like that. If we do, the top cultivators of the other sects are bound to come and contest for it." In other words, Tang Yu meant that they would have to face many extremely strong foes if Su Zimo wanted to contest for a perfect meridian unlocking elixir. After pondering for a slight moment, Tang Yu added, "I'll be blunt here. I'm talking about people like Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace and Shui Yang of Malevolent Earth Sect. For these people, other than connate spirit weapons, other treasures and secret skills aren't worth bothering about. They are most likely here for the perfect meridian unlocking elixirs as well. The higher the grade of the meridian unlocking elixir, the greater the chances of one unlocking their spirit meridians. Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang were already at the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. The best chance for them to unlock their 8th spirit meridians would be to consume perfect meridian unlocking elixirs. This was an opportunity they wouldn't miss. At the thought of Shui Yang and Pei Chunyu, Su Zimo frowned. He had exchanged blows with Pei Chunyu before. Although it was only a single blow, he could still sense how terrifying his opponent was. To be fair, if he had not made use of the bloodbone palm, there was a high chance that his arm would have been crippled by Pei Chunyu back then. Tang Yu said, "Even though you killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators, you have to understand that there's a distinction in strength between 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators as well. Take me for example, I'm at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment as well, but I'm an elixir refinement master. 5 of me won't be a match for people like Chai Li and Hu Meng. However, even 10 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators the likes of Chai Li and Hu Meng wouldn't be a match for Pei Chunyu or Shui Yang. That's the difference we're talking about." Su Zimo remained silent. He knew that Tang Yu was not wrong. His chances of winning the two of them without the use of his demon form wasn't great. Uncle Liang remarked as well, "The Immortal and Fiend sects have a heritage of countless years, and they have too many cultivation techniques and secret skills, each of which are extremely strong and can suppress everything. Your advantage is in melee combat. Unfortunately, the successor of Glass Palace is also skilled in melee combat, and has a physique so strong that only a few of the other sect's successors can match him." Tang Yu added, "You took advantage of the situation by making use of thunder to kill Chai Li and Hu Meng. There's an element of luck involved. However, can you guarantee that the skies will be stormy when you go against Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang? In other words, even if you manage to repeat that slash infused with the power of thunder, Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang might be able to deal with it given their strength. Yan Jun could not help but blurt, "Junior sister, you're overestimating him. He's not even a match for the legacy disciples of Thousand Crane Sect and Puppet Sect, let alone paragons like Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang. Outsiders aside, even I can smash him to a pulp with ease." To Yan Jun, the reason why Su Zimo was able to kill Chai Li and Hu Meng 10 days ago was purely due to an opportunistic moment. If the skies were sunny, he would be able to kill Su Zimo for sure. Su Zimo could not be bothered to react to Yan Jun's sarcastic remarks. To him, it wasn't difficult if he wanted to defeat Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang. After all, he had only just advanced to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment, and of the 7 orifices, his mouth and eye orifices were not cleared yet. Both Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang were already at the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, and it was difficult for them to grow stronger. However, his potential was unlimited. As long as he had sufficient time, Su Zimo would definitely be able to suppress Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang in terms of strength if he could advance to 6, 7 Meridian Foundation establishment or clear his 7 orifices and attain lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. Su Zimo asked, "How long do we have till the opening of the Elixir Pool Sect ruins?" "A month at most," Tang Yu replied. "A month." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Time was too short. He had just advanced to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. Even in the ancient battlefield, he would not be able to unlock his 6th Spirit Meridian within a month. Furthermore, he couldn't clear his mouth and eye orifices within a month as well. Right then, Uncle Liang seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Su Zimo and suddenly said, "Actually, there's a place in the ancient battlefield that's rather suitable for you. If you manage to succeed, you might be able to stand a chance against Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang." Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Uncle Liang and asked, "Uncle Liang, are you referring to that place?" "Yes." Uncle Liang nodded and smiled right away. "Forget it, there's no chance of success at all. I was thinking too much." Tang Yu nodded as well. "If we're talking about that place, the chances are indeed slim. There's no need for that." Su Zimo was curious as well when he heard how ambiguous the two of them were, and could not help but ask, "Senior, young Master Tang, what is the place you are referring to?" Tang Yu did not intend to hide anything and asked instead, "Fellow Taoist, have you heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea?" "Saber Mountain Spirit Sea?" Su Zimo frowned, shaking his head. Ji Chengtian and the others were confused as well. It was obvious that they knew nothing about that name. "Fufu." Yan Jun sneered, "Truly bumpkin cultivators. To think that they've never even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. How laughable." Each time cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty entered the ancient battlefield, they would only linger around the borders. How could they have heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea? If it was not because Su Zimo had brought Ji Chengtian and the others to this place, they might never have known about Shantian City, nor would they have the chance to interact with large sects such as Elixir Yang Sect and Glass Palace in their entire lives. Experiences as such were rare and precious, serving as eye-openers. Su Zimo never had any feuds with Yan Jun. However, the latter had been unfriendly to him right from the beginning, shooting sarcastic remarks whenever he had the chance. As for the exact reason, Su Zimo had a vague guess. However, this was a cultivator of Elixir Yang Sect's battle hall after all, and Su Zimo was not bothered since Yan Jun had yet to cross his bottom line. Tang Yu frowned gently and shot Yan Jun a stern look before saying slowly, "The reason why the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea is so famous is because of an old legend related to it." Through her tone, it was obvious that the legend was far from simple. Su Zimo's group looked serious as they sat upright and listened intently. Tang Yu said slowly, "The legend of the Saber Emperor." The Saber Emperor. The moment those 2 words were said, the void trembled, as if a pitch-dark crevasse had been opened up, sending a chilling gust of wind forth. The mere mention of those words brought forth an indescribable pressure. It was ancient, as though it had crossed through the archaic times with an indestructible intent that was shocking. Instantly, a killing intent filled the hall. Everyone felt as if it had become much more difficult to breathe. It took a long while before the sensation dispersed. Tang Yu took a deep breath and said, "The Emperor represents invincibility, superiority, and uniqueness. He is invincible in the way of the saber with no one that can surpass him, hence the title of the Saber Emperor. While the Saber Emperor may not have been the strongest person in Tianhuang mainland, he was the one and only emperor in the way of the saber among all the saber cultivators. Su Zimo understood. In any given era there could be many emperors. However, in any particular domain or path, there could only be a single emperor. That was the definition of emperor: invincible, supreme, and unique. The emperor of the path of immortality was the immortal emperor. The emperor of the fiend path was the fiend emperor. The emperor of the way of the sword was the sword emperor. Following that line of deduction, those that become emperors must naturally be among the strongest cultivators of Tianhuang mainland. I believe all of you know that the sword reigns supreme in the current Tianhuang mainland, and the most common weapon of choice for immortal cultivators are flying swords. However, back in the ancient era, there were 100 weapon classes that fought for supremacy. Apart from swords, there were sabers, spears, halberds, axes, bows, and many other weapons. The sword had its own way, and so did the saber. There was an emperor for every type of weapon. However, in the ancient era, the human race was blessed with immense luck and gave birth to countless paragons in Tianhuang mainland, giving rise to multiple emperors. That was a golden era for us humans, and we waged a historic war against the other races known as the Ancient War. The war lasted for a long time, and countless human experts and ancient mighty figures fell. The emperors were all tainted with blood, and it was extremely tragic. Although we humans stood victorious after the war, most of the 100 weapon techniques were lost in the ancient battlefield with no future left in sight. The only remaining lineages were the ways of the sword and saber. Su Zimo and the rest were shocked when they heard that. They had never heard of these ancient tales and legends. Right now, they were greatly intrigued. Even though it was only a few short descriptions, everyone could almost envision that magnificent era before their eyes. In fact, Su Zimo had an urge to go against the tides of time and follow in the footsteps of his predecessors to witness that glorious history. Tang Yu continued, the reason why those two heritages could be passed down from the ancient war was naturally attributed to two people, the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor. There are way too many legends regarding these two mighty figures. Some describe them as mortal enemies, some describe them as bosom buddies, and there were even some who said that they were neither friends nor foes, merely appreciative of the other's talents. No matter what, the final outcome was that the Saber Emperor went far away and left Tianhuang mainland. Thereafter, there were no emperors for all the other weapons, and only the way of the sword reigned supreme, leading to the current state of the cultivation world. Su Zimo's group let out a long breath, unable to calm down for a long time. It was only now that they understood why most of the cultivators in the cultivation world used flying swords instead of flying sabers and other weapons. So this was the reason. Tang Yu said, the legacy that the Sword Emperor left behind back then is the current sword sect, one of the 9 immortal sects. Su Zimo was secretly impressed. Originally, he thought that super sects such as the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries only earned their title as the strongest factions of Tianhuang mainland due to their ancient lineage and strong foundations. But judging from the situation now, all of those sects had shocking backgrounds. For example, of the 9 immortal sects, Sword Sect's founder master was the Sword Emperor of the ancient times. In fact, he was someone that influenced the future of the world such that the way of the sword was supreme in the current cultivation world. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo suddenly asked, where did the Saber Emperor go? Tang Yu smiled faintly. He traveled far overseas and found a lone island in the ocean, leaving his legacy there. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he blurted, one of the 2 islands? The top factions of Tianhuang mainland consisted of the 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, for unorthodox groups, 3 aristocrat families, 2 islands, and 1 palace. That's right. Tang Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration as she nodded. The legacy left behind by the Saber Emperor is one of the 2 islands, Divine Phoenix Island. The successor of Divine Phoenix Island rarely steps foot onto Tianhuang mainland. However, each time one of them does, They would definitely be unrivaled paragons that are bound to create waves in the cultivation world. Su Zimo lamented. From this perspective, the Saber Emperor did not lose back then. The legacy left behind by the Sword Emperor is one of the immortal sects, and the legacy left behind by the Saber Emperor is one of the two islands. In terms of reputation, status, or strength, the island is not weaker than Sword Sect. What does the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea have to do with the Saber Emperor then? Su Zimo asked. Tang Yu explained. It's said that when the Saber Emperor left Tianhuang mainland, he left behind a legacy, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea in the ancient battlefield. While the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea truly exists, there has never been any cultivator who has obtained its inheritance for thousands of years. Countless paragons have been produced in this period of time, but all of them ended in failure. Gradually, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea became a legend that no one believed in, until, with a slight pause, Tang Yu continued, around 1,000 years ago, a monstrous cultivator appeared in the ancient battlefield. Although he was not from one of the super sects, he had frightening combat strength and could compete against all the legacy disciples of the various major sects. It was said that the person managed to obtain the Saber Emperors in the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea still exists after that person obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance? I don't know the exact reasons why, but it indeed still exists. Tang Yu nodded. You're considered as a saber cultivator as well, and the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea is suitable for you and can help your strength grow rapidly. Naturally, there's a prerequisite, and that is for you to obtain the inheritance of the Saber Emperor. Upon hearing that, Su Zimo had already made up his mind that he wanted to make a trip to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Even though Su Zimo had made use of sabers up till this point of his cultivation, he knew nothing about saber techniques. He merely relied on the power of his bloodline as well as his physique strength to slash widely. Thankfully, he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, making his skin coarse and flesh thick. Agile as an ape, he could pounce like a tiger, sprint like a horse, rise like the wind, land like an arrow, and be tough and nimble at the same time. Coupled with the assistance of his spirit perception, he could evade danger without even seeing it, and thus, it was quite rare for him to be disadvantaged. However, Su Zimo knew very well that if he were to meet a top-notch expert, his opponent would be able to easily find the openings of his saber technique and take him down, even if the latter's strength could not match his. Therefore, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, Su Zimo wanted to head over and give it a shot. When he saw that Su Zimo was moved, Yan Jun sneered at the side. There have been countless cultivators who have been to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea before. Many of them were paragons that were far beyond their contemporaries. However, there has only been a single person who has managed to succeed through the thousands of years. Does a country bumpkin such as yourself, who have never even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, think that you are befitting of receiving the Saber Emperor's inheritance? Tang Yu was already displeased at how Yan Jun was targeting Su Zimo repeatedly. It was only after she noticed that Su Zimo was calm and had no reaction that she became slightly relieved. Also, there's one more thing I have to remind you about. Tang Yu said deeply, I don't know much about the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea either. After all, there has already been someone who received the Saber Emperor's inheritance 1,000 years ago. As such, you might end up making a wasted trip. It's all right. Su Zimo smiled calmly. The many legends that you've told me about are truly fascinating. In the ancient war, dragons and snakes rose together with the emperors in that golden era. The only regret I have is that I wasn't born back then to stand shoulder to shoulder with those emperors, leaving my name through history. The moment he said that, the hall went silent. Everyone watched with shock and slightly agape mouths. The verve of this man. How much verve was required for him to state that he wanted to leave his name through history by standing shoulder to shoulder with those emperors? The fact that such a statement was said by a Foundation establishment cultivator was truly ridiculous and arrogant. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo was not filled with passion or unparalleled pride when he said those words, merely looking extremely natural. However, it felt as though the green-robed cultivator before them was truly qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with those emperors. Even Yen Jun, who had a grudge against Su Zimo, could not spout out a single sarcastic remark at this moment. He wouldn't have dared to repeat Su Zimo's statement personally, worried that bad luck might befall him from the unknowns. Even for the emperors that have fallen for countless years, their dignities could not be sullied. Uncle Liang looked at Su Zimo deeply. Initially, he had underestimated Su Zimo. However, at that moment, Uncle Liang's previous impression of Su Zimo disappeared entirely. Su Zimo did not notice the strange expressions of everyone around him, merely immersed in his own emotions. Shaking his head gently, he lamented, "Time is merciless through history. Be it the Sword Emperor or the Saber Emperor, both have already passed on along with those eras, leaving only their legends. Since there's no longer a chance to witness the majesty of the Saber Emperor, I might as well head out to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Even if I can't obtain the inheritance, I can relive the glory of the past in the ruins to make up for the regrets in my heart." Tang Yu nodded. "Since you have already decided, I won't stop you. However, you have to return to Shentian City within the month to help us contend for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins." "All right," Su Zimo nodded. Right then, a cultivator of Elixir Yang sect strode in quickly and greeted with cupped fists. "Young Master, Feng Man of Thousand Crane sect requests an audience." "Sister Man?" Tang Yu pondered for a moment and shifted her gaze. Paused on Lung Ro for a brief moment before she nodded. "Invite her in," she explained to Su Zimo's group. "The four unorthodox groups have a pretty good relationship. Sister Man is the commander for Thousand Crane Sect's expedition this time round, and I've known her for many years." Right then, a woman in a long white robe strode over. With a curvy and voluptuous figure, her steps were nimble and her black silky hair was tied in a bun, exuding a mature and dignified aura. Her features were exquisite and very beautiful. On the woman's waist, apart from a storage bag, there was a pink paper crane that was really pretty tied to it. Tang Yu walked over and smiled. "Sister Man, come on in." Feng Man glanced at Tang Yu and chuckled. Why are you still dressed like this? You're no longer young." "I'm used to it," Tang Yu blinked. "Xiao Yu, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm here for someone." Feng Man did not waste time with any small talk. "For her." Tang Yu glanced at Leng Ro. Feng Man smiled. "I can't keep anything from you." "Me?" Leng Ro was slightly stunned. Feng Man nodded with a gentle gaze. "I can see your talent in talisman crafting and can't bear to bury it. So I'm here to invite you to join Thousand Crane Sect. What do you think?" Leng Ro loved crafting talismans and indeed wanted to join Thousand Crane Sect. However, she did not expect the latter to come knocking. Furthermore, she could tell that this Thousand Crane Sect cultivator was truly sincere. Right then, another Elixir Yang sect cultivator headed in and greeted with cupped fists. "Ing Zhe of Puppet Sect requests an audience. One of the 5 heretical doctrines, Puppet Sect." "Let him in." Tang Yu raised her head. Not long later, a muscular man strode into the hall wearing linen clothes. He had short hair and looked honest, grinning with cupped fists the moment he entered. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Tang Yu whispered to Su Zimo, "This man is Ing Zhe, the commander of Puppet Sect for this expedition." Su Zimo nodded. "Young Master Tang, I'm here today because I wish to invite someone to join our Puppet Sect. I wonder if that's all right." Ing Zhe went straight to the point. "Oh." Tang Yu smiled and asked, "Who was the one who caught your eye?" Ing Zhe pointed to Shi Jian, who was drinking tea dully at the side. "Him." Shi Jian was confused and looked dazed, not understanding how he was chosen. Ing Zhe grinned. "This silly fool is not bad. He suits my taste." "Ha ha ha ha." Little Fatty could not help but burst into laughter. Shi Jian clenched his fists with a darkened expression and emphasized, "I'm not silly. I'm merely honest." "Yes." Ing Zhe nodded and added after a slight pause, "They're both the same thing, Shi Jian." Little Fatty laughed even more merrily. "Sun Dian of Tomb Sect requests an audience. One of the 5 heretical doctrines, Tomb Sect. Let him in." Before long, a pale-faced cultivator entered the hall. He had a monkey-like mouth and his eyes darted around, lighting up when they caught sight of little Fatty. Sun Dian blinked repeatedly towards little Fatty. Curious, little Fatty leaned over. The two of them, one fat and the other skinny, ran to a corner and mumbled. Little Fatty nodded repeatedly with burning eyes and smacked his lips like a starving wolf. When he saw that, Su Zimo smiled gently. He felt happy for Lung Ro and the others. Su Zimo was not the only one who made a name for himself and was recognized by many other cultivators in that battle on the long street. The other four were as well. When they made the decision to return to Xianxia City, it was with the understanding that they would meet with a great disaster and die. Who would have thought that it would have turned into a great opportunity for them today instead? Fortune and misfortune were interdependent, and it was nothing more than the cycle of karma. Lung Ro and the others looked towards Su Zimo instinctively. Although this opportunity was earned by them fighting on the long street, most importantly, it was because of Su Zimo. If not for Su Zimo, they would have died long before they could even reach Xianxia City. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Be it Thousand Crane Sect or Puppet Sect and Tomb Sect who appeared later on, the people who came were all the commanders of this expedition, the legacy disciples of the various sections. That alone was enough to tell of their sincerity. Since we're all in Xianxia City, we can meet one another at any time. Little Fatty was thoroughly engrossed in chatting with Sun Dian from Tomb Sect and bid farewell with that remark. I'll be leaving too. Shi Jian scratched his head and left the hall behind Zhe of Puppet Sect. Lung Ro nodded to Su Zimo as a form of greeting and left with Feng Man of Thousand Crane Sect. Tang Yu looked towards Ji Chengtian and blinked, saying in a playful tone, "Seems like I've got to extend my invitation right now or you'll be poached away by the other sections. If you don't mind, I'm willing to join Elixir Yang Sect." Ji Chengtian replied with a smile. Tang Yu shifted her gaze towards Su Zimo and asked expectantly, "What about you?" Although Su Zimo agreed to assist Elixir Yang Sect to contend for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins, he did not mention anything about joining the sect. "I'm different from them." Su Zimo shook his head and did not explain further, declining tactfully. Even though she expected that, Tang Yu could not help but feel disappointed when she heard his reply. Su Zimo cupped his fists. "There's no time to waste. I'll head out to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea right now and try to return earlier." "Be careful," Tang Yu reminded. Turning around, Su Zimo disappeared before everyone's eyes swiftly. This was the first time that Su Zimo had shown his face in Xianxia City after that battle on the Long Street 10 days ago. Instantly, he attracted countless stares. Some were in awe, some in envy, some curious. "Did you see that? That scholarly green-robed cultivator is Su Zimo." "Oh, that's him? I thought he was going to have multiple limbs and heads." There were cultivators in Xianxia City who hadn't seen Su Zimo before. However, there were few who have not heard of his name. Walking on the long street, Su Zimo could hear discussions coming from a few streets away with a mere twitch of his ears. He was not bothered about such stuff. However, before he walked far, his heart skipped a beat. He sensed a fleeting killing intent from those strange gazes. Was it a survivor of the 4 mounted bandits? Or, the trees wanted silence but the wind did not stop. To think that someone would be harboring designs on him even after that bloody battle on the long street. Su Zimo maintained his composure and sneered in his heart, walking towards the east gate of Xianxia City. The killing intent followed him the entire time. Not long after he exited the city, Su Zimo sensed another killing intent on top of the first. He was neither fast nor slow in his speed. About 2 hours later, Su Zimo was already far from Xianxia City, and his surroundings were empty with no one around. Right then, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard from behind. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around. In the distant horizon, 2 figures were flying through the air at an extremely fast speed with a murderous aura. Narrowing his gaze, he focused on the sect badges around their waists and scoffed coldly while muttering softly, "It's indeed them!" In the bloody battle on the long street, Su Zimo killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Although it was because he took advantage of the circumstances, ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke him either. Furthermore, he had the backing of Elixir Yang Sect. However, there were two sects in Xiantian City who had sufficient strength and reason to cause trouble for him. Glass Palace of the Immortal sects and Malevolent Earth sect of the Fiend sects. He had rejected Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang and embarrassed them in front of everyone the other day. Given their status, there was no way they were going to let things go. Naturally, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect could not strike when Su Zimo was in Elixir Yang sect. However, cultivators of the two sects chased after him the moment he was out of the city. Both Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect had only sent a single person each. This was clear proof of how strong these two were. In reality, if Tang Yu was here, she would have been able to recognize the two of them. The cultivator from Glass Palace was Lu Yun and the one from Malevolent Earth sect was Di Xing. At 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment, both of them were the right-hand men of Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang and possessed terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun and Di Xing had already arrived in front of him. They stood in midair on their flying swords, looking down at Su Zimo from left and right. Fufu. Lu Yun chuckled lightly with a mocking gaze. Su Zimo, why aren't you running? Are you prepared to surrender since you know there's no way you can run? Di Xing's gaze was ice-cold. Su Zimo smiled. If he activated his bloodline and deployed Divine Steed fleeting at full speed, these two wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The two of them descended slowly from midair, maintaining a fixed distance and were cautious of one another. Lu Yun was the first to speak as he pointed to Su Zimo and said to Di Xing, "Fellow Taoist, let's put it bluntly. The moment this man is dead, we'll split the treasures in his storage bag evenly." "No problem," Di Xing nodded. Rolling his eyes, Lu Yun continued, "I want the long blood-red saber in his possession. If that's the case, I'll take the gigantic moon-white bow," Di Xing replied. The two of them were referring to the perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher, and the quasi-connate spirit weapon, Moon Concealment Bow. Neither of them took Su Zimo seriously and were already discussing how they should split his belongings. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery as he shook his head slightly. Immortals and fiends were different. Since the ancient times, the duty of an immortal has always been to exterminate demons and slay fiends. But now, what difference did the immortal sect cultivator before him have with those of the fiend sects? "What are you guys doing?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. "Oh, I almost forgot about you. Senior Brother Pei has a message for you." Turning around, Lu Yun let out a creepy smile and said slowly, "Anyone I wish to kill will definitely die." Di Xing's gaze was cold as he said maliciously, "Allowing you a chance to be Senior Brother Shui's guard was an honor for you. Since you don't want it, prepare to die." "Fufu." Su Zimo laughed and asked, "Why didn't Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang come themselves if they wanted my life? There's no need to use a sledgehammer just to crack a nut." Di Xing's expression was filled with disdain. Lu Yun sneered, "Why does Senior Brother Pei have to deal with a nobody like you personally?" "Ha ha ha." Su Zimo laughed into the skies. His laughter was deafening, shaking the void like a great bell. Lu Yun and Di Xing felt a slight stinging pain in their ears. Suddenly, Su Zimo stopped laughing. His eyes were bright and filled with killing intent as he shouted, "The likes of you two actually think that you can have my life? Su Zimo, you're too arrogant. You think that you are fit to challenge me just because you've killed people like Hu Meng and Chai Li." As a disciple of Glass Palace, Lu Yun was fearless as he took a deep breath and channeled spirit energy. Instantly, 7 spirit meridians shone beneath his robes and rumbled furiously with a mighty aura. "There's no need to say anything else. Die!" Su Zimo strode forward and whipped out Blood Quencher with a backhand. The blood beam expanded and enveloped Lu Yun and Di Xing whoosh. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and his bones and tendons sounded together, rumbling with the sound of tsunami alongside thunder cracking. 5 spirit lights shone on Blood Quencher and burst forth into a blinding radiance, akin to a blazing blood-colored sun. It shot through the void with a sharp edge. The power of that slash was extremely strong and it was fast. Any other ordinary cultivator, even if they were at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment, would have been shocked. However, Lu Yun and Di Xing were unimpressed and they even had mocking expressions. "Let the body be like glass. transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities. Turning indestructible, Lu Yun stood on the spot and chanted the mantra. Each time he said a single word, his body's aura would change slightly. Until the end, Lu Yun's muscles seemed like they were veiled with a mysterious luster, bright as glass and without flaws and impurities. At the same time, Lu Yun's arms shone with 4 spirit lights. It was a pair of braces, a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Glass Palace specialized in body tempering, and if one cultivated the sect's secret manual, the Glass Heart Sutra to its max, their body, eyes, and heart would be like glass. They would be indestructible, flawless, undying, immensely strong, and could fight against ferocious beasts with their bare hands. Therefore, cultivators of Glass Palace mostly used weapons such as gloves or bracers. Although bracers were rarely seen nowadays, they were one of the 100 weapon classes back in the ancient era and were not to be underestimated. Bracers were extremely flexible and when equipped on one's arms, could be used both defensively and offensively, allowing one use their arms like their fingers. Swiftly, Lu Yun neither retreated nor dodged. He buckled his knees slightly, shifting his center of gravity downwards as he propped up his arms to receive the incoming blood quencher. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang. Lu Yun's figure turned shorter as his feet sank deep into the ground. However, he was not pushed backwards, nor did his expression change. As for blood quencher, it rebounded highly against the tremendous force. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. On the surface, this was an even exchange. But in reality, he took the initiative and his blood quencher was a grade higher than Lu Yun's bracers. Yet, he did not gain any advantage despite such circumstances. This is a tough nut to crack. Su Zimo realized that he might not be able to kill this person quickly, and could not help but shift his gaze towards Di Xing, who was not far away. After that slash, Su Zimo used the remaining momentum of blood quencher as it was repelled to redirect towards Di Xing of Malevolent Earth sect at the side. The blood beam was blinding with a nauseating smell. A few years ago, deep underground, Su Zimo dealt with some of the fiend heirs before and had some understanding towards the fiend sects. Among the fiend sects, Overlord Palace was the strongest in body tempering, followed by Zenith sect. The physique of Malevolent Earth sect's fiend heir was not strong. Su Zimo wanted to make use of a ferocious burst attack to kill Di Xing first before dealing wholeheartedly with Lu Yun later on. Hee. As though he had sensed Su Zimo's killing intent long ago, Di Xing let out an odd chuckle and 7 spirit meridians shone on his body. Spirit energy surged as he opened his mouth, spitting out a black smoke that gushed in an illusory and malefic manner. Although he had yet to clear his eye orifices, Su Zimo's vision was extremely strong due to his daily cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. But now, he felt his vision go black against the black fog. In that moment of daze, he lost track of Di Xing. Blood quencher seemed to have entered a quagmire in this mass of malefic energy and could barely be moved. The malefic energy enveloped and corroded the blade, causing its spirit light to dim, while the blood beam on the blade showed signs of weakening. Humph! Su Zimo harumphed and held blood quencher horizontally across his chest. Channeling his bloodline, a ball of blazing lightning appeared in his palm, and he swiped it across blood quencher. The power of thunder was the most masculine and could purge off evil. It was the most effective against such malefic energy. With a series of crackling sounds, the malefic energy around blood quencher was completely purged by the ball of lightning in Su Zimo's palm. 5 spirit patterns shone on the blade once more as it regained its luster. Lightning! Di Xing's eyes flashed with caution. In reality, the smoke that he had spat out was far from simple. It was one of Malevolent Earth sect's secret skills, Spirit-Devouring Malefice. The Spirit-Devouring Malefice was extremely strong and was used to corrode spirit weapons. Any spirit weapon that was tainted by the Spirit-Devouring Malefice would have its spirit chi sucked away. Left unpurged, even its spirit patterns would be erased, rendering the spirit weapons almost useless. Swoosh! Lu Yun charged over from the side with his bloodline rumbling like lead mercury. A fierce wind blew behind him as he swung his arms and smashed down. Su Zimo took a wrong step and twisted his body to slash in reverse. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. In a flash, Su Zimo's body swayed as he made use of the energy from that blow's rebound and crossed his legs, unleashing Divine Steed Fleeting to charge at Divine Steed Fleeting, who was not far away with a furious killing intent. Di Xing was different from Lu Yun. His physique was average and he was not strong in melee combat. Su Zimo would be able to kill him as long as he could get close. Seemingly seeing through Su Zimo's intentions, Di Xing smirked coldly. Go! Suddenly, he threw out the bone spear in his arms and it hovered in midair. A pitch-black smoke surged out from his fingertip, entering the spear. The 10-jointed bone spear shone brightly with spirit light and 4 spirit patterns. Di Xing's fingers shifted continuously as he conjured a hand seal while shouting, Go! The moment he said that, the 10-jointed bone spear broke apart and turned into 10 bone spikes. Each of them were shrouded with malefic energy as they shot towards Su Zimo at lightning speed. Su Zimo had just deployed Divine Steed Fleeting when his mind flashed with a warning. In a dizzying moment, he was welcomed by 10 bone spikes. The spikes shone coldly and were extremely sharp. These were not weaker than normal sharp weapons, and holes would definitely appear on one's body if they found their mark. The scariest thing was that the 10 bone spikes were extremely precise and sealed off all of Su Zimo's escape routes. 8 bone spikes occupied 8 different directions. The remaining 2 bone spikes sealed the upwards and downwards directions. All 10 directions were completely sealed. Right then, it would be difficult for Su Zimo to avoid the bone spikes even if he made use of Anaconda Swath. What a brilliant technique! Su Zimo was secretly shocked. Ethereal Sword, one of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills, was a weapon technique as well and consisted of 3 levels. However, compared to the weapon technique of Malevolent Earth Sect, Ethereal Sword was clearly a class weaker. Ever since he started cultivating, Su Zimo had fought countless battles. However, this was the first time that a cultivator could seal off his movements with just a weapon technique. Now that he thought about it, it was truly way too lucky that he was able to kill the Malevolent Earth Sect Fiend Heir back then. The presence of the ancient Spirit Lock formation disabled at least half of the Malevolent Earth Sect Fiend Heir's powers. Everything else aside, if the Fiend Heir could use this weapon technique back then, he would have been invincible. In that flash, Su Zimo did not have time to think as he swung Blood Quencher while channeling his bloodline. He roared loudly, slashing against an incoming bone spike by making use of his immense burst power. Clang! The bone spike was sent flying and a gap appeared. Di Xing was not far away. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to charge through the gap, the air behind, above, below and on his sides vibrated immensely. The other 9 bone spikes descended, leaving Su Zimo no chance at all. Even though Di Xing was not far away, Su Zimo had no choice but to deal with the 9 bone spikes. No matter how fast he was, he could not match the speed of the bone spikes. Clang! 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 Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher and repelled 3 bone spikes consecutively. Right after, he made use of his spirit perception and passed through the gap of 2 bone spikes extremely closely. With a swoosh, a pair of spirit wings appeared behind his back and suddenly, Su Zimo soared into the air and evaded the remaining 4 bone spikes. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Any slight delay would have riddled Su Zimo's body with holes. Su Zimo was internally shocked by how he had to unleash multiple trump cards just to barely evade the wave of attacks from Di Xing's bone spear. Taking a deep breath, Su Zimo was about to charge forward and shorten the distance between him and Di Xing when a cold light flashed by his eyes, followed by an incoming wave of malefic energy. The bone spike that he had first repelled was now approaching him once more. The sequence was perfect and Su Zimo did not have any breathing room at all. With the use of his spirit wings, Su Zimo hovered in midair and reared his head. His body was almost parallel to the ground. Swoosh! 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 A series of piercing sounds could be heard. The previous 9 bone spikes had returned and sealed his path once more. Out of exasperation, Su Zimo could only swing Blood Quencher and fight head-on. Clang! 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 He had just soared into the skies but was forced to descend onto the ground after the consecutive furious attacks of the bone spikes. It was only now that Su Zimo understood why Tang Yu and the others had always thought that he was not a match for Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang. Even after he displayed unparalleled strength in that bloody battle on the Long Street, or killed 2 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators single-handedly, no one thought highly of him. The 2 men before him had already given him an answer. This was the strength of the disciples that belonged to the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. Skynet Fist. Lu Yun's voice sounded. The spirit chi in the void behind Su Zimo fluctuated wildly. This was a sign of the condensation of spirit arts. The changes of the void alone was enough to tell of how frightening Skynet Fist was. Not far away, Lu Yun conjured a hand seal and punched towards Su Zimo through the void. A fist that was conjured from spirit energy materialized and was crystal clear. He shot out, punching towards the spot where Su Zimo landed. Boom! Su Zimo had just landed on the ground when he heard an explosion. Without looking, he could already feel a gigantic fist coming towards his body with a terrifying might as it caused the surrounding air to explode. Lu Yun had arrived. After Skynet Fist, Lu Yun's body flashed and he charged forward. Swinging his arms, his bracers shone brightly and smashed towards Su Zimo's head. There was no wonder why Lu Yun was a disciple of an immortal sect. His timing was impeccable. Right as Skynet Fist descended, he had arrived while unleashing a killing move. Danger! The current situation was much more dangerous than 10 days ago on that long street. Su Zimo was already having too much trouble dealing with the 10 bone spikes before him, and now, Lu Yun, who was terrifyingly strong in melee combat, was striking from the back. A single misstep and Su Zimo would die on the spot. Lu Yun and Di Xing's eyes shone excitedly. To them, Su Zimo was already a dead man with nowhere to run. Even Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang might not be able to escape unscathed against such an attack. However, what puzzled the 2 of them was that they couldn't spot a single trace of panic on Su Zimo's face. Those eyes were calm as water with slight ripples of killing intent. All of a sudden, Su Zimo did something that Lu Yun and Di Xing could not understand at all. He put away his blood quencher. Before the 2 of them could think about why Su Zimo did that, the latter had already struck. Fiend Suppression Seal. Su Zimo's left hand flickered and he connected his middle finger and thumb, conjuring a hand seal while chanting a mental sutra. Boom! A golden palm descended from the sky in a blinding manner, tearing through the firmament. The patterns on the palm were clearly visible as it slammed towards the Skynet Fist with an apocalyptic might. The palm and fist collided, creating a deafening bang in midair. The spirit chi in the void turned chaotic instantly. A massive wave of energy shot out from the collision as a core, spreading towards the surrounding in a golden light as spirit energy dissipated. Su Zimo's arms were already starting to feel numb after clashing with Di Xing repeatedly earlier on. If not for his powerful bloodline that surged like a tidal wave, he would not be able to lift his arms now, let alone have the strength to retaliate. Right then, Lu Yun's fist flew over. Good move! Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and punched in reverse. His right hand was the indestructible blood-bone palm. One side was an accumulated attack while the other side was a forced counterattack. Despite knowing that he had the disadvantage in strength, Su Zimo could only ensure that his right hand would not be crippled by the other party's punch. Bang! The fist and arm collided. Lu Yun's bracers struck Su Zimo's fist. However, instead of bones cracking, a dull sound of defeat was heard. Su Zimo's right hand was bloodied but his bones were intact, merely suffering wounds on his flesh. Huh? His palm isn't crippled? Lu Yun's pupils constricted. The other party merely suffered injuries on the flesh after taking a supreme-grade spirit weapon head-on with his body. In fact, his bones weren't even cracked. As expected, Su Zimo's strength was not enough for that clash and his body stumbled backwards towards the 10 incoming bone spikes. Fufu, he's going to die in my hands still, Di Xing sneered. However, he stopped before he could finish. Under their watchful gazes, Su Zimo was about to be pierced by the 10 bone spikes when his bones and tendons sounded at the same time. They shifted and suddenly contracted into a bundle, making him the size of a small child. Pest! The two of them gasped. Lu Yun was even more shocked. How was that possible? Because Glass Palace specialized in body tempering, he knew very well that it was extremely difficult for a person to achieve what Su Zimo just did. That was the art of tendons transformation, a point where even the tendons and bones have been cultivated to the extreme. In fact, a person could change their appearance with this. Only a nascent soul with an essence spirit could distinguish between the person's true appearance. Even Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace could not achieve this, let alone him. After his body shrank, a few bone spikes that should have pierced Su Zimo missed instantly. Despite that, Su Zimo could not avoid all of the bone spikes. His miniature frame twisted in midair and contorted into an unimaginable arc, shuttling through a few bone spikes. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. A bone spike brushed by Su Zimo's chest, leaving a wound. Although he did not manage to avoid all the bone spikes, Su Zimo managed to escape from a fatal situation with his unparalleled use of tendons transformation. Crackle! In front of the two of them, Su Zimo's bones and tendons sounded and that child expanded right away, turning to his original body once more. Di Xing's gaze was dark as he glared at the wound on Su Zimo's chest. Although that wound wasn't deep, the weapons of malevolent Earth sect were all basked and tempered in malefic energy. The moment they injure anyone, malefic energy would surge into the smallest of wounds. Those that were lightly affected would not be able to channel their spirit energy efficiently and their combat strength would weaken. If they did not purge it in time, it might even destroy their foundation and cripple their chances at future cultivation. Those that were severely affected would have their hearts enveloped by the malefic energy, severing their meridians and killing them on the spot. Right in front of Di Xing, the wound on Su Zimo's chest flashed with streaks of lightning, purging the malefic energy entirely. Su Zimo stood where he was and glared at Lu Yun and Di Xing coldly. The killing intent in his eyes intensified and his aura was changing as well. Hee. Di Xing laughed menacingly. Su Zimo, surrender. That tendons transformation of yours is only going to work the first time. Next time, I'll be prepared and you'll be shred to pieces even if you turn into a baby. Su Zimo, I'm going to give you a chance. Suddenly, Lu Yun's eyes shone and he said, as long as you're willing to hand over your body tempering technique, I'll let you off. Furthermore, I'll be on your side and kill Di Xing. How does that sound? Fu. Su Zimo burst into laughter as he twisted his neck while his eyes shone with a demonic glint. You guys really think you've won? The moment he said that, a sinister wind gusted without warning. Looking at Su Zimo with his sinister expression not far away, Lu Yun and Di Xing felt an unprecedented sense of fear. Why am I feeling this way? The two of them exchanged glances with grim expressions. You want my body tempering technique? Su Zimo licked his lips with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Grinning, he shouted, that depends on whether you can remain alive to learn it. Boom! A muffled sound rang out from within Su Zimo's body, as though some seal had been released and an ancient demon had been summoned. It was terrifying. Although they had been fighting for a short time, Su Zimo had already realized that he wouldn't be able to defeat the two of them if he continued fighting with his current strength. Since there was nobody else at this place, he could kill them in his demon form without anybody knowing. Su Zimo's power of blood chi erupted and his body expanded. Demonic chi shrouded his body as his pupils turned pitch black, appearing imperceptibly in the scarlet demonic chi. It's a demon! Lu Yun and Di Xing were shocked. No, how is it possible? The moment they saw that dense demonic aura, the two of them thought that Su Zimo was a demon. However, they were puzzled on second thought. There was no way demons could take on human form before they formed an inner core. How was that possible? Furthermore, Su Zimo had clearly unlocked the 8 meridians that only humans possessed. How could he be a demon? Everything before them was completely unexplainable. In truth, even nascent souls or void reversions would not be able to explain this, let alone the two of them. Typically, humans and demons had different paths. Their languages were different, as were their body structures, cultivation techniques, and methods. Even tigers and leopards that were the closest to the demon race had different cultivation techniques, let alone humans and demons. The cultivation techniques, bloodlines, and everything else were different between the two races. If Su Zimo was a human, what about the demonic qi that was coming from him? The richness of that demonic qi was no weaker than pure-blooded ferocious beasts. In Lu Yun and Di Xing's moment of days, Su Zimo shifted and arrived before Lu Yun in the blink of an eye. A series of afterimages appeared behind Su Zimo, lasting for a long time. Ah! Lu Yun's expression changed and his heart nearly exploded. Su Zimo was too imposing and terrifying, lunging over with that asphyxiating aura. He was even more feral than the ferocious beasts of the ancient era with his surging blood qi and cold-killing intent. Lu Yun did not have time to contemplate and activated his bloodline, churning spirit energy furiously as his bracers shone with a bedazzling spirit light. "I don't care what sort of a monster you are. Just die," Lu Yun hollered and channeled his energy to the max. The veins on his neck popped out as he swung his arms, smashing violently down on Su Zimo's head. That was no arm. With the augmentation of Glass Palace's secret skill, his arm was veiled with a layer of luster. With the support of a supreme-grade spirit weapon on top of it, that was a steel whip as thick as an arm. Su Zimo did not dodge nor retreat. His eyes shone brightly with a violent glint as he extended his arm and welcomed the strike. With a thunk, Su Zimo's arm swung out, resembling an elephant's trunk that was limp and weak. The moment the two arms made contact, Su Zimo's arm coiled and trembled. The mysterious luster on Lu Yun's hand dissipated instantly. Crack, crack, crack. Even with the protection of his bracers, Lu Yun's arm was contorted with the bones inside shattered. All the bone fragments pierced out from his flesh in a bloodied, horrific manner. Ah! Lu Yun shrieked tragically as color drained from his face. After taking on demon form, Su Zimo's strength had not only increased from the burst of his blood qi, he had even unleashed a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Swoosh! 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 A gust of wind blew behind Su Zimo's head, producing a vague, stinging pain. He did not have to see to know that Di Xing must have attacked. Heh! With a sneer, Su Zimo rushed up without stopping at all after crippling Lu Yun's arm. Lu Yun grit his teeth and cold sweat poured from his head. As long as he could block Su Zimo for a moment, Di Xing's 10 bone spikes would descend before long and trap Su Zimo within. At that time, he would be able to escape. As a final gambit, Lu Yun punched out once again. Su Zimo's strength was not the only thing that increased after he took on his demon form. His speed increased as well. Instead of slowing down, Su Zimo hastened and his body curled into a spiral ball. His knee seemed to be in a kneeling position and it barely dodged Lu Yun's punch. As though he was propping up an immortal peach with his hands, Su Zimo arrived in front of Lu Yun and suddenly pushed both palms upwards against Lu Yun's chin. Snap! Instantly, Lu Yun's head was tossed back. His jaw smashed and his throat snapped on the spot. He was no longer breathing. Di Xing gasped when he saw that. Nobody could have imagined that a 7-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator from Glass Palace that was known for their immense physiques would die in a single round of melee combat. A cold light tore through the air as 10 bone spikes chased relentlessly. Initially, they should have landed on Su Zimo's back. However, Su Zimo's body fell flat to the ground and he slithered forward, like an anaconda in the grass as he charged towards Di Xing. This time round, he evaded 9 bone spikes completely. Poof! 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 The 9 bone spikes pierced Lu Yun's body instead. The remaining bone spike was about to strike Su Zimo's head, when the latter stretched out his right hand and allowed it to pierce his palm instead. It could not pierce through. A supreme-grade spirit weapon spike could not pierce through Su Zimo's right hand. In Di Xing's moment of daze, his vision blurred and a tall figure stood up from the ground, obstructing his view. It was too fast. Anyone within 10 feet would die instantly. Di Xing felt his heart sink. The next moment, a grisly red demonic qi rumbled and engulfed Di Xing within it. A moment later, the grisly red demonic qi dissipated, revealing two figures. Dixing's eyes were widened with fright as 5 bloodied holes appeared at the top of his head, streaming with blood. He was already dead. With a shrug, Su Zimo's tendons and bones sounded, and that gigantic body of his reverted to normal instantly. After changing into a fresh set of green robes, Su Zimo picked up the storage bags on the waists of the two men. He compared them before speeding forward. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was about 2 to 3 days away from Xianxia City on foot. Along the way, Su Zimo checked out Lu Yu and Dixing's storage bags. Initially, he thought that it would be best if he could discover the weapon technique of malevolent earth sect that could wield those 10-bone spikes. He could cultivate it and use it on his flying swords. That way, he would not only be able to conjure sword formations, but also burst forth with immense killing power with that weapon technique. To his disappointment, he found nothing worthwhile in their storage bags. However, Su Zimo could understand the logic behind it. The weapon technique of malevolent earth sect was definitely a secret skill. There was no way it would be put in a storage bag casually. It was the same for Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills. Even golden cores were not allowed to carry the secret skills with them, let alone Su Zimo and the others. Even though he managed to kill disciples of the Super Sects, Malevolent Earth Sect and Glass Palace, in this battle Su Zimo had been self-reflecting. While he had been through countless battles ever since he started cultivating, he had rarely fought with disciples of these super sections. The only time was deep underground. 1 against 5, Su Zimo even managed to defeat 5 fiend heirs of the fiend sects. That battle created a false impression for him that even fiend sects were merely of that standard. In that case, there was nothing to fear about immortal sects and Buddhist monasteries. Furthermore, in recent years, Su Zimo never had the taste of failure within his same level and had even managed to kill opponents above his level. In his battle knowledge, he felt that he could make use of his movement techniques to shorten the distance between his opponents and kill them even if their cultivation realms were higher than his. However, this battle awakened Su Zimo and humbled him. Truly powerful opponents could restrict his movements and actions just by making use of brilliant weapon techniques. In fact, they can force him to have nowhere to hide, let alone get close. Dixing's 10-bone spikes were swift, strong, and had sharp angles. Their attacks were fluid as water with no delays between them. Su Zimo could barely deal with it, let alone get close to kill his opponents. That was precisely the terrifying and powerful aspect of Qi refinement cultivators. Most cultivators were indeed weak in physique and would die if demon beasts closed in to them. That was a fact. However, cultivators could make use of various spirit arts and weapons to restrict a demon beast's movements. Body-tempered cultivators and Qi refinement cultivators had their own advantages and flaws. The stronger of the two would depend on which side had the stronger advantage. Take the battle earlier for example, Su Zimo could not deal with the attacks of the 10-bone spikes merely by activating his bloodline. However, after he took on demon form and burst with his blood qi, his strength and speed was raised by a level, magnifying his advantage as a body-tempered cultivator and allowing him to close in and kill his opponent. Dixing and Lu Yu were enough to cause trouble for Su Zimo. If he was dealing with Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang, things would be even more difficult. Furthermore, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were only a part of the Immortal and Fiend sects. There were a total of 9 Immortal sects, 7 Fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries. All of those ancient sects had firm foundations and countless secret skills. What sort of methods would their legacy disciples possess and how terrifying would they be? Despite knowing that, Su Zimo's eyes had no trace of worry. Instead, they shone with a fervent gleam. On the surface, he had ventured deep into the ancient battlefield for a perfect meridian unlocking elixir. However, deep in his heart, Su Zimo wanted to witness the disciples of these super sects. He wanted to battle. He wanted to battle through the world. Deep in his bones, there was a pride that did not allow him to be weaker than others. Thanks to his strong stamina and physique, Su Zimo traveled day and night without resting. Even in the night, he didn't have any scruples. By emitting his immense demonic qi while traveling, few demon beasts dared to approach him. 2 days later, Su Zimo slowed down gradually, and looked at the distant horizon with deep shock in his eyes. He had never seen the legendary Saber Mountain Spirit Sea before. However, the moment he arrived at this place, he already knew that the mountain and sea before him was the exact location. Before he even arrived, Su Zimo could hear the rumbling of the sea gushing and invigorating one's mind. The damp aura blew at his face. The aura was not merely damp air. It was damp spirit chi that was rich and pure. Could the boundless sea before me be made up of spirit chi entirely? Su Zimo could not help but feel shocked when that thought crossed his mind. Right then, the sound of clothes flapping through the air rang. A few cultivators arrived and their conversation attracted Su Zimo. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea is the sacred grounds for saber cultivators like us. Even if we can't obtain the inheritance of the Saber Emperor, we have to pay it a visit. It's said that in the ancient times, before the Saber Emperor left Tianhuang mainland, he used his supreme dermic powers and absorbed the spirit chi and minerals within 5,000 kilometers, forming a mountain and sea. It was because he did not want the way of the saber to be lost in Tianhuang mainland that he created this immortal ruin, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. That's amazing! Someone exclaimed. Su Zimo was shocked as well. What sort of prowess was it for someone to amass chi and minerals to form a sea and mountain with the flip of a hand? It was comparable to carrying a mountain burning the skies for rain to form an ocean. The most frightening thing was that this spirit sea was created countless years ago back in the ancient era. The sands of time erased countless major sects of the ancient era, leaving no trace behind. However, this ruin was still intact without any signs of drying up. If the legend was true, the Saber Emperor might have already surpassed the level of a cultivator. There has always been a saying in the cultivation world that at the end of the road, one would become the legendary immortal of the ethereal voids, growing old with unfailing ears and eyes. However, nobody could give a definite answer as to whether or not there were truly immortals. But to Su Zimo, even the immortal methods of the legends were nothing much. Now that he was here, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea brought a greater impact for Su Zimo. There were countless dark reefs near the shore. For some reason, the reefs were covered with marks of sharp weapons, etched in a shocking manner. The tides roared furiously with a majestic aura, crashing onto the shores and creating snow-like waves. On the horizon of the sea was a mountain that towered into the clouds. The shape of that mountain resembled a long saber that was stabbed into the sea. With a slender and precipitous blade, its handle was hidden in the clouds, barely visible. This was the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. The sword reigned supreme in Tianhuang mainland, and there were extremely few pure saber cultivators, much less in the ancient battlefield. Although the ruin was left behind by the Saber Emperor, there were not many cultivators gathered here. Merely a few thousand people gathered along the coastline. The strange thing was that most of the cultivators stood far away from the shore, seemingly afraid of the Spirit Sea as they pointed in hushed discussions. Because he had limited knowledge of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, Su Zimo came beside the crowd and listened intently. The methods of the Saber Emperor are extraordinary to be able to condense chi into a sea. I'm sure the benefits of cultivating in this Spirit Sea must be immense. In the crowd, a skinny cultivator murmured deeply with bright eyes. Fufu, how ignorant. The moment he said that, the crowd started mocking him. The person who first spoke blushed and craned his neck, refuting, "What did I say wrongly? The spirit chi within the Spirit Sea is extremely rich and pure. However, it possesses boundless saber chi and is extremely sharp. You will have to receive the baptism of the saber chi the moment you enter the Spirit Sea. With your tiny frame, you will most likely explode a few steps into the Spirit Sea. Hee hee. There have been countless elites who have been buried in this Spirit Sea throughout history. You can try entering if you're not afraid of death." Su Zimo was enlightened. This was the reason why there were marks of sharp weapons on the reefs. It was because the Spirit Sea contained endless saber chi and cultivators with weak physiques could not handle it at all. If they stood too close to the shore, one might not be able to escape if a huge wave crashed and engulfed them within. A cultivator said in a deep voice, "This is a test left behind by the Saber Emperor. One will have to cross the Spirit Sea, and ascend the Saber Mountain if they want to obtain his inheritance. Su Zimo looked into the distance. The Saber Mountain stood erect at the end of the Spirit Sea, truly far away and unreachable. That's easy. The skinny cultivator pointed to the Saber Mountain and declared proudly, "We can just ride on our flying swords. Even though the Saber Mountain is far away, there's no way we wouldn't be able to reach it before nightfall." Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed once more. Someone shook his head. If the test left behind by the Saber Emperor was so simple, there wouldn't only have been a single person who received his inheritance from the ancient era till now, right? Before he finished, a cultivator arrived from far away, looking excited. Summoning a spirit saber from his storage bag, that person leaped onto it and channeled spirit energy before shouting softly, "Go! Shoo!" He turned into a streak of light and crossed the Spirit Sea, flying towards the Saber Mountain. Most of the cultivators in the crowd had mocking expressions and smirked coldly, as if waiting to see a joke. Su Zimo knew that things were probably not so simple. Before he could complete his thought, the person froze in midair above the Spirit Sea and paused for a moment before falling in. No matter how that person struggled to channel spirit energy in midair, it was useless. He was swallowed by a wave before he even fell into the Spirit Sea. Ah! He floated on the Spirit Sea and let out an occasional scream before vanishing after a brief moment. The surface of the water was stained with blood that was gradually washed away by the surging waves. The skinny cultivator who first declared that he wanted to ride his flying sword across the Spirit Sea turned pale as sweat poured down from his forehead while he breathed hurriedly. Su Zimo was secretly shocked as well. The Spirit Sea was truly out to kill. That explains why nobody has tried to cross the Spirit Sea despite thousands of cultivators standing here. A cultivator at the side explained, "Flying is forbidden in the skies above the Spirit Sea. Even if you manage to enter it, you will still fall into the water. You're only asking for trouble trying to come up with tricks in the face of an emperor." Someone else sneered. The skinny cultivator composed himself and asked again after a brief moment, "In that case, only disciples of body-tempering supersects such as Glass Palace and Overlord Palace can cross the Spirit Sea? It doesn't matter what sect you are from." Another cultivator explained, "Only saber cultivators are qualified to cross the Spirit Sea. Any other cultivator will be minced to death by the saber chi if they try to cross it forcefully." That's right. I heard that in the past, a paragon from Sword Sect tried to cross the Spirit Sea to challenge the Saber Emperor's authority. Before he was even 100 meters in, he was sliced apart by the saber chi and buried within the Spirit Sea. With that, Su Zimo had a rough understanding towards the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. First, one could not fly over. Second, one had to be a saber cultivator. Third, only those with a physique strong enough to withstand the baptism of the saber chi can cross the Spirit Sea and pass the Saber Emperor's test. In that case, he might truly be able to give it a shot. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze shifted towards a dark black reef by the shore. A man in blood-colored robes sat there with a long saber placed horizontally across his knees. His eyes were shut and his drenched black hair swayed casually, covering his face. Of the thousands of cultivators, this man was the only one who dared to sit on a reef by the shore regardless of the waves. Even though his clothes were long drenched, he seemed oblivious to the fact. There were more than 10 corpses behind this person. Some of them had clearly just died not long ago. When he looked at the person's back view, Su Zimo felt like he had seen this man somewhere before but could not recall where. After pondering for a moment, he looked at a cultivator beside him and asked softly, "Who's the blood-robed cultivator?" "That's a savage character," the cultivator whispered warily. "Do you see those corpses behind him? Those were cultivators who wanted to cross the Spirit Sea. However, they chose to start too close to him and were killed by him. Just because of that?" Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. If that was the only reason why this man went on a massacre, he was definitely not just savage. The cultivator pursed his lips and said, "Zenith Sex Fiend Air doesn't need reasons to kill. It's him." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The cultivator at the side continued, "There's a high chance he's going to cross the Spirit Sea and obtain the inheritance. I heard that the cultivator who managed to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance 1,000 years ago was from Zenith sect as well. All of a sudden, the blood-robed cultivator who was seated on the reef with his eyes shut stood up and turned around slowly, looking in Su Zimo's direction. A top-tier expert as such would definitely sense something if someone was staring at him for a long time. Furthermore, at that moment, Su Zimo's mental state fluctuated slightly, and there was even a hint of hostility in his eyes. When he saw the person's face, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. The blood-robed cultivator was the fiend heir of Zenith sect that he had fought underground back then. Fufufu. The blood-robed cultivator laughed and stared at Su Zimo. His eyes were bright and burned with excitement as he said slowly, "Indeed, you have come. I've been waiting for a long time." The moment he said that, the saber hovering in front of the cultivator buzzed loudly, emitting an extremely intense killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. The group of cultivators who were originally standing beside Su Zimo dispersed in shock. The blood-robed cultivator's name was Bai Yu. Back then, after the few of us escaped by chance, we thought that you were buried beneath. Bai Yu's gaze was burning as he stuck out his grisly red tongue, revealing a set of pearly whites and a sinister smile. However, when I heard that Demoness G survived, I guessed instantly that you must have too. Su Zimo did not move and asked with a calm expression, "You knew that I was coming?" "Ha ha." Bai Yu replied delightedly, "Given your potential and methods, there's no doubt you will enter the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, since you use sabers, you are a saber cultivator and will definitely come to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea." The competition for the position of the fiend heir was extremely intense in the fiend sects. Almost all the fiend heirs got to their positions by trampling on countless corpses. None of them were common folks. It was especially so for Zenith sect. For a sect that established its roots through killing, the competition between fellow disciples was even more cruel. As the fiend heir of Zenith sect, there was no way he could swallow the indignance of losing to an unknown cultivator underground back then. Seems like the two of them have a deep feud? What is the background of that man? How is he still alive and well despite having a feud with the fiend heir of Zenith sect? Far away, the cultivators discussed in groups. Bai Yu's gaze darted past Su Zimo's waist and he could not help but scoff coldly when he did not catch sight of a sect badge. "I don't care what your background is. Today, I'm going to take your life to establish my Dao formation. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "If I can defeat you once, I can definitely defeat you again." The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. That man managed to defeat the fiend heir of Zenith sect? What's his background? Do you need to ask? He's definitely a paragon from one of the 9 immortal sects. Clang, clang. Without a second word, Su Zimo took out Blood Quencher from his storage bag. His spirit energy churned and the saber shone brightly like a frightening blood sun. A perfect 5 patterns with a torrential blood chi. The blood stench emitted by Bai Yu was extremely similar to Bai Yu's aura. Good saber, good saber." Bai Yu's eyes lit up and he burst into laughter. "That saber was practically custom-made for me. You think you're worthy of it?" Su Zimo replied indifferently. Blood Quencher was refined by him personally. Right when he was about to fail, he infused his bloodline to condense the 5th spirit pattern, completing it. Su Zimo's bloodline was used to cultivate the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness and the Void Thunder Manual, and it possessed essence of the dragon race. Apart from him, there was no one in this world that was worthy of wielding it. Deploying Divine Steed Fleeting, Su Zimo lunged forward before releasing Plow Heaven's Stride. He landed on a reef in front of Bai Yu and stopped. Boom! The reef exploded. Blood Quencher descended from the sky and its blood beam exploded, engulfing Bai Yu within it. Huh? He's only at 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment. A 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator is actually challenging the fiend heir of Zenith sect? How did he manage to survive to this point with his low cultivation realm? A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Clang. Bai Yu did not retreat nor dodge. He propped up his supreme-grade saber with both arms and retaliated with a backhand slash. The sound of metal clashing overwhelmed the crowd's exclamations while silencing all their previous doubts. 7 spirit meridians shone beneath Bayu's blood robes as spirit energy gushed, emanating a thick blood stench and almost materializing his killing intent. However, Bayu did not have any advantage against Su Zimo's slash. Such terrifying melee combat strength. That person's bloodline. I seem to be hearing the sound of a tsunami in it. You must have heard wrongly. That must be the sound of the spirit sea. Tsunami blood. How could someone have cultivated their bloodline to that level? Bayu's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Loosening his grip, Bayu's saber left his hand and revolved around Blood Quencher's blade, aiming straight for Su Zimo's face. That attack was extremely strange and had surpassed Su Zimo's knowledge and expectation. Shocked, Su Zimo retreated hurriedly. Xing. Although he managed to dodge it in time, a cut was still made on his robes in front of his chest. His chest felt a chill and a slight sting. Bayu scoffed coldly and did not bother to fight head-on with Su Zimo. Striding forward, he gripped his saber once more and his figure flashed. The next moment, he slashed down at Su Zimo's ribs with his saber's blade pointing up. Su Zimo frowned. Bayu's saber technique was extremely lethal. However, the angles in which the blade came from were way too sharp and difficult to deal with. Su Zimo retreated once more. In the past, Su Zimo merely had to make use of his terrifying bloodline as well as his perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher, to cleave down in simple moves, and that was enough to take down his opponents. However, in the past few days, he realized his weakness after exchanging blows with disciples of Tianhuang Mainland's top factions. He did not know any saber techniques at all and was full of openings. The moment he attacked, his opponents would locate his openings and deal him a fatal strike. Bayu did not have to fight head-on and could force Su Zimo to retreat just by relying on his superior saber technique. Su Zimo did not even dare to retaliate with his saber. If he did, it would be a mistake. His openings would only be magnified and his situation would become much more dangerous. Bayu's attacks were relentless and came in a flurry. Every single slash was a killing move with a murderous intent, causing blood stench to surge everywhere. If he was careless, Su Zimo could die on the spot. With the help of his spirit perception, Su Zimo managed to avoid a number of dangerous situations. Back then, underground, Su Zimo was able to fight against 5 men and even kill a fiend heir. But now, without the ancient spirit lock formation, the fiend heir of Zenith sect could fight at his maximum strength and suppress Su Zimo completely with the help of his precise and sinister saber techniques. Even so, there was still no trace of panic in Su Zimo's eyes. It was simple for him if he wanted to break free of the current predicament. He could take on his demon form and burst forth with his blood chi. At that time, Su Zimo's strength and speed would be raised to another level and he could fight at melee range no matter the type of saber technique he had to face. However, there were many people around. If he were to take on demon form, he would most likely be an outcast in the ancient battlefield and Tianhuang mainland from now on. The second option he had was to cross the spirit sea. As he thought about it, Su Zimo already had a plan in mind. With a long howl, he retreated and dashed towards the spirit sea. What? That man wants to cross the spirit sea? Does he have a death wish? Now that he was worked up, there was no way Bayu was going to let Su Zimo off as he hollered, "There's nowhere for you to run." One after another, the 2 of them appeared above the spirit sea in an instant. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and skipped on the waves with light treads. Sprinting towards the Saber Mountain, he was 5 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Bayu bit his long saber with his mouth and sprawled like a water strider that was floating on the water. Gliding with his limbs, his speed was not slower than Su Zimo's. The Spirit Sea was definitely not a blessed place in the eyes of everyone. This was a place where countless elites and paragons have been consumed. Right now, there were few cultivators who dared to attempt it. Su Zimo and Bayu's rush into the Spirit Sea one after another caused a commotion. Initially, the water surface merely surged with waves. However, after the 2 of them entered, the Spirit Sea seemed to have been agitated and turned tumultuous. Gigantic waves over 100,000 feet tall were formed, crashing down with tremendous auras. Su Zimo and Bai Yu froze at the same time, looking at the towering wave before them with stunned expressions. This was the power of heaven and earth and was impossible for humans to resist. In the face of the raging wave, Su Zimo and Bai Yu appeared tiny and insignificant. Bang! Boom! Boom! The massive wave crashed and absorbed the two of them into the sea. Even golden cores would find it hard to resist such power. Before he was sucked in, Su Zimo hurriedly took a deep breath of air and held it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were devoured. Now that he truly entered the spirit sea, Su Zimo experienced the saber chi that those cultivators were talking about. Every single drop of seawater possessed an infinitely ship intent, slicing at his body from all directions like a blade. Even with his powerful body, he could feel slight waves of pain. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If any ordinary cultivator were absorbed by the spirit sea, they would most likely be torn into pieces within 10 breaths. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's mind flashed with a warning as the water current behind him fluctuated unusually. It was as though an extremely sharp object was cutting through the waves towards him. It's Bai Yu. Even after entering the spirit sea, Bai Yu did not give up on hunting down Su Zimo. Su Zimo exerted all his force and leaped like a water dragon, resurfacing above the water. He tread on the water and continued sprinting towards the Saber Mountain. Bai Yu was hot on his heels. In front of them, the waves rumbled louder and louder. The ocean spray was like a white line between the sky and the sea, resembling a massive army charging at them with ferocious momentum. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and Bai Yu were swallowed by the wave once more. They resurfaced time and again only to be eaten up by the waves repeatedly. Under the baptism of the endless saber chi, even Su Zimo was feeling pressured. The deeper into the spirit sea, the more terrifying the power of the waves became. The sea howled relentlessly and the waves surged, as if they could not calm down unless they ate Su Zimo and Bai Yu. The two of them slowed down. The distance between the two of them increased as well. In terms of physique, Bai Yu could not match Su Zimo's after all. By now, Bai Yu was already feeling a little exhausted and dizzy. The longer they were in the spirit sea, the more saber chi they would accumulate within their body. Once the limit it could endure was reached, the body would be shredded up by the endless saber chi, causing the flesh, tendons, bones and organs to be cut up. Bai Yu could already sense the saber chi of the spirit sea invading his organs. With a leap, he appeared on the surface of the sea and took a deep breath of air. There was a faint taste of salt at the bottom of his throat. I can't chase anymore. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. He would still have a chance if he were to return to shore right now. If he truly entered the depths of the spirit sea, it would be too late even if he wanted to retreat at that time. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Su Zimo, who was still floating in the spirit sea. He was indignant that he could not get to kill Su Zimo personally. However, to him, Su Zimo would definitely die if the latter continued to advance. That was because the waves of the deep sea would only turn more ferocious and the saber chi would be even sharper. At that thought, Bai Yu scoffed coldly and turned for the shore. As for Su Zimo, he was getting further and further from the shore. Su Zimo did not bother about what Bai Yu did. In the spirit sea, given Bai Yu's physique, there was no way the latter could catch up to him. Su Zimo's attention was entirely focused on how he should deal with the waves crashing from all directions, on how he should pass the test to reach the Saber Mountain. After arriving on the shore, Bai Yu's face was pale as he assumed a lotus position right away to channel his bloodline, so as to purge away the saber chi in his body. A long time later, thousands of cultivators stood at the shore and watched the tiny figure. All of them were shocked with agape mouths. For hours had passed and that man was still struggling through the spirit sea. This was an outcome that none of them had expected. At this moment, even though Su Zimo appeared tiny, none of them viewed him as a pathetic being. His unyielding will moved everyone. It was the same for the path of cultivation as well. If one did not have a will and determination as such, how could they reach the very end? Could he truly be able to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance? I don't think so. Throughout history, only one person has succeeded. This person can't do it. By the looks of it, I don't think he can hold out for much longer. Many cultivators discussed softly. Suddenly, Baiyu opened his eyes and let out a long breath, adding a tinge of redness back to his face. He had finally expelled all the saber chi in his body after 4 hours of cultivation. However, during this period of time, Su Zimo was still advancing against the tide, fighting against the surging waves and the sharp saber chi. I don't believe that you'll be able to reach the Saber Mountain. Baiyu glared ahead coldly and mumbled with grit teeth. Right then, another torrential wave surfaced on the sea far away, crashing heavily onto the figure. The figure shuddered and disappeared into the sea once more. This was a sight that the cultivators were numb and used to. Not long later, that figure would resurface once more. 15 minutes passed and nothing happened. After an hour, it was the same. The person seemed to have disappeared. The joy in Baiyu's eyes intensified. After 2 hours, the crowd was finally certain that the scholarly green-robed cultivator had perished in the spirit sea. Sigh, it's a little regrettable. If that person had a high cultivation realm, he might have truly passed the test. That's right, he was only at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. With that potential, his future accomplishments are limitless. The two cultivators spoke in a regretful tone. When he heard that, Baiyu, who was on a reef at the front, looked grim and killing intent surged within him. With a flash, he arrived before the two cultivators and cut twice without saying anything. Poof! Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. The 2 slashes were extremely fast, coupled with the fact that the 2 cultivators were totally unprepared. Their necks were sliced by Baiyu instantly and blood sprayed everywhere as they died on the shore with eyes widened in regret. The Tao of Zenith sect was to kill. If one wanted to kill, they killed, regardless of reason or explanation. The remaining cultivators were shocked and dispersed hurriedly, running as far as they could from Baiyu. Baiyu looked calm even after killing 2 people, as if he had done something perfectly normal. Returning to a reef, he continued cultivating with closed eyes. No one else knew. At the bottom of the spirit sea, a figure was walking forth step by step. Stepping on the sand at the bottom of the sea, he wielded a blood-colored saber in his left hand. Although he was already covered with wounds, he continued forging ahead. The bottom of the spirit sea was dark and cold. Yet, those eyes shone with a bright light that was unwavering like a mountain. It was getting increasingly difficult to travel on the surface of the sea. The power of the waves was too strong, and Su Zimo's body was already breaking apart from the relentless impacts. His organs were already shaking violently. He would definitely die if he continued that way. As such, Su Zimo could only take a deep breath of air and sink to the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was filled with white bones. Those were the elites that have died in the spirit sea over countless years. Stepping on their bones, Su Zimo advanced slowly. The bottom of the sea was much calmer compared to the surface without any shocking or turbulent waves. However, there was the undercurrent. Deep in the sea, Su Zimo had to endure even more pressure with the endless saber chi alongside going against the current. There were countless times when he was pushed back by the undercurrent. However, each time he got back up and continued advancing. As time passed by, the saber chi within Su Zimo's body was already at his limit. Wounds appeared on his flesh, blood vessels, tendons, bones and organs as the sharp saber chi crisscrossed. Su Zimo's skin had already split open and blood was oozing out. There were spiderweb-like cracks all over Su Zimo's body and it looked horrifying. He grunted and stopped in his tracks. If this continued, his life force would be completely destroyed by the saber chi. Su Zimo sat on the ground and burst forth with his power of blood chi. He was not worried about his demonic cultivation being exposed now that he was at the bottom of the sea. The sound of tsunami, rumbling thunder, tigers and leopards, as well as an odd sound that was rather familiar emanated out from his body in a terrifying manner. Dragon's roar. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. This 4th sound was the dragon's roar that he had heard back in the primordial ruins. It possessed a vastness, majesty and solemnness that came from the primordial era. The half-a-dragon's egg that Su Zimo ate left an irremovable mark in his body. At the same time, he began to circulate the mental technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. If he wanted to survive, he would first have to suppress the saber chi within him. From the initial body tempering section, he carried on with tendons transformation, bone strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, and finally ended at orifice clearing. Su Zimo chanted the 6 sutras internally and circulated their mantras mentally, cycling them continuously within his body. A wild bovine demon king appeared behind Su Zimo, plowing through the heavens. Its horns were sharp as spears as it raised its head furiously, threatening to tear the firmaments apart. After a slight delay, another phantom appeared. This time round, it was a massive bear demon that stood upright and howled into the skies. Right after, an anaconda circled around with cold eyes. A towering ape demon stood with bloodshot eyes, roaring in an untamed manner as it pounded its chest and stomped its feet. The dull thuds produced sounded like a god drumming from the heavens. On his back, a divine steed with bone spikes galloped over, cracking the voids everywhere its hooves landed in a frightening manner. Right after, the phantoms of the white tiger and spirit leopard appeared, baring their menacing fangs as they lunged over. Billions of lightning bolts coiled around Su Zimo's body blindingly. In that sea of lightning, the phantoms of countless demon kings appeared, howling into the skies with endless might as they fought against the saber chi within Su Zimo's body. In front of everyone, the surface of the sea that had returned to normalcy suddenly started surging once more with torrential waves without any warning at all. It was as though a terrifying life form of the ancient era was awakening at the bottom of the sea. Could that man be alive? It can't be, right? The cultivators were filled with doubt. Bayu's eyes flashed with suspicion. Deep in the sea, saber chi streaked rampantly, leaving wounds both inside and outside Su Zimo's body. His bloodline rumbled and wounds were healed to normal the moment they oozed with traces of blood. Destruction and repair. Destruction and repair. The cycle continued. Intense pain stimulated Su Zimo's nerves. However, his gaze was only burning brighter. Su Zimo's blood, flesh, tendons, bones, meridians and organs underwent a transformation once more under the cycle. It wouldn't be long before his mouth orifice would be cleared as well. Whether or not he obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance, this was not a trip in vain. There was no way he would be able to clear his mouth orifice within a month without pressure as such. A long time later, Su Zimo's body shuddered and he suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a howl. Given the terrifying pressure of his surroundings, seawater would gush in the moment he opened his mouth. Doing it was simply courting death. However, as he howled, the phantoms of the demon kings behind him howled at the same time. A tremendous sound wave was released, causing endless ripples and forced back the seawater around him. His mouth orifice was cleared. At this point of his cultivation of the 7 orifices, his eye orifices were the only ones yet to be cleared. After howling, the seawater drowned Su Zimo in an even more turbulent manner, crashing repeatedly. As though it was provoked, the saber chi turned even wilder. Crack, crack, crack. The phantom of the demon kings dispersed. The next moment, an even more terrifying aura appeared. Behind Su Zimo, a blood-colored butterfly appeared. It seemed illusory and surreal with 2 crescent moons imprinted on its wings. Instantly, the seawater calmed down, frozen solid as though it was shocked by the aura. The blood-colored butterfly flapped its wings gently, and the saber chi within Su Zimo's body was suppressed, going silent instantly. With that, the blood-colored butterfly disappeared, as though it had never appeared to begin with. Now that the saber chi was no longer aggressive, all that remained within Su Zimo's body was the purest spirit energy. It was as vast as the sea. The spirit energy within Su Zimo's dantian was increasing rapidly. He had just advanced to 5 meridian foundation establishment. But right now, his 5th spirit meridian was completely filled with pure and rich spirit energy. As spirit energy surged, his 6th spirit meridian started to appear faintly. A long time later there was a loud boom. The sixth spirit meridian was unlocked beneath his green robes. Sixth Meridian Foundation Establishment. Suzimo was stunned. He had broken through in both his immortality and demonic cultivation. Although he was now at the bottom of the sea, the pressure he was experiencing decreased greatly. Suzimo continued advancing against the currents. Before long, the spirit sea changed once more. As though an invisible pair of hands had reached into the spirit sea to stir it forcefully, a gigantic vortex was formed, affecting the entire sea. Suzimo was sucked into it and merely felt the world spin. His entire body was contorted by the power of the vortex and felt like it was about to explode. His tendons and bones sounded at the same time as his organs shifted positions. Hurriedly, Suzimo released his blood chi to contain the injuries within his body. He channeled the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and his head shone with 5 mysterious glows of the 7 orifices. Only his eye orifices were dim without light. If he had not broken through earlier on, Suzimo would have been shredded after being sucked in by the vortex. The change in the spirit sea attracted countless stares once more. The vortex was way too terrifying, resembling a black hole that threatened to devour the entire universe. How could this be? I heard from my master that 1,000 years ago, a similar phenomenon appeared after the cultivator who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance entered the spirit sea. You mean to say, look, there seems to be someone inside the vortex. On the reef, Bayu's expression turned extremely terrible. Initially, Suzimo was already experiencing pressure from the water resistance at the bottom of the sea. That pressure was the reason why he was able to clear his mouth orifice, one of the 7 orifices. After he was sucked into the vortex, Suzimo experienced even greater pressure, and with no other choice, he could only channel the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness furiously to deal with it. Flesh and blood expansion, twitching of tendons, trembling of bones, swapping of blood in the marrow, refinement of the 5 organs and clearing of the 7 orifices. Under the stimulation of the vortex, endless demonic chi rushed towards his head, striking the eye orifices again and again. After a long time, Suzimo, who was trapped uncontrollably within the vortex, opened his eyes suddenly, and 2 divine lights burst forth, illuminating the entire dark sea. All 7 of his orifices were cleared. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, and orifices entered a synthetic relationship, forming a major heavenly cycle within his body and attaining lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. Although the vortex was still present, Suzimo was rooted to the spot. He did not budge no matter how the seawater washed, spun, and twisted around him. Now that his 7 orifices were cleared, the feeling of dizziness vanished instantly. In a moment of emotion, Suzimo could not help but roar into the skies. His roar was so high-pitched that it pierced through metal and cracked rocks. In fact, it overwhelmed the surging sound of the sea. The cultivators who were standing at the shore could not help but shiver with shocked expressions when they heard the howl. They no longer had any doubts. That man is still alive. Is he going to be the second person to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance? The fiend heir of Zenith sect, Bayu, sat on the reef, looking grim in silence. Look! Suddenly, someone yelled and pointed to the depths of the spirit sea. Everyone looked over and saw that the vortex that resembled a black hole was moving slowly towards the Saber Mountain, as if it was being pushed by some unknown force. What's going on? Everyone was confused and could not understand what was happening. If any cultivator could fly above the spirit sea and look down at that moment, they would be greeted with a shocking sight. In the middle of the vortex, a green-robed cultivator was striding casually at the bottom of the sea. Hands behind his back, his eyes were bright, and he was surrounded by demonic chi. Each step he took pushed the vortex forward a little bit. The entire spirit sea was being moved by him. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. By now, the vortex had arrived at the foot of the Saber Mountain, and in front of everyone, a black dot figure walked out from the spirit sea towards the mountain. He had passed. After 1,000 years, There was another cultivator who passed the Saber Emperor's test and was about to obtain the latter's inheritance. At the shore, many cultivators were dumbstruck and their eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Baiyu narrowed his eyes and his gaze shimmered. Nobody knew that the shock in his heart was even greater right now. It was because he had heard that 1,000 years ago, the senior from Zenith sect who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance was completely exhausted by the time he crossed the Spirit Sea. He had to rest for 7 days to recover his energy before ascending the mountain. But right now, this man before him actually had the energy to ascend the mountain right after crossing the Spirit Sea. He has to die. Closing his eyes, Baiyu thought to himself. He knew slightly more about the Saber Emperor's inheritance than the other cultivators. It was said that the Saber Emperor left 2 secret arts at the top of the mountain. One of them was a secret mental technique and was already obtained by the senior from Zenith sect. It was said that the other one was a saber technique with 5 stances. In other words, the inheritance that Su Zimo was about to acquire was the 5 stances. The more profound a saber technique was, the harder it would be grasp it. Furthermore, there were different levels of mastery to the saber technique as well. Baiyu believed that even if Su Zimo managed to learn the 5 stances in the short term, he would not be able to master the essence of it. Since his cultivation realm is still low and he isn't familiar with the saber technique yet, now is the best chance to kill him. Taking a deep breath of air, Baiyu assumed a lotus position. He planned on waiting by the shore to kill Su Zimo the moment the latter returned with the inheritance. Mountain Peak. It was empty and desolate with a single stone tablet. The stone tablet was etched with a vivid painting. It was a burly man bearing his chest uninhibitedly as he sat alone by the seaside. With a saber laid horizontally across his knees, he held a jar of wine in his left hand and watched the sea wistfully with a hint of worry. Although he had never seen the Saber Emperor in person, Su Zimo knew the moment he saw the painting that the burly man was the Saber Emperor. Walking forward, Su Zimo stroked the stone tablet gently with his palm. The coarse surface of the stone tablet related to him the signs of time passing by. Suddenly, Su Zimo froze on the spot. A thought surged into his mind. Somebody else has finally arrived here after 1,000 years, sigh. That sigh was one of gratification and emotion, but mostly of relief. The ancient war destroyed the Tao of the 100 weapons, leaving the sword to reign supreme. I am about to cross far beyond the South Sea, and I don't wish for the way of the saber to be lost in Tianhuang mainland. As such, I've left behind my inheritance. There are 2 manuals here that await those with affinity. Su Zimo knew that this was only a remnant thought left behind by the Saber Emperor. The first manual, the title manual, is a secret mental technique that has already been imparted to that person 1,000 years ago. The second manual, the Sea Calming Manual, is a saber technique with 5 stances. Today, I shall impart it to you. Suddenly, the voice vanished and an image appeared before Su Zimo's eyes. The burly man stood on the saber mountain, holding the saber casually as he leaped into the Spirit Sea. His eyes shone brightly and the wistfulness in his eyes was gone, replaced with a sharp glint as he charged against the current and slashed forward. Swoosh! The seawater split to the sides, creating a blank area, whipping the saber to cut the water. At the same time, the Saber Emperor's voice sounded. First stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Countercurrent. After Countercurrent, the Saber Emperor waved the saber and circled around his body. Instantly, the seawater stirred up huge waves that splashed in all directions. Second stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Raging Tides. Immediately after, the Saber Emperor retracted his saber and slashed forward once more. The angle of this slash was unique, as if it was striking thin air as it twisted and spun. As the slash landed, the Spirit Sea started spinning, forming a gigantic vortex as though it was pulled by something. Third stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Vortex. Upon seeing this, Su Zimo suddenly had an epiphany. He had experienced those stances personally in the process of crossing the Spirit Sea. Crossing the Spirit Sea was not just a test, but also an inheritance on its own. Fourth stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Ripple. Fifth stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Sea Calming. In the blink of an eye, all 5 stances were performed. The Saber Emperor's voice continued ringing. Although there are only 5 stances to the Sea Calming Manual, my life's knowledge has been infused in them. It's the great Tao of the saber created by simplifying everything and returning to the basics. If you are able to comprehend the first 4 stances, that will be enough for you to roam freely in the cultivation world. If you can comprehend the final stance, even the world will be your oyster. In the Tao of the 100 weapons, be it the sword or the saber, there are 3 levels of mastery to them: form, force, and intent. The Saber Emperor's voice continued sounding. By form, it means the stance of the saber techniques. This is the most superficial of the mastery levels, and as long as a cultivator is willing to practice diligently, they will be able to attain proficiency and utilize it naturally. Force is the second level and is rather abstract. Could be understood as the force of the chi, aura, or sound, and it's not something that everyone can achieve. Some people spend their entire lives without understanding the meaning behind the idea of force. At the level of force, the might of your saber technique will be even mightier, reaching a whole new tier of mastery. The third level is intent. Similar to sword intent, the saber has saber intent as well. Simply put, this is the realm of one's intent, and it's formless and ethereal. A single slash can contain the might of the universe. The obscurity of the intent realm can only be understood after one cultivates their essence spirit. One had to be at nascent soul realm at the very least if they wanted to achieve the third level of mastery. For now, Su Zimo did not have to think about that at all. Right now, all he had to do was master the first 2 levels of cultivating saber techniques. Whipping out Blood Quencher, Su Zimo recalled the 5 stances performed by the Saber Emperor and began practicing on the mountain peak. As the Saber Emperor had said, even though there were only 5 simple stances, executing a perfect version of even one of them was extremely difficult. At the same time, Su Zimo finally understood why the Saber Emperor had to lay down a test as such. The Sea Calming Manual's requirement on one's physique was way too high. Although countercurrent was a starting move, a person's arm would explode if their physique was not strong enough. Even after lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, Su Zimo could only use it while channeling his bloodline. That single slash required every single muscle on his body to move. Of course, that was not the only difficulty to executing a perfect version of the stance. There must not be any deviations to the degree of his motions, the timing and angle of his slash, as well as the strength used. Any single mistake and the saber technique would not be able to be executed. Su Zimo practiced repeatedly. Fortunately, he had experienced countercurrent, raging tides, vortex, and ripple personally while crossing the Spirit Sea, and they were comparatively simpler to understand. After 10 days of not resting and sleeping, Su Zimo could finally manage to perform the first 4 stances. Although he was not entirely familiar with the first 4 moves, a little inexperienced in fact, he had still succeeded. However, during this period of time, no matter how Su Zimo adjusted, recalled, and practiced, he could not perform the final stance, Sea Calming. Although it was a simple slash, Su Zimo could not do it no matter what. He was not discouraged. According to the Saber Emperor, Sea Calming was the essence of the Sea Calming Manual, and the world would be one's oyster if they could comprehend it. What sort of a level was that? It was most likely beyond everything that Su Zimo knew. In that 10 days, apart from Su Zimo, there was also a burly man on the peak, watching Su Zimo practice silently without saying a single word. After 10 days, when he saw that Su Zimo was able to perform the first 4 stances of the saber technique completely, a look of comfort finally flashed through the burly man's eyes. "Very good. You are very good." The Saber Emperor nodded and his voice gradually dimmed. At the same time, his figure faded rapidly and disappeared from the world. Retracting his saber, Su Zimo bowed deeply in the direction where the figure of the Saber Emperor disappeared. The next moment, the Saber Mountain collapsed and the Spirit Sea evaporated. Standing on thin air, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness fill him. After imparting the title and Sea Calming Manual, the final traces of that supreme paragon of the ancient era had disappeared from Tianhuang mainland as well. On the shore, many cultivators looked at the scene unfold with shock and remained silent for a long time. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea disappeared before their very eyes at a visible speed. The Saber Mountain crumbled into rubble and the Spirit Sea dried up, with Spirit Chi returning to nature. From this day forth, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea no longer existed in Tianhuang mainland. It was fortuitous that everyone managed to witness it. Descending on the ground, Su Zimo fell into deep thought, pondering about the second level stated by the Saber Emperor, force. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for Su Zimo to try and comprehend the second level since he was still very amateurish with the first 4 stances and had yet to achieve the first level. However, he felt a sense of déjà vu towards the comprehension of force. Back when he was studying in Pingyang Town, Su Zimo often practiced calligraphy. In calligraphy, there was a saying of the 9 forces, relating to the movement of the brush tips and the way of writing. The 9 forces were about mastering the landing, reverse, hiding of the tip, protecting the body, weakening the stroke, raising the brush, the ending stroke, and the horizontal finish. Even without the guidance of a master, one can arrive at the sweet spot of calligraphy as long as they practice diligently. In reality, the forces mentioned by the Saber Emperor as well as the 9 forces of calligraphy were rather similar. In the world, there were many theories that were interconnected. That was also what the common saying in the cultivation world, all things come together, meant. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to comprehend the meaning of force, much less attempt at that level, without first familiarizing themselves with their saber techniques. However, Su Zimo was a scholar before entering the cultivation world and had studied the 9 forces of calligraphy before. The concept of force was not one that Su Zimo was foreign with. Therefore, he attempted to comprehend the meaning of force before he was familiar with the saber techniques of the Sea Calming Manual, trying to grasp at something. Closing his eyes, Su Zimo entered an indescribable state of bliss. This was an extremely rare state of enlightenment. He would definitely gain something the moment he awakened. After the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea vanished, Su Zimo had already attracted everyone's attention. When he entered the enlightenment state, everyone was in an uproar. Entering that state right now was definitely trouble rather than blessing for Su Zimo. There was no one around Su Zimo to protect him, and any external stimulation could disrupt his enlightenment process, putting his efforts to vain. Furthermore, that was secondary. The most important thing was that someone was out to take his life. Since the heavens want you to die, you can't blame me. Baiyu smiled sinisterly and in a flash, pulled out a cold gleaming saber from his storage bag, speeding towards Su Zimo. When he approached, Baiyu slashed horizontally. That slash was not fast nor was it strong. Furthermore, it did not have any killing intent at all. Baiyu was worried of alarming Su Zimo, who was in his enlightenment state, changing the current situation. He wanted to kill in stealth. Su Zimo's eyes were still tightly shut, as if he had not realized that danger was knocking right on his door. At the sight of that, many cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Initially, Su Zimo was the envy of many after obtaining the Saber Emperor's inheritance. However, who would have thought that he would die in the blink of an eye? At the end of the day, fate had played a trick on him. Baiyu smirked in glee when he saw that the blade was about to slice Su Zimo's throat. You're still going to die in my hands, even if you've obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance. Baiyu sneered. Just as the blade was about to cut Su Zimo's throat, the latter's figure suddenly retreated without warning and narrowly avoided that fatal strike. Narrowing his gaze, Baiyu's expression changed. Baiyu could clearly see that the blade had already cut off the hair on Su Zimo's skin. A slight inch forward was all that was required to slice the latter's throat. However, the attack had still missed. It was a mere centimeter gap. The strangest thing was that Su Zimo had not opened his eyes throughout the entire process. It was as though he had dodged the attack subconsciously. With a lowered head, Su Zimo resembled a meditating old monk, immersed in his own world and totally oblivious to his surroundings. Still trying to gain enlightenment? Baiyu sneered and no longer concealed the killing intent in his heart. Channeling his bloodline, his spirit saber buzzed and trembled, cutting towards Su Zimo with full force as it shimmered brightly with spirit light. The attack was extremely fast and was almost instant. Swash! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and his body fluttered like a willow catkin, evading that murderous attack from Baiyu with his eyes still closed. Baiyu frowned. He truly could not comprehend Su Zimo's current state. Su Zimo's eyes were closed and could not see the trajectory of the saber. Even if he was making use of his hearing to judge the wind, there was no way he would be able to dodge the attack as such. However, for some reason, he avoided it again. If the first time was a coincidence, the consecutive 2 attacks. Dodge? Let's see how long more you can manage to dodge. Baiyu strode forward and his saber trembled, giving off the faint stench of blood and enveloping Su Zimo within it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Baiyu struck consecutively, unleashing Zenith Saber, his sect's secret skill. The slashes were relentless, fatal, and came at sinister angles. Despite the circumstances, Su Zimo did not open his eyes and continued retreating. However, as time passed by, the available space for Su Zimo to dodge diminished and he was gradually shrouded by Baiyu's saber technique with nowhere to run. All the cultivators watching were puzzled by the fight. To be exact, it wasn't a fight. After all, one party was dodging right from the start without attacking at all. That person sure has guts. To think that he's still trying to get enlightened at a time like this. He really has a death wish. His eyes are clearly closed, but it seems as though he can sense danger. It's as though he's got some divine sense. How did he do it? To everyone, it seemed as if Su Zimo had keen senses that allowed him to dodge with ease. In truth, Su Zimo was currently in a pseudo-state of slumber. The moment Baiyu attacked him, his spirit perception had already warned him, and he could have awakened completely from his state of enlightenment. However, this was an extremely rare opportunity. Su Zimo could sense that he was just a little bit away from understanding the secret of force. Therefore, Su Zimo forcefully ignored the disruptions of the outside world, dodging subconsciously with his sharp spirit perception while wholeheartedly focusing on his enlightenment. It was an extremely dangerous decision and one that was overly mad. Any single mistake and he would be dead on the spot. By then, whether or not he was enlightened would no longer have any meaning. The reason why he could hold out for so long against the attacks of Zenith's heir was because he had cleared his 7 orifices and attained lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, resulting in an increase of his strength and speed. However, he was bound to fall if this carried on. Baiyu's saber techniques turned increasingly lethal as the blood stench of his blade increased. Su Zimo's available space to retreat shrank repeatedly, and he was now only moving around an extremely limited radius. It was a highly dangerous situation. However, he had yet to comprehend the secret behind force. He had to make a decision. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Baiyu's attacks resembled the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea, surging forward wave after wave relentlessly. Su Zimo recalled the difficulty he had advancing at the bottom of the sea against the undercurrent, and suddenly, thoughts of realization entered his mind. Countercurrent stance. The secret of the stance was mostly in the word counter. What was counter? The fact that cultivators wanted to abandon their mortal bodies to become immortal and break free from the constraints of the universe. That was counter. Counter meant not retreating and fighting furiously forward. Su Zimo's entire journey had been one of countering. Back in Pingyang Town, his knees refused to buckle and his spine refused to bend against perfected being Songlang's bullying. That was his counter. Countering meant an immensely fearless aura. In truth, everything that happened in Pingyang Town back then could not be hidden from Daiyu's senses. Back then, if Su Zimo had chosen to kneel and submit, Daiyu would have killed perfected being Songlang on the spot, ending her karma with Su Zimo before leaving. However, the counter that Su Zimo made was the reason why he received Daiyu's acknowledgement and changed his fate. One could only change their fates by countering the heavens. One could only obtain the rights to change their fates if they dared to counter even the heavens. Those who obeyed the will of the heavens would become mortals, while those who countered it would become immortals. Countering meant not bowing down, not retreating, not fearing, not buckling. It was an invincible march of courage and strength forward. The countercurrent stance could counter the situation. At that moment, Su Zimo no longer had anywhere to run or hide. When he saw that, Bai Yu's eyes shone with a frenzied glint as he laughed menacingly. Nowhere left to hide? Eh? Now die! Swoosh! The saber in Bai Yu's hands slashed forward with multiple afterimages and blood chi spread, filling the skies with the stench of blood. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's eyes jerked open. His eyes were clear and bright, like crystals deep in the sea that shone with a mysterious luster. There was no trace of fear nor panic in them. When he saw those eyes, a sense of uneasiness flashed through Bai Yu's heart. Unknowingly, perhaps when Su Zimo opened his eyes, a blood-colored saber had appeared in his hands. Its blade was gigantic and shone with 5 spirit lights in a bedazzling manner. Countercurrent, Su Zimo said calmly and waved casually. Swoosh! As Blood Quencher moved, there was a sound of tides surging in a reverse current coming from its blade. Initially, Bai Yu had the advantage with his domineering momentum. However, the situation between them was instantly reversed with Su Zimo's slash. A torrential force crushed forward like a surging tide alongside Blood Quencher. All the afterimages from Bai Yu's saber disappeared instantly. The blood stench emitted from his saber was washed away completely by the invisible tide as well. Against that massive force, Bai Yu's saber technique appeared simple and weak. Saber force. Bai Yu's eyes widened in shock. How was that possible? He joined Zenith Sect when he was 5 years old and had been practicing with a saber since then. After being immersed in the way of the saber for dozens of years, he had merely reached the peak of the first level of mastery of the saber and had not managed to reach the secret of force yet. However, the person before him had comprehended the meaning of saber force after cultivating for a mere 10 days. In the face of the saber force, all saber techniques were merely in form no matter how precise they were. The two sabers collided. Clang! Bai Yu's body shuddered and his face turned incomparably pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He flew away limply and his gaze dimmed. Pest! The cultivators watching were dumbstruck. A single slash. Bai Yu's initial advantage was gone after Su Zimo opened his eyes, and within a single slash, he was the one that was sent flying and severely injured. The difference was too great. Initially, Bai Yu's only advantage was in his saber technique. But now, after Su Zimo comprehended the countercurrent force, Bai Yu's advantage was non-existent. Furthermore, Su Zimo's strength had increased significantly after attaining lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. Right now, he was crushing Bai Yu completely. Even though it was just a single slash, he had already injured Bai Yu severely. With a cold gaze, Su Zimo flashed forward and raised his saber, chasing after Bai Yu. Bai Yu's face was ghastly pale with fear. Looking at Su Zimo, who was charging over, his eyes flashed with determination as he bit his tongue gently, spitting out a stream of essence blood. Dong! 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 Bai Yu's chest heaved up and his heart pounded furiously. With every single pound, new blood would course through his limbs. On the surface of the blood burned a thin layer of flames that possessed endless energy. Blood escape. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. He knew the best about the secret skill used by Bai Yu. In that ancient coffin underground, Su Zimo obtained the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and this secret skill was recorded in it. Back then, during the battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo also relied on blood escape to escape, ending up in the capital of Great Zhou by chance and avoiding his disaster. Once released, blood escape would burn up a third of the body's bloodline in exchange for a momentary speed burst, allowing one to escape hundreds of kilometers away. Shoo! Bai Yu turned into a streak of blood and sped off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already fled 1,000 feet away. It was too fast. Back then, Su Zimo even managed to shrug off golden cores with the speed he gained by using blood escape. Right now, Su Zimo had two options if he wanted to chase Bai Yu. First, turn into his demon form and unleash his blood chi. Second, unleash blood escape as well in pursuit. After considering carefully, he found neither options feasible. The first option would bring him too much trouble since there were thousands of cultivators around. The second option was not worth it. After a slight delay, Su Zimo gave up on hunting Bai Yu and put away his blood quencher. pulling out a gigantic moon-white bow from his storage bag. The fact that he did not continue chasing did not mean that Su Zimo was going to let Bai Yu off. He bent the bow and loaded an arrow. 5 spirit lights shone in Su Zimo's embrace, as if he was hugging a full moon. Swoosh! A sharp arrow tore through the air. It was a heart-piercing arrow. Given Su Zimo's arm strength, coupled with the quasi-connate spirit weapon, moon concealment bow, the arrow shot out at lightning speed, piercing towards Bai Yu's back. Bai Yu, who was in blood escape, sensed something and crushed a protection talisman. Boom! The arrow exploded with a loud bang after striking the protection talisman. Bai Yu's body shuddered and he coughed out blood once more, staggering and nearly falling. Laughing into the skies, Su Zimo declared loudly, "All right, you're lucky since you've managed to dodge that arrow. I'll spare your life today. Also, it's all thanks to your help that I'm able to comprehend the countercurrent force. If it wasn't for Bai Yu's relentless attacks that forced Su Zimo to have nowhere to retreat, he might not have been able to gain enlightenment on the force that could counter that desperate situation." Bai Yu paused slightly and turned to look at Su Zimo with a hateful gaze. Sensing Bai Yu's gaze, Su Zimo smiled faintly. "You had better hide yourself in the ancient battlefield from now on. Don't let me see you again or you won't even get the chance to release blood escape the next time we meet." Gritting his teeth hatefully, Bai Yu roared and turned forward to continue sprinting. That speck of blood in the air disappeared from everyone's sights before long. In reality, Bai Yu was most likely doomed even without Su Zimo chasing him. The sequela of blood escape was rather terrifying. Be it humans or demons, burning up a third of their bloodlines would cause them to turn extremely weak. Dangers lurked everywhere in the ancient battlefield. Unless Bai Yu manages to find an absolutely safe place before blood escape ends, he would be dead without a doubt. Putting away the moon concealment bow, Su Zimo left leisurely in front of everyone's shocked gazes. He had received immense gains for this trip. Right now, the only things left to do was to familiarize himself with the 5 stances and comprehend the force of the other 4 stances. Every stance corresponded to a different force. Naturally, the intents were different as well. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo compared against the map and sped towards Xianxia City. "I've only left the city for 10 some days. I hope nothing has changed." That was what Su Zimo hoped. North of Xianxia City, back hall of Elixir Yang sect. It was a hubbub of noise, with cultivators berating occasionally in a seemingly furious tone. There were even the roars of spirit beasts mixed in, and it was shocking. In a corner of the back hall, a woman was leaning to the side. She had a petite frame, her face was pale, her lips were purple and her eyes were tightly shut. It was unknown if she was alive. That was Su Xiaoning. In front of Xiaoning was a tall and strong demon beast with pitch-black scales all over its body. It resembled a wolf and a tiger with extremely sharp claws and teeth as it surveyed the surrounding with its pitch-black eyes in hostility. That was none other than Night Spirit. Night Spirit stood in front of Xiaoning, and its tail swayed gently with traces of blood shimmering at its tip. Not far in front of Night Spirit, a corpse laid on the floor with Elixir Yang Sect's badge on his waist. There was a bloodied hole in his glabella with warm blood oozing out of it. It was clear that the person was just killed by Night Spirit not long ago. Yan Jun stood opposite Night Spirit along with a group of Elixir Yang Sect disciples, all of them looking furious and agitated. "Damned beast, you truly don't know what's good for you, just like your master." Yan Jun scolded coldly. A cultivator shouted, "Beast, how dare you kill a disciple of Elixir Yang Sect? You'll pay for his life with yours." The other cultivators pointed at Night Spirit and scolded as well. Although each of them wielded their flying swords, none of them dared attack recklessly. Everyone had witnessed the way the cultivator from earlier died. He was killed by Night Spirit before he could even take out his flying sword. Sensing the hostility from everyone present, Night Spirit's gaze was cold as it opened its mouth slightly, letting out a chilling growl from the depths of its throat. Given Night Spirit's violent character, it should be engaged in a massacre right now instead of enduring the scoldings and humiliation of these cultivators. There were multiple times when Night Spirit lowered its body, entering a stance prepared to pounce. However, it swallowed everything back inside. It turned back and glanced at Su Xiaoning from time to time, worried about her safety. In fact, there was a trace of worry and guilt in its eyes. Night Spirit patrolled around Xiaoning. From that angle, it could block against any incoming threats. Right then, an Elixir Yang sect disciple came beside Yan Jun and said deeply, "Senior Brother Yan, let's ignore that Su Zimo and join hands to kill this demon beast. No matter how strong this beast is, there's no way it can defend against so many of us, right?" "That's right." Another cultivator nodded. "We can't let Junior Brother Pu die just like that. Everyone, let's work together to kill this beast as revenge for Junior Brother Pu." With a darkened expression, Yan Jun pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his palm and said coldly, "Everyone, prepare." "Hold on." A figure strode in swiftly from outside the door. Although she wore men's clothes, her eyes resembled a painting and her features were delicate. That was none other than the commander of Elixir Yang sect, Tang Yu. Sweeping her gaze, she frowned when she saw the dead Elixir Yang sect disciple on the floor. When she finally caught sight of Xiaoning, her expression changed starkly as she yelped, "Purple corpse corrosion poison." Uncle Liang nodded with a grim expression. "Her face is pale and her lips are purplish." "That's right, it should be one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals, the purple corpse corrosion poison." Tang Yu was initially in seclusion cultivation but only found out that something big had happened after she was summoned urgently. She heard from her fellow disciples that Xiaoning was met with an attack on the long street at the city's north. Although the attacker was killed by Night Spirit on the spot, Xiaoning was inflicted by the poison. To think that it's Poison Sect. Tang Yu's face darkened with a terrible expression. Right now, the north side of Shentian City was watched over by Elixir Yang sect and Thousand Crane sect. As such, Tang Yu was initially puzzled as to who would attack so brazenly in the city's north. She did not expect that it would be one of the 5 heretical doctrines, Poison Sect. Although Poison Sect disciples were not strong in head-on combat, many factions and cultivators were unwilling to be enemies with them. Poison Sect had 7 lethals. Every single lethal was extremely fatal and one would die upon touch. Furthermore, Poison Sect disciples were extremely cunning and ruthless. They specialized in hidden weapons and were very stealthy. It was way too simple if Poison Sect disciples wanted to kill anyone. A casual contact while eating, drinking, or even breathing, every common action could cause one their lives. Even for Foundation establishment cultivators, if they were careless, they could be poisoned by the Qi refinement warriors of Poison Sect and die unexpectedly. These were not uncommon examples. Most cultivators would run far away if they caught sight of Poison Sect disciple since they did not want to be enemies or befriend the latter. Tang Yu did not understand why Su Xiaoning would be targeted by disciples of Poison Sect. Any cultivator that could release the purple corpse corrosion poison definitely held a high status in Poison Sect. Why would Poison Sect send such a disciple to kill an elixir refinement master at late-stage Foundation establishment personally? Right then, Uncle Liang exclaimed softly, "That's strange. Given the toxic nature of the purple corpse corrosion poison, this girl should have already turned into a puddle of blood. Why is her corpse still intact without any signs of corroding? Anyone who was inflicted by the purple corpse corrosion poison would die within 10 breaths. Their bodies would corrode, turning them into a puddle of blood, and even immortals would have difficulty saving them. Furthermore, the blood would also contain a rich amount of the purple corpse corrosion poison, and anyone tainted by it would die as well." Tang Yu looked at Xiaoning for a while, deep in thought. She's still alive? It might have been an illusion, but the paleness of Xiaoning's face and her purple lips seemed to have faded a little. How is that possible? Tang Yu had some understanding of the purple corpse corrosion poison. Even 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators would most likely die if they were tainted by the poison, let alone a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like Xiaoning. That was also the terrifying aspect of Poison Sect. "What's going on?" Pointing at the corpse on the floor, Uncle Liang turned around and asked. A cultivator stood forth and pointed at Night Spirit, who was standing not far away, declaring hatefully, Junior brother Pu wanted to check on Su Xiaoning's condition out of goodwill upon seeing that the latter was poisoned. However, this beast killed him straight away. Tang Yu frowned. That statement didn't sound like a big deal. To begin with, Night Spirit was a demon beast. It was highly likely that it might be triggered after its owner was injured and turned feral, attacking anyone wildly. However, Tang Yu felt that something was amiss. With a stern expression, Yan Jun shouted, "Uncle Liang, junior sister, Elixir Yang sect is one of the 4 unorthodox groups. How can we let our disciples be killed wantonly, especially by a beast? Since it killed a fellow disciple of ours, it'll have to pay with its life." Pausing for a moment, Yan Jun continued, "That's Su Zimo's beast. Since his beast got into trouble, he can't escape responsibility after returning as well. That's right. We've got to take revenge for junior brother Pu. Kill that beast. Kill it." Everyone from Elixir Yang sect chanted agitatedly. The development of the events have gone far beyond Tang Yu's control. No matter what, Su Zimo's group were still outsiders. If she sided with Night Spirit, she wouldn't be able to convince the masses and quell their bloodthirst. Instead, it might lead to internal bloodshed within the sect. Biting her lip gently, Tang Yu frowned and felt flustered. For a moment, she did not know how she should handle this. Uncle Liang sighed internally when he saw this. Tang Yu was a talent of Elixir Yang sect's younger generation. Brilliant and smart, there were few things that could be hidden from her. However, she lacked decisiveness and dominance. There was no way for her to control the situation without those things. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Uncle Liang's mind. That man truly is... Uncle Liang could not continue. It was difficult for him to give an accurate evaluation of that person. Although he looked like a meek and demure scholar on the surface, he exuded an air of dominance deep from his spine. With sharp methods, he was decisive to kill. Everything else aside, that particular trait alone would rank him as the top 10 of the younger generation. Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the main hall. "Who do you guys want to kill?" The voice was calm, neither loud nor soft. However, it suppressed the chaos in the main hall. Tang Yu shuddered and turned around with a flicker of joy in her eyes. An elegant green-robed cultivator strode in. The moment he entered the back hall, he swept a look with his lightning-cold gaze and the place went quiet instantly. It was a mighty aura. Although it was indescribable, it could suppress everything. Su Zimo had returned. The moment they saw him, everyone recalled the sight from the bloody battle on the long street and their courage weakened unconsciously. Everyone's gaze was on Su Zimo. Uncle Liang could make out a hint of fear and awe in the eyes of the disciples. After entering the back hall and witnessing Xiaoning's weak state, Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly and killing intent surged. Tang Yu whispered, "Fellow Taoist Su, I was careless and did not send any sect disciples to watch over Xiaoning. I truly hadn't expected that she would be attacked by someone from Poison sect." Su Zimo shook his head in silence with a dark expression. This matter was not Tang Yu's fault. If Xiaoning could be poisoned even with Night Spirit guarding her, nothing would have changed even if Elixir Yang sect disciples were assigned to accompany her. Although Tang Yu could not ascertain if Xiaoning was alive, Su Zimo had already cleared his 7 orifices and could clearly hear a faint heartbeat coming from Xiaoning's chest. Furthermore, her heartbeat was growing increasingly stronger. In other words, Xiaoning's condition was turning for the better. Su Zimo turned and walked to Xiaoning's side. He had barely taken a few steps when Yan Jun blocked his path in a flash, sneering provocatively. "Su Zimo, you had better stop with that attitude," Yan Jun shouted. "It's true that your sister is dead, but that was done by Poison sect. It has nothing to do with us. However, all of us witnessed your beast killing our fellow disciple. Regarding that, you have to be accountable to Elixir Yang sect. Is that so?" Expressionlessly, Su Zimo nodded. "Good kill. What did you say?" Yan Jun's eyes were widened. "Get lost. You." Before Yan Jun could complete his sentence, Su Zimo reached out and slapped Yan Jun with his backhand. Instantly, Yan Jun was sent flying and landed in a corner. fainted. The place fell into an uproar. Su Zimo, what are you doing? Audacious! How arrogant! Many Elixir Yang sect disciples shouted emotionally. No matter what, Yan Jun was a disciple of the sect's battle hall, and Tang Yu was the only one who was above him in status. He was not somebody that an outsider like Su Zimo could compare to. Tang Yu could clearly see that although Yan Jun's cheeks were swollen, he had merely fainted and did not sustain any severe injuries. Given Su Zimo's strength, if he truly wanted to kill in that distance, Yan Jun's head would have been smashed by that single slap. In other words, Su Zimo had already shown mercy. Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu declared, "Silence! Young master, he's only an outsider. How can he act so brazenly in our territory? That's right. He would have been killed by Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect long ago, if not for the protection of Elixir Yang Sect. Fufu, Glass Palace, and Malevolent Earth Sect are not the only ones. These two siblings seem like they've even offended Poison Sect." In the crowd, voices of dissent against Su Zimo continued sounding incessantly. "Shut up!" With a dark gaze, Uncle Liang suddenly shouted. Although he was old with white hair and beard, his eyes were still bright and exuded a sense of authority. The chaotic place quietened gradually. All the Elixir Yang sect disciples knew very well about the background of the old man before them. It was possible that they might protest against Tang Yu's decisions. However, even if the masses disagreed with the old man, the most they would do would be to grumble a little internally. Tang Yu said deeply, "This matter will definitely be accounted for in a bit. Everyone, please quieten down." After a brief pause, Tang Yu called back Su Zimo and frowned. "Xiaoning is afflicted with the purple corpse corrosion poison, one of the 7 lethals of Poison Sect. Be careful. The poison is extremely toxic, and it's easy for you to get tainted if you are careless." Su Zimo nodded and walked to Xiaoning's side. "Growl." Night Spirit slumped its head and let out a deep growl, feeling a little guilty. Su Zimo patted Night Spirit on the head while shaking his own. "It's not your fault. If it was an ordinary assassination attempt, there was no way it would have gotten past Night Spirit. However, Poison Sect cultivators were way too scheming, and there was no way to guard against them." In that short while, Xiaoning's expression had gotten much better. In fact, her cheeks were now redder and her heartbeat was getting stronger. Her condition was improving. Uncle Liang was amazed when he saw that. The 7 lethals of Poison Sect could not be cured by any cultivators outside the sect. Throughout his life, Uncle Liang had never heard of anyone who had survived against the purple corpse corrosion poison. Furthermore, by the looks of it, the purple corpse corrosion poison seemed to be disappearing bit by bit from within Xiaoning's body. The purple color on Xiaoning's lips was fading, and there were merely a few drops of blood left on it. Although there were only a few drops of blood, Su Zimo could sense an extremely powerful energy. That was definitely not Xiaoning's blood. Su Zimo swept his gaze and looked at Night Spirit's wrist, where there was a deep gash that had yet to fully recover. No wonder. Back when they just entered the ancient battlefield, Night Spirit had already displayed the terror of its bloodline, where it could ignore the poison of the blood centipede and was immune to it. The reason why the purple corpse corrosion poison was being purged from Xiaoning's body should be because she drank Night Spirit's blood. That's not right either, Su Zimo thought again. The purple corpse corrosion poison was extremely toxic and would activate within 10 breaths. Although Night Spirit's blood could purge the poison from Xiaoning's body, it required a relatively longer time. How did Xiaoning manage to survive in between that period? After clearing his 7 orifices, Su Zimo's 5 senses turned even sharper. Now that he was closer, he could vaguely sense a warmth emanating from Xiaoning's chest along with a faint medicinal scent. That's it. Su Zimo was enlightened. The mysterious elixir furnace that Xiaoning possessed was still kept at her chest area. If he was not wrong, that warmth and medicinal scent should be emitted by the elixir furnace. The elixir furnace was also the reason why Xiaoning's heart artery was preserved until it could take in Night Spirit's blood to purge away the poison within. Su Zimo finally heaved a long breath and calmed down after ensuring that Xiaoning was all right. Turning around, he glared at the corpse on the ground. The bloodied hole on the glabella of the corpse was clear evidence that Night Spirit did it. You want an explanation? Sure, I'll give you an explanation. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo said indifferently, Night Spirit won't harm anyone for no reason. If that person is dead, it must be because he crossed Night Spirit's bottom line. Bullshit. An Elixir Yang sect cultivator with a long face hollered. Junior Brother Pooh was trying to head forward and check out of goodwill. However, your beast killed him without any reason at all. We saw it for ourselves and you're still trying to deny it. Su Zimo smiled and glared at that guy sharply with a cold gaze, replying with a deep intent. It was true that he came forward to check things out. However, we don't know whether it was out of goodwill. What do you mean by that? A hint of panic flashed through that person's eyes. Su Zimo turned towards Tang Yu and asked, Young Master Tang, you mentioned that the purple corpse corrosion poison is extremely toxic and contagious, right? That's right. Tang Yu nodded and her eyes flashed, as if she had thought of something. Even you would be afraid of going forward casually, am I right? Su Zimo continued asking. Yes, Tang Yu admitted with a nod. Indeed. She did not dare to get close after realizing that Xiaoning was inflicted with the purple corpse corrosion poison. It was not because she was cold-blooded, it was merely logic. Suddenly, Tang Yu's heart jolted and she realized what was wrong. She murmured softly, Why would Junior Brother Pooh be the first to head up and check something that even I wouldn't dare to? Uncle Liang nodded in silence. Tang Yu continued, Most importantly, there's no antidote available for the purple corpse corrosion poison. There's no reason for Junior Brother Pooh to head forward at all. Many Elixir Yang sect cultivators came to their senses when they heard that. They wouldn't have gone forward if it was them in that position. Furthermore, what was the point of risking their lives to head forward and check when they wouldn't be able to do anything about the poison either? Tang Yu's gaze turned cold as she glared at the corpse on the floor without saying anything more. Su Zimo's gaze flashed like lightning towards the long-faced cultivator and said slowly, I'm guessing that the reason why the person went forward to check wasn't because Xiaoning was poisoned. It was because Xiaoning didn't die from the poison. The long-faced cultivator's expression changed slightly as his eyes flickered. He did not dare to meet with Su Zimo's gaze. Squinting his eyes, Su Zimo said word by word, That person's killing intent appeared after finding out that Xiaoning wasn't dead, and that was why he was killed by Night Spirit. Fellow Taoist, am I right? Su Zimo was intimidating. The long-faced cultivator forced a laugh. How would I know? Walking slowly towards the long-faced cultivator, Su Zimo asked with a sinisterly dark gaze, What are you afraid of? I'm not. In this short period of time, your heart has been racing and your breathing turned hurried. You're clearly panicking. Also, I sensed your killing intent towards me a moment ago. By the time he was finished speaking, Su Zimo had already arrived in front of the long-faced cultivator. The person's face was frightfully pale as he stumbled backwards instinctively. Even the other cultivators could tell that he was looking guilty. The long-faced cultivator had not expected that Su Zimo would possess a spirit perception and had extremely keen senses towards something such as killing intent that was immaterial. It was logical that the other cultivators would feel hostile towards Su Zimo. However, the long-faced cultivator felt a killing intent. Uncle Liang sighed. Xianxia, come clean and you might still have a chance to live. The long-faced cultivator named Xianxia was thoroughly panicked. He realized that his fellow sect mates that were standing beside him a moment ago had backed off, looking at him warily. Gulping, Xianxia looked towards Su Zimo instinctively. Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife, emitting a piercing glint with occasional flashes of lightning. It was unusually sharp and instantly penetrated the last line of defense in Xianxia's heart. This was the invisible power of his gaze. This was a level that Su Zimo achieved after clearing his eye orifices and tempering them with demonic qi. In the mortal world, some hardened killers would often let out savage gazes such that ordinary people would feel fear upon meeting with their eyes. The eyes were interlinked with one's guts. Therefore, in a fight between two people, one might lose his courage if he was intimidated by the latter's gaze, revealing openings. In the pugilistic world, among postnatal and connate experts, there was a saying that one had to cultivate their eyes before cultivating their guts, and that technique was known as the gaze technique. In the cultivation world, techniques that could cultivate one's eyes were all secret skills. The bewitching eye from the pure maiden sect of the fiend sex and the enraged Vajra gaze of the Buddhist monasteries were renowned supreme dermic techniques. Demoness G rarely had to dirty her hands personally to kill. It was normal for her opponents to commit suicide after receiving a single gaze from her. Before clearing his 7 orifices, Su Zimo did even dare to look at Demoness G straight in the eyes casually. That was also why Su Zimo had headaches each time he saw Demoness G and tried to avoid her as much as possible. "Speak!" Su Zimo took a step forward, his eyes sparkling like lightning as he shouted. He added a small portion of thunderclap kill into saying that word. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo had already cleared his mouth orifice, that word exploded like thunder in Shi Yushan's ears. Shi Yushan was already extremely rattled by Su Zimo's gaze. Now that he was shouted at, he almost broke down as he knelt on the ground with a thud and a frightfully pale face. "I was wrong. I was wrong." With a quivering voice, Shi Yushan spoke. "Dukai of Poison Sect used the life-severing powder on me and junior brother Pooh, and he's the only one with the antidote. We had no choice either." Dukai of Poison Sect. Tang Yu frowned slightly and explained to Su Zimo. Dukai is the commander of Poison Sect's current expedition, at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. His mastery in poison is deep and he's a savage person. Su Zimo was expressionless and nodded. When he saw that everyone ignored him, Shi Yushan turned even more fearful and said hurriedly, "Furthermore, I haven't done anything that betrayed the sect or harmed our fellow disciples." Dukai was merely targeting Su Zimo's group and said that he'll give us the antidote as long as can kill one of them. By that point, most of the doubts that everyone had were answered. The Elixir Yang sect cultivator that was killed by Night Spirit was also inflicted by the life-severing powder of Poison Sect. That explained his actions earlier. Uncle Liang laughed coldly. "You've already betrayed the sect by waiting until now to tell us everything. I'm afraid that you probably won't hesitate either if Dukai asked you to kill your fellow sect mates in exchange for the antidote." Many Elixir Yang sect disciples felt their hearts skip a beat and lingering fear. "No, I won't." Shi Yushan was frantic and shook his head repeatedly. Tang Yu said with regret in her face, "Junior brother Shi, you know that the life-severing powder isn't one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals. Although we don't have the antidote, we can ensure you won't lose your life until we return to the sect. Given the capabilities of our sect seniors, they will be able to help you remove the life-severing powder with ease. But you... I was wrong. I know that now." Shi Yushan begged continuously. Tang Yu frowned in reluctance when she saw his wretched state. Uncle Liang sighed internally. Tang Yu still lacked the determination to kill at the end of the day. No sect would spare someone like Shi Yushan easily. Just as Uncle Liang was about to step forth and make the decision to kill Shi Yushan on the spot for Tang Yu, Su Zimo's voice sounded darkly. "Since you're so afraid of death, go and die then." Suddenly, Su Zimo raised his leg and kicked Shi Yushan heavily against the chest. Snap! Shi Yushan was sent flying and slammed against the wall completely before sliding down with a trail of blood. His entire chest was sunk in as his eyes glazed over. With a tilt of his head to the side, he was dead on the spot. The cultivators watching were dumbfounded. Tang Yu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. However, in the end, she merely sighed without saying anything. "Yes." Right then, in the corner, Xiaoning, who was initially sleeping, let out a drowsy sound. Su Zimo hurried over and squatted down. He placed his palm against Xiaoning's forehead before asking gently, "Xiaoning, how are you feeling?" "Brother." Xiaoning opened her eyes slightly and could not see what was before her clearly yet, merely replying instinctively due to the familiarity of the voice. "It's me." Su Zimo gripped Xiaoning's hand. A familiar warmth surged into her heart, and instantly, Xiaoning felt much more awake. She tried her best to open her eyes, and her lips twitched as she smiled. "Brother, you're back?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Su Zimo found himself smiling uncontrollably when he saw Xiaoning's smile. Pushing her fringe away endearingly, he asked with a slightly reproachful tone, "Why were you so careless?" Xiaoning stuck out her tongue and blinked multiple times. Coming towards them, Tang Yu took out a jade bottle. "This is a great essence-nourishing elixir. Let Xiaoning consume it. Her body has just only purged away the poison and is still weak." "Thank you so much." Su Zimo nodded and received the jade bottle before pouring out an elixir the size of a fingernail and feeding it to Xiaoning. There was still something on Tang Yu's mind as she could not help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Su, did you guys have any feuds with Poison Sect?" Standing up, Su Zimo could not help but recall the Poison Sect cultivator he killed in the Golden Core's cave abode back at the borders of the ancient battlefield. "If you kill me, all of you will have to die on the ancient battlefield." Those were the last words of the Poison Sect cultivator. Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. "I killed a Poison Sect cultivator previously." "No wonder." Enlightened, Tang Yu said deeply, "Poison Sect cultivators are sinister and vengeful. Any cultivator that's able to use the purple corpse corrosion poison must have a high position within the sect. That person has most likely arrived at the city's north to poison all of you to death. It's just a pity." In truth, Tang Yu's guess was rather close. The Poison Sect cultivator's name was Luong, and he was also at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. He was sent here to poison Su Zimo's group to death, but he ended up coming across Night Spirit. The purple corpse corrosion poison was completely useless when used on Night Spirit. Luong could not even survive a single round before he was killed by Night Spirit on the spot. Su Zimo asked, "Why haven't I seen anyone from Poison Sect previously?" "Poison Sect only entered Xianxia City a few days ago. I reckon it should be for the Elixir Pool Sect ruins as well." Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo and said, "Although they only have slightly over 100 people for this expedition, all Poison Sect cultivators are filled with poison, and they specialize in killing opponents above their levels. Even super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect don't want to provoke them." In reality, Tang Yu's statement was a reminder for Su Zimo to not offend Poison Sect, lest he attract trouble and get himself killed. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. Upon seeing that Su Zimo did not seem to have taken anything in, Tang Yu continued, "Actually, Poison Sect was the one who suffered an immense loss this time round. Not only did they lose a strong cultivator of the sect, Xiaoning is completely fine. I'm sure that they must be feeling cautious after that failure. In the coming period, as long as we strengthen our defenses, Poison Sect will not dare to attack us rashly." After a slight pause, Tang Yu added, "Furthermore, even if you go and kill a few Poison Sect cultivators and return safely, so what? It's only for a moment of pleasure. Instead, you form a deep grudge with them that cannot be resolved. Thereafter, you will have to live life fearing that they might take revenge at any moment. It's not worth it." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded after pondering for a moment. "You are right." Tang Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief after Su Zimo replied. She relaxed and revealed a bright smile. A glint flashed across Su Zimo's eyes as he asked, "What are the 7 lethals of Poison Sect?" Poison Sect's 7 lethals refer to the 7 most powerful hidden weapons or poisons of Poison Sect. For Qi Refinement Warriors and Foundation Establishment Cultivators of Poison Sect, they can only make use of 2 of the 7 lethals, the Heart-Seeking Spike and the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. The Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison is a purplish-green powder, and anyone who touches it will most likely die. Glancing at Su Xiaoning at the side, Tang Yu suddenly stopped speaking. There was someone in front of them that managed to survive against the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. Tang Yu knew that Su Xiaoning must have some sort of a secret on her body. However, she was smart and chose not to ask about it. "Heart-Seeking Spike?" Su Zimo asked reminiscently. "Is it a blue-colored spike that is as thin as a cow's hair?" "That's right." Tang Yu nodded. The terrifying part of the heart-seeking spike is not the poison coated on the needle, but itself. Itself. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Tang Yu explained, "The heart-seeking spike is thin as a cow's hair. After entering one's body, it would flow along with the bloodstream until it ruptures the heart. It's useless even if one purges away the poison on the needle. The heart-seeking spike will still find its target and kill it. Su Zimo nodded. That explained why he felt his heart skip a beat when he was faced with that blue needle the other day. The feeling did not come from the poison on the heart-seeking spike, but the needle itself. In that short while, Su Xiaoning had fallen asleep. With a flushed face and steadied breathing, she was looking better. Young Master Tang, help me take care of Xiaoning. I'll go out for a walk. All right. Tang Yu nodded and did not think much about it, merely reminding Su Zimo to not wander far and be careful. It was noon when Su Zimo left Elixir Yang sect. Standing at a street corner at the city's north, Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the sun expressionlessly. Instead of fearing the blinding sunlight, his eyes revealed coldness in them. Poison sect. Su Zimo spat out 2 words. He walked south along the long street of Xiantian City. The south of the city was originally guarded by 2 of the 5 heretical doctrines, Puppet Sect and Tomb Sect. A few days ago, Poison Sect entered Xiantian City and forcefully took over a part of the city's south territory. Originally, this place was green and filled with weeds growing rampantly. However, within a few short days after Poison Sect settled down, the grass had all withered and died. The entire place turned sinister and desolate, and even insects and ants disappeared, as if there were no signs of life apart from those of Poison Sect. This noon, a green-robed cultivator arrived. He looked elegant and scholarly, walking with one hand behind his back. That guy seems a little familiar. I think he's the one from the bloody battle on the Long Street. Su Zimo, was it? Yes, that's him. Strange. What is he doing at Poison Sect's territory? Far away, some cultivators noticed Su Zimo. After all, he was the only person in the territory of Poison Sect, and he was strikingly obvious with his green robes that did not match the attire of Poison Sect. Before long, in front of everyone's watchful eyes, Su Zimo arrived before the residence of Poison Sect. 2 Poison Sect cultivators whose faces looked pale and yellow stood on each side of the door. They stared at Su Zimo, who was approaching with disdain in their eyes. To them, Su Zimo looked extremely weak and did not seem like a threat. Furthermore, Su Zimo was not wearing a sect badge on his waist. In other words, this was not somebody from a super sect. What are you doing here? The Poison Sect cultivator on the left asked with a raised brow. Smiling gently, Su Zimo pointed to the residence and asked instead, This is Poison Sect, right? So what if it is? The other cultivator sneered. Without replying, Su Zimo asked again, Is Dukai here? Insolent. You must have a death wish. The Poison Sect cultivators were enraged and shouted. The cultivator on the left hollered coldly. The name of Senior Brother Du isn't something the likes of you can casually call out. The other cultivator added with a dark, sinister gaze. Punk, you had better give me a reason not to kill you. Otherwise, I'll let you meet Yama in a moment. Yama? Su Zimo grinned. Why wait a moment? I'll send you guys to meet him right away. Taking a step forward, Su Zimo suddenly extended his palm and swung it in reverse. With a thud, his arm whipped out like the trunk of a mystic elephant and smashed heavily against the head of the cultivator on the right. The person's brain juices splattered, and he died on the spot without uttering a single word. The cultivator on the left was flabbergasted. He had not expected Su Zimo to try and kill them in Poison Sect's territory. You. He had just said a single word when Su Zimo had already closed in. Without saying anything, Su Zimo pushed him palm down on the person's head and exerted strength. Poof! The person's head was shoved inside his chest with his neck snapped. He was dead before his body even collapsed onto the ground. Indifferent even after killing 2 people, Su Zimo entered Poison Sect's residence with a calm expression. The cultivators that were watching from afar had agape mouths. They had yet to react to what just happened. After a brief moment, there was an uproar. Something is happening. Those 3 words were the only things left in the minds of those cultivators. They did not know what grudge Su Zimo had with Poison Sect. However, they knew that something shocking was about to happen in Xiantian City once more. Exchanging glances, The cultivators deployed movement techniques and scattered everywhere. Before long, the entire Xintian city was about to find out about this.